Recently, there has been very little activity in the 13 speedrun community, and it looks like we might be on the cusp of another long period of stagnation, like the one that ended when the Discord server was created. During such times, strategies are forgotten, leaderboards turn to stone, and information is sometimes irrevocably lost. To prevent this from happening as much as possible, today Davdus and I would like to tell you everything we know about Speedrunning 13 Classic and some other facts about the game on the side. Now, you should be aware that this video should not be seen as a tutorial on how to speedrun the game, but rather as an archive of information to shelter it from the crashing waves of time. You probably shouldn't watch this entire video right when you start out, although watching the section about a level you have trouble with could be useful. So now that I've explained our intention, I'd like to talk about how this video will be structured. This opening section is scripted, but the rest of the video won't be. Instead, we will play through the game on the arcade difficulty, while simply telling you everything that comes to mind about the respective part of the game we're at, with as much detail as we can. I also have a second scene in OBS that shows paint.net, where I will occasionally input screenshots I will take during this very playthrough to illustrate things we want to explain. So the entire video will be unedited, and we will be explaining everything live with no preparation whatsoever. We've decided to do it this way because if we put any more effort into this project, we know that we won't go through with it. As I mentioned earlier, this entire thing is completely improvised, so we will undoubtedly miss a lot of things. If you have any information to add or any corrections, it will be sincerely appreciated if you write a comment on this video, no matter if it's a single sentence or multiple paragraphs. Now, without further ado, let us plant some trees in the forest of all knowledge, so that future generations may rest in their shade.
Alright, let's get this started.
Okay, so right away we have something pretty interesting at the start of the very first level, which is something we like to call a first frame input. A first frame input basically means that at the start of a level you're not supposed to have control over your character, but on a few levels, well, basically on all levels where that's the case, there's a very small chance that you will be able, or that you will have control over your character for a very short period of time at the very beginning. And there's a few levels where that's relevant in a speedrun, which we'll explain on each level. And on this one, getting the first frame input can save a bit of time, because basically of the way the level works, which you're gonna explain in a second. And we decided that IELTS, which have a first frame input, will not be accepted on the leaderboards, because first frame inputs are very unpredictable and they appear to be caused by lag, and are more common on worse computers, which means that some runners have a much easier time getting them than others, so we consider them an unfair advantage. Since runners with, like, we haven't, like, if we found a way to, like, emulate the lag and so that everyone has, like, the same likelihood of getting them, we probably wouldn't have any restrictions on them. But the way it is right now, you can't have them in IELTS, and if you have one in a full game run, I think we said we'd give a 1 second penalty, right?
We said that originally, but after some discussing, we dropped that in full game runs. There are no restrictions for full game runs because the positives of first frame inputs are very minor, as they only save really split seconds, and those that can actually get them, those that have low NPCs, have a lot of other drawbacks, a lot of other positions where they lose time over higher end PCs. So we have no restrictions in full game runs.
Right. Okay. So yeah, on this level, oh, by the way, you can tell whether a first frame input was possible or not by, like, if you can see the crosshair of the, if you can see your crosshair for 1 frame, that means that you would have been able to do a first frame input, and if you can't see it, then you weren't able to. So yeah, on this level you can move forward here, and okay, so the level works. Okay, so at a certain point of this level, there's a trigger for a flashback, and that trigger is not like that's not dependent on your position. It's dependent on Janet's position on this lady here.
Do you think you can make it to the truck?
And Janet only moves forward if you're close to her. So right now she's moving forward, and now she's gonna stop at some point. Yeah, because I'm too far away. Now I have to get close again, and then she's gonna start moving. Oh, you have to... It's really weird how this works, because I have to be so far away for her to stop moving, and now I'm like way closer and she's still stopped.
I think she stops moving at this position specifically, and there she checks if you're close enough or not. But I've never looked at it.
Oh yeah,
to
it seems like that. Okay, I didn't know that. Anyway, I was about to say that... So normally in a speedrun, what you want to do is you just want to follow her in a straight line. Because if you don't stay straight behind her, then she's gonna like have a stutter. No, not like that. Fuck, dude! I swear to God, I tested this level once and she didn't. Like she stopped for a split second and lost time.
I mean, basically just follow her and it's gonna be fine.
Yeah, it was something like that, but not for as long. So anyway, let's get
You
to
can make it to the truck?
the flashback, I guess.
Huh?
So right here doesn't matter where you're facing, because the voice then starts right away, even while you're not directly looking at it. So there's two ways to do this flashback. One is you like run through here, but we don't do that. Instead, we just chill here, because you just get teleported to the place where you're supposed to go, and it actually takes less time to just wait for the teleport. Right here, you want to stay pretty much in the same position that you get teleported to, but you want to go straight towards the railing and face the railing. And you can jump, like you get pulled off the boat, and you can jump during that, and we don't know whether the jump saves any time or not. But personally, I always jump.
Sir? Sir, can you hear me?
Yeah, and if you want to be as fast as possible, you are just a tad, just a slight bit, not directly at the railing, but you'll basically leave a tiny step of space between yourself and the railing for the jump to be instant.
Wait, really?
Yeah, I think so.
Huh. And I didn't know that. I don't know. I always hug the railing. So anyway, right here after the flashback, Janet is always you're gonna be in the same position you were at before you enter the flashback, and Janet is gonna stand in front of you, and she's gonna walk over there. You can body block her if you just stand in her way. That's what most people do after the flashback. It doesn't save or lose any time. You're just on a set timer at this point. But there's one other interesting thing about this level I'd like to show off.
I can't remember.
Due to the fact... Oh, I think it did it first from input. I'm not sure.
Well, nice.
So, interestingly, since she's always in front of you, after the flashback, what you can do is you can face the ocean. And let's see what effect that has.
I guess as we do that, there was a time where it was quite a long while ago where we actually thought that going this path was faster. Yeah, what Ken's is doing right now. There was a time where we thought that was faster, and that might have been fast at some point because we switched languages twice, or actually more than that even, as time progressed. And we didn't address that yet. The language that you run this game in drastically affects how fast you go, because that affects the speed that certain dialogues have.
So as you can see, she's
I'll take you to the
in
first
the
aid
water.
station. Try to walk.
And she's trapped behind an invisible wall. Wait, what?
Be careful.
Okay,
Nope,
I
she's
think
not.
Damn it.
either the invisible wall has a different hitbox than I expected, or she wasn't actually behind the wall and I was in the wrong position. But yeah, what can happen is she'll get stuck behind the invisible wall and it looks funny.
Good. I just picked up an
All right. Yeah. About the language. Right now we know that Italian is the fastest language, correct?
Yeah.
So before that, we thought that Spanish was the fastest language. And according to Lay's timing method, it was the fastest, but it seems like it was a slight bit off. Before that, for a long period of time in 2015 to 2018, we thought that French was the fastest language to run. And it was the fastest out of the three we knew of, which was German, English, and French. And before that time, way back when, we had no
like
idea.
they always knew that Spanish and Italian existed, but no one ever timed them.
Yeah, exactly. And before that, everyone ran their own language. I was running German, and Zotan was running English. And an Empty Box was a very old runner at the time who was the only one who did a couple of IL runs, and he used French. So yeah, it was a very wild time. But yeah, Italian is the fastest.
So there's 5 languages on like the main like European release. And all of
Yes.
those have like individual levels where they're the fastest on. And then recently, or like somewhat recently, we found a Russian version, which had Russian voice lines. By the way, the only thing that affects her speed is the voice language, not the text language. And it turns out Russian is the slowest language. It's slower than all the 5 like main European ones, and it's only faster on like 2 IL levels by like a tiny amount, I think. Or no, there's like one where it's significant and like 2 where it just saves like a frame or 2. And then also there's, I think, a Japanese dub or a Korean, one of those two. And we haven't gotten our hands on one of those yet to time it. So who knows, maybe Japanese is the fastest in this game, but wait, is there like a game that has like a Japanese dub where the dub matters, like it would in 13? Is Japanese a fast language in spoken?
Oh, that's a good question.
I think it's, I don't know if it is. I don't know. Could be fast though. Okay, so
injured man on Brighton Beach.
Bichichu, is there anything you want to say about this level before I explain the beginning part?
An hour?
There were a few levels in this run that had next to no changes in their route. And I guess Beach 02 is one of those levels that have very limited changes across time. The only difference being how we kill this first guard.
Yeah. Also, I just remembered this game has like a pseudo first frame input because I think you can jump before the cutscene starts sometimes. But I don't think it matters because I think you just get pulled to this position anyway. I'd have to ask Criminal about it.
Still no memory? I found
By the way, I should maybe mention that I'm playing this on my laptop and the mouse sensitivity and the keyboard is completely different, so if I play bad, then that's like one of the reasons.
Oh yeah, sure, Kent. That's fine. You know, it's all right to be bad sometimes.
Okay, so on the ground right now there are a few throwing knives, and we want to use those throwing knives to kill that guard outside the door on the left that shot through the window. And so what we have to do is we have to face him, we have to equip the throwing knives, and we have to get into a position where we can see his head all at once.
At the same time, we also want to be as close to the keys as possible
Ah,
that
I
we're
pressed
eventually
F1 instead
about
of
to pick
escape.
up after.
Okay, so yeah, this would be a fine position because I can see his head. Maybe I should kill this guy. Where is he? No! Please don't hear it. Fuck off. Dude, I keep pressing F1. This laptop is so shit. Oh my god, I hate it. Okay, so if you reach out the checkpoint, you're in like a slightly different position, so this trick changes, but what matters is just the position. So right now I can see his head, this would work. This, however, you can tell whether you can see his head by the red lines around your crosshair to the left and right. However, what can happen is that you have those lines, but okay, so the knife has very strong auto aim. It's like the only weapon in the game. And so what the knife will do is, if you're aiming at his, like any part like near his head, the knife will fly towards the center of his head. And that means if the center is blocked, then no matter where you're aiming, it will hit the door. And that will alert him, and that's terrible. You don't want to alert him. So yeah, you want to make sure you can see the center of his head, and you want to be as far back here as possible by the time that you actually have the knife equipped, so that you are as close to this key that you want to pick up as possible.
Yeah. Now, you don't want to move inch by inch and set up the position perfectly before you do the shot. Just do the shot as fast as you can, but try to position yourself as well as you can.
Ideally, you want to throw the knife as soon as you have it equipped.
Yeah.
Also, this door is weird because only like the bars are interactable and like the holes aren't. So it kind of makes it hard to open sometimes. So yeah, that guy has an AK, which is very important for the rest of the level, and that's why we need to kill him. If you don't kill him, like, if you don't manage to kill him and you just open the door and try to run past him, that's gonna be an issue because you only have throwing knives, and it's doable to do the rest of the level with just throwing knives, but it's much harder and you're gonna lose time because of it.
Yeah, you're definitely gonna lose time. You want to pick up that AK.
Okay, and right here is an AK mag, which doesn't really matter. This right arrow is completely irrelevant to a speedrun. This guy up here, in any percent you can ignore him, but in 30% you want to shoot him. Because you only have 50 health on this level, and on 30% he has a revolver, so it will do 32 damage, and that's a lot, and you can easily die if you don't kill him. So you shoot him like this. Roughly.
Should we address strats for both difficulties in this?
Yes.
Because some levels are drastically different.
I think we should try to address both difficulties.
Alright.
Right here, I like to move diagonally like this, because that way I don't need to turn my mouse as much. I do that in a lot of spots, when you have like corners to turn and stuff.
Yeah, there's a knife guy
just running on one of these boats. What were you saying?
Yeah, there's a knife guy that just ran past and you killed him instinctively. Just kill him.
Yeah. I think there's a medkit on one of these boats, but it's irrelevant.
Yeah, on the yellow one, I think. Actually, there should be medkits on multiple boats, but I'm not sure.
Okay, so this left guy we can see right here, he has a revolver. Some people like to kill him on 30%, but I don't, because he very rarely hits you, so he's... You can, like, on any percent ignore him, but on 30% it's kind of your choice whether you want to kill him. Okay, so this guy right here in front of us, he's gonna roll out of cover, like, from behind the building. If you kill him at a certain point in his roll animation, his body will just zip to the left and closer towards the car. And that saves like a fraction of a second. But most of the time he's just gonna die normally.
Yeah, that was late.
Yeah.
You want to really kill him as he's rolling.
As he's still rolling, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's hard to do because the AK is kind of accurate. If you manage to kill him quicker, he's probably like around here. So, probably more like here. I don't know. I'm not sure, but he's definitely closer towards the car.
Right. What should be mentioned about the AK and in general weapons with burst options is that these automatic guns, and that's only the AK and the M16, are a lot less accurate during the auto mode, but a lot more accurate during burst mode. And they don't really lose out on fire rate during burst mode. So when you have targets that are not in your face, you really only want burst mode ever.
True.
Makes it easier to hit headshots, and yeah, makes it more efficient in general.
The main
So in
play.
that,
Okay, so like the thing about burst mode is everything you just said is correct, but also burst mode kind of controls like dual pistols do. And that can be weird sometimes.
sure, but I wouldn't compare dual pistols with burst mode. Whatever. In any case, burst mode is very efficient. You should use it with AKs, and it also makes it a lot easier to kill the guy while rolling.
Yeah, you should always use AK on burst mode no matter what.
Yeah.
Which is strange because when I see multiplayer videos, they always use it on auto.
Mr. Roland?
So yeah, this cutscene activates once you like enter this zone in front of him.
I assume you want
If you are too far away or you're not facing him, then you won't be able to give him the key. So that's why you need to stay close.
May I have your key?
And now at this point we can do whatever we want. We can look at this lady's butt, look at the waterfall, whatever.
Yeah.
And the next trigger is here, when he opens this door, and now we can do whatever again, look at the sign,
You can't be
which I used to make emotes for the Discord, the speedrun Discord.
Yeah, Winslow and K.
Winslow ban K.
Hello.
Oh yeah, sorry, ban.
Mr. Roland would like to access his safe.
And now here we have to be close to him again, since he requests our key back, which is strange. Wait, no, he gives us our key back. He asks for our key and then gives it back to us, which, whatever.
Still at the far end of the room.
Wait, he can do that from that far away? Wait, that's not normal.
Yeah,
Call me when
that's
you're
new to me as well.
I think normally you have to be pretty close to him. That was strange.
Yeah.
So yeah, nothing of interest in the first part of this room, but right here we have our locker. And as soon as we pick up the briefcase, the bomb's gonna tick down. And so basically the bomb's gonna, there's gonna be a flashback, and after the flashback, the bomb's gonna explode, and there's gonna be a hole in the wall. We go through the hole in the wall. At least that's what you're supposed to do. But we can sort of skip a bit of waiting by jumping at this wall while the flashback is starting, because then after the flashback ends, we will still have the momentum from our jump, but the wall will not yet be loaded, or it won't have collision or something like that, and so we will be on the other side of the wall, and that way we don't have to wait for the bomb to explode and stuff. It saves like 4 seconds or 7 seconds, depending on what other strategy we'd use. So yeah, I'm gonna pick this up, and then on the second tic-tac, we're gonna jump forward.
Yeah, the flashback starts right as the third tic-tac pops up, so you want to be already moving and jumping before that one appears.
So I kind of did it like slightly badly, I think. I think I was very far away from the wall when I jumped, but it should still work. Here in
The
this...
distance to the wall doesn't matter too much as long as you're airborne.
Okay.
Although, yeah, you can get stuck sometimes in the wall, and that's when you have to crouch, uncrouch, or jump. It's kind of weird. So, yeah, I don't know what the perfect position is to jump from.
Okay. So for this flashback, at the very beginning of the flashback, you need to move forward, otherwise the dialogue won't start. And then after that, you basically just want to stay close to Jones without blocking her, because if you go in front of her, then she will stop, and that's obviously bad.
There's also a weird thing that can happen in here, and that's randomly and really rarely, this flashback will end a lot sooner than usual, and it will allow you to save, like, I don't know, 2 seconds or so, just for no reason.
I think it's like a second.
Okay, 1 second, but Yeah, we have no idea why we sometimes save time in here. We have no idea what makes the flashback end early. Wait, no idea.
You can tell very easily whether the flashback ended early on Spanish, because it will end right after, like immediately after she finishes her last voice line, and it's a bit harder to tell in Italian because either way there's like still a bit of a delay.
So yeah, if we did this jump right, we should be on the other side of that wall. If we did it all right, we are going to be in the wall, and we have to maneuver a bit to get out of there. And if we didn't do it correctly, we're going to be outside. So we're
Okay.
not, right now we're in the wall.
There's sort of 3 positions where you can be at. This is like the medium good one.
Yeah.
If you do it perfectly, you're already on that stone ledge here, and you can just immediately walk forward and to the right. What I have to do now is I have to crouch and uncrouch in order to get forward. And the third is you're like in the wall, but the bomb is in your way. So you have to go around the bomb, and that's like the worst thing ever. That probably was like 2 or 3 seconds. Because you don't have time to react to it since you're still like in the fade-in. But yeah, I have to crouch and uncrouch and move onward. So if you miss that jump, there's like... Wait, I can just go back and show what I mean. So there's like 2 things you can do if you miss that jump while you're waiting for the bomb to explode. The first is you just stand on top of the bomb and you just tank the explosion and move forward with like 40 health, I think. Which means you won't be able to do ladder jump at the end of this level, which we will explain later. Or, and you can only do that in any percent because in 30% you die. And then the other way is you just hide behind here, and then as soon as you hear the explosion, you just run forward. And that loses like 7 seconds compared to hitting the jump. But you can do that in either difficulty.
Also, if you fail the jump and you want to try and go through there afterwards, there's going to be a bomb floating there, and it's going to be solid. So you will have to move around that. Don't worry, that's normal.
I think that only happens occasionally.
Yeah, it's gonna happen though. If you fail the jump, you will see a floating bomb there at some point. No worries, it's not a ghost.
Okay, so this ladder, you wanna like grab onto it mid-jump, sort of like this.
I've fallen into my
Because that way you can save a bit of time climbing. But yeah, basically you jump forward, briefly let go of W while you turn your camera, and then hold W again against the ladder to grab it.
Yeah, there are 2 ways to climb up ladders. There's holding forward as you look up, and there's just holding spacebar, which is the better way and the way that we figured out like years later.
I can show that off, I guess.
Yeah. But yeah, for a very long time, we didn't know that holding spacebar makes you climb up. It's a...
So you obviously still have to like...
to me.
You still have to press a direction key to grab onto the ladder. But okay, so right now, if I'm climbing up and down, I'm using my directional keys. And I can... Like, it's really weird to climb up backwards like this. It feels very strange. But you can also climb upwards by just holding the spacebar. And you can just look in whatever direction you want. And I'm gonna point at some spots later where that's useful. Now that one, it doesn't really matter, but you really want to get used to climbing ladders with space.
Well, well.
Okay, so right here, this guy we're gonna slap on the back. And we're just gonna do it while running past him. If you miss, he will follow you and it's gonna be annoying. But it's not a big deal. You'll just take a bit of extra damage.
Yeah, in any percent it really doesn't matter, and actually in the segmented run, he wants everyone to follow him so he can do some goofy stuff. It doesn't lose time. In 30%, it's a bit more scary.
Yeah, so this section is very different compared on 30% compared to any percent. On 30%, you really want to kill every enemy as soon as you can because they do so much damage and this level is difficult to survive. On any percent, your health doesn't matter basically at all. Sometimes if you get headshot like once or maybe even twice, you're gonna have a hard time.
You can
not
show
like-
both strats, and it's going to be a good example.
Should I show off both threats?
Yeah,
Both?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I'm gonna do 30% first. So yeah, pick up this chair, kill this guy. Can't pick up these chairs yet.
Don't panic.
That guy sometimes notices you. And if he does, he will already be running towards you at this point. But he will run past you. Like he will run past you this way. And so what you do is you just turn around and you try to slap him on the back in order to hopefully save a chair and not be shot at as much. But yeah, normally what he would be like in that position over there, you'd pick up a chair and smash him while jumping
Yeah.
past him.
You can always knock out people instantly by hitting their back, no matter if they are alerted or not.
Oh yeah. That's actually worth pointing out because it's different in GoldenEye.
Yeah.
So this guy we want to throw this thing at his head, and I aimed a bit too low. But yeah, throwables sometimes used, but pretty rarely because you rarely have these kind of stealth sections. But yeah, if you
There are
use this
also-
throwable, you can pretty much still walk in mostly a straight line and just take him out on your way. So let's do it in the any percent way.
Well, well.
Fuck.
You don't have to be perfect in showcases, my guy.
I just
But yeah,
want
about
to
this...
explain it.
Yeah.
Don't panic. Please stay calm.
In any percent we don't really need this thing, and it slightly loses time to pick it up. And now while we wait for this cutscene, we kill these two guys. Or knock them out. Obviously, you're not allowed to kill them. Oh, and right there he reloaded. You want to make sure to wait for him to reload so that you get a full magazine. Even though you don't need a lot of ammo, it's just better to have more. Okay, so I don't know if I still have enough time to set this up, but there's sort of two ways you can do this part. The normal way would just be to wait for the guy to open the door, and then you just smash him with an ashtray immediately. And the second way is a bit more complicated because yeah, you can see my mouse. So at the bottom of this glass here, you like the glass isn't connected to the wood, so you can actually shoot the two guys inside there through that gap. And if you shoot the guard, he will obviously get alerted. And as soon as he gets alerted, the door here opens or unlocks, so you can open it. And otherwise it's locked, and he has to open it. But this door inside the other room, that one is still locked. So what you do is you wait for the guard to open that in that room, and as soon as he does so, you shoot him and you just start running, like forwards. But yeah, it's very hard because you have such a small slit to like actually shoot through, and it also seems like your bullet doesn't go exactly where your crosshair is, as far as I can tell, and it's a bit strange, but
Just show it off.
What?
Just show it off.
I don't know if I have enough time. He's already very close to the door. So yeah, like that.
Nice, there you go, yeah.
And then you can slap him on the back, hopefully. On 30%, you actually want to pick up the chair to hit him, and then you also want to grab the chair that's behind me to my right to kill this next guy. But in any percent, we can just slap Winslow on the back and run past him.
Quite comical, yeah. But that shot through the wall is actually a pretty recent find. It's a pretty modern strat. Only a couple months old, I think. Meanwhile, the bomb jump that we did earlier is one of the oldest strats, one of the oldest tricks in this whole run, which is very, very interesting.
Okay, so here we're gonna pick up a key card,
Alarm is driving me crazy.
and then
Oh
we
my
want to
God.
equip it and swipe this thing. And while we're swiping, we need to constantly have our mouse on the thing, but we can still move as long as we keep it on there. So I can't do it with this setup right now because I'm not used to it and I don't want to fuck it up. But that way you can just position yourself a bit closer to the door. And then that door teleports to face the other way as soon as you run into the edge, which is very strange, but hey, that way you don't have to wait for it to open.
Yeah. Also, you want to use the medkit that you pick up right before the vents, before you pick up the key card, because otherwise you will sometimes equip the medkit and not the key card.
True.
It's going to waste a lot of time.
Okay, so
If
yeah,
you equip the
okay.
wrong thing in this game, it's going to take a very long time for you to swap to the correct thing.
So, yeah, what happens is, since the medkit is on like an earlier position in inventory than the keycard, it will try to equip the medkit if you still have it. And it will play the full medkit animation before you can switch weapons to the keycard. So yeah, that's why you want to... Okay. Yeah, that's why you want to use the medkit, but if you still have full health, you can't use the medkit. So what you do instead is you hold the medkit in your hands and then switch to the keycard from there once you pick up the keycard.
To make the swapping faster, yeah.
Yeah.
In general, across this run, which item you have out and switching your items preemptively is a big part of this run.
Yeah.
There are many situations where you want to plan ahead of time and think preemptively, okay, what do I have to equip and when do I do it? It's a really big part of the run because switching stuff takes a long time. And
I
can't
think we're
be
gonna get
cancelled.
into that a lot on Piroko 1.
Yeah.
Oh boy, Piroko
yeah,
1
moving on.
equips. Holy shit. So right here we can already see there's multiple guards here on our left. There's actually 3. And on 30%, those guards, if they decide to actually hit you while you're running to the right here, they will just murder you and there's nothing you can do about it. Like, you can't kill them, you just have to hope they don't hit you. On any percent, they're still going to shoot you and they're going to do damage, but they're never going to kill you. Worst thing that can happen is that you get headshot. Yeah. So you just run past them. Oh, okay, so right there, if you go back, you will see that there was a red hit marker on my screen about here, but I didn't take any damage. That's called a phantom hit. So yeah, you have a hit marker on screen, don't take damage, that's called a phantom hit. And it's, as far as I know, it's sort of unknown whether you can also phantom hit enemies or like whether friendly NPCs can phantom hit as well. But I think it's actually possible for that to happen. And I'm gonna point out an example of where I think it can happen later.
Right. But the basic principle of it is the bullet basically was just about to hit you but barely missed. Game thought, okay, it hit him, but it didn't actually hit you. You didn't take any damage.
I think it happens if
Yeah.
it's like on the very edge of the hitbox or something along those lines.
Yeah, exactly. Name comes from Smash where it can also happen. It's the same thing. A tank seems to hit, there's a hit sound, there's a hit marker, but actually was just outside of your hitbox or barely inside your hitbox, so it didn't actually hit you.
So you came up with the name.
Yeah, I mean, I came up with a lot of yeah.
I never knew that. Okay, so yeah. Just open it, open this. And then to our left.
Again, yeah.
Yeah. Again, I assume you're gonna say you have to keep your mouse on it.
Again, exactly, yeah.
Okay, so now in the elevator to our left, there's a button. You obviously just want to hit it as fast as possible, but it's kind of hard. Yeah, just spam E and hope you hit it. Okay, so this is like a good time to check your health. I have 68 health. To do the trick at the end, I need 40 health, so I'm gonna be completely fine.
What we forgot to mention is in 30% with the 3 guards, if they hit you multiple times, obviously you're gonna get hit and it's going to be very damaging. There are different strats to avoid taking damage there. I personally just
Yeah.
tap left and right as I walk to the elevator, and that makes the guards miss. Just staying on your path, but just tapping left and right makes them aim a bit weird. Others prefer jumping, or I don't know. What is your preferred way?
Okay, so in my opinion, probably best strat that was figured out by Criminal is right after you get around the corner, there's like a railing, right? So what you
Show
do?
it off. Show it off.
Should I? Oh yeah, I guess there's a checkpoint close by. I can show it off. Okay, so
Ugh, this alarm is driving me crazy.
right after
Oh my god!
the railing is behind between me and the guards, I'm gonna very briefly crouch. Not fuck, that was bad. I hit F1 again.
Ugh, this alarm is driving me crazy.
But yeah, you just
Oh my god!
hit F1. You hit crouch and press it again immediately, like that, and that confuses them, and they're not gonna like hit you or shoot you or something along those lines. Makes much less likely to hit you in that ending stretch. So yeah, now we can equip our revolver because we're actually gonna have real enemies instead of guards, so we're allowed to kill them. If you only have one bullet, you want to kill that first guy and then just run around these guys in that last section. There's a pistol guy here. Yeah?
You can ignore the pistol guy, yeah. Optimally, you want to kill the one guy that's running in front of you, kind of in your path. But as you saw right there, Kensta didn't even kill him, and you were able to run past him just fine.
Yeah.
So yeah, not too big of a deal.
This pistol guy you can ignore because the only reason you wouldn't be able to ignore him is if you're on 30% and actually no, you can always ignore him. Never mind. I was gonna say if you're on 30%, you have less than 10 health, but that actually can only happen if you already went out of your way to get an extra medkit. Wait, let me do the mental math. 28, 25, 53. No, okay, yeah, you can ignore him. Because he just yeah. Okay, so here's something we call ladder jump. We just fall down the ladder instead of climbing, and that just saves a little bit of time. So normally you would take 40 fall damage by landing off the rock, and that would be it. But there's a bug in this game, which I don't think really has a name.
The fall damage bug.
Yeah, I guess the fall damage bug. And basically what the fall damage bug is occasionally, when you take fall damage, you instead take exactly 3 times the amount of fall damage. So 40 times 3 in this instance is 120, so you instantly die. And there's nothing you can really do about that in this case. So you just have to.
There are some ways to consistently set up faults in this game. Was I muted? Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay. There are certain setups that you can do to minimize the chance of getting that fall damage bug. For example, here in this instance, you can kind of walk all the way. When you face away from the ladder, you can hold down left, then top right, and you will fall. That allows you to get into a position that kind of negates the fall damage, or not negate, but minimizes your chance of getting that fall damage bug. That's what I do in my runs.
Wait, can you repeat that? I was busy healing. I think I can't hear you. Oh my god, I'm mad.
There you go. Look away from the ladder, then hold down left, then top right, then down left again.
I think that's superstition. I'm not gonna lie, I think that's superstition.
No, it actually meant to first run at the edge of the thing, then the top right will make you fall down, and then the bottom left will position you perfectly to where you want to be. It can sometimes be very awkward to get down there, actually, to make that fall.
Wait,
So
you
that's what I
basically
came up
just
with to make
you
that
basically
consistent.
want to land in the bottom left corner from my perspective.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. That's basically also what I do. I just do it with different inputs. Another thing is one time. Okay, so like, let me just do the trick. Oops, I had my fingers on the wrong buttons on my keyboard. So anyway, there's like a slope on this rock here, or like there's like one of the slopes on this rock. If you like land on the slope, you just get like most of your vertical speed will be converted to horizontal speed to the left, and so you will take actually less than 40 fall damage. But I haven't really investigated whether there's like a consistent way to do that. So yeah, that's something I guess someone can try out. And then you enter the cutscene, and then level's done.
Fun fact: the guy behind the car there can sometimes randomly spin.
He's like in this position where mouse is right now. That guy.
Yeah, he can sometimes, I don't know why, start spinning as this cutscene ends right here. No idea why it happens. Happened to me once, exactly 6 years ago. So yeah, just watch the guy and see if you can make him spin once in your life.
Yeah, it's happened to me a few times.
Oh, hey, nice. All right. FBI is actually one of the other levels where you can do a first frame input, but in this level specifically, it doesn't actually matter because your position is locked into that chair, and even if you can get a jump off at the start, it locks you to that position and you can't save any time doing a first frame input here.
Yeah.
So you gotta just watch the cutscene, relax, and realize that the start of this game has a lot of cutscenes and be mad about it. But you'll get used to it, believe me.
Yeah. Okay, so our camera is about to be pulled towards this photograph, and one time I saw a new runner like try to make sure that his camera was in the exact right position, but it doesn't matter where you're looking.
I still do that just because it's fun.
I mean, you gotta do something.
Yeah. Also, you can already see Jones to the right there.
Yeah, there's a cutscene if you go towards her, but it's an optional cutscene, you can just ignore it.
Oh, I forgot it was a thing, yeah. I saw Zotan actually proc that cutscene. That was
You wanna
fun.
watch it?
No,
I'm
thanks,
actually
I'll
curious
pass.
what the text is on the cutscene.
I'll pass, thank you.
Okay.
This video is gonna be long enough already. But yeah, just don't run to Jones, run directly to the door. So you're gonna explain that anyway.
Yeah, okay, so another interesting thing about this room is
Alright.
that I want to mention right now. So there's a checkpoint after the cutscene, but we don't use that checkpoint for AL runs. For the simple reason that if you do the checkpoint, you're in a different position. I'm about to shut it off. So yeah, I was obviously in this chair. Wait, has the checkpoint not triggered yet? Am I confused? I think it has already triggered.
Yeah, probably. Oh, what?
Maybe it's outside the room?
Yeah,
I'm
maybe.
confu-
But yeah, basically,
Wait, no. Whatever.
some checkpoints have weird triggers. It's fine. You are probably going to proc it once you go outside. But yeah, there was a lot of discussions whether we should skip this cutscene in ILs or not and just start at the next checkpoint. And the consensus was that basically the position you start in the checkpoint is not the same as you it's not the same when you just make this run normally from the start.
Yeah.
So the position that Kansas showed off, we are in the chair right now. If we would load the checkpoint, we are behind the chair. And it's actually very specific and hard movement right at the start here as soon as this cutscene ends. Because we want to get right off the chair directly to the door as fast as possible. And that involves both good control of where you look and also, obviously, how you move.
Yeah, and we're gonna be facing Jones, so you want to start off holding backwards, and then what you do after that depends on whether you turn your camera left or right.
What the hell's going on here?
I'm actually really confused because I'm pretty sure the checkpoint normally triggers as soon as she hits your handcuff and you're free to move.
Don't move.
I thought so too, but it's 13. Sometimes things are weird.
Great to see you again, Steve.
Oh no, there it is. Okay, so now we're gonna reload, and we're here. So we're actually further away.
Oh wait, I forgot about that.
Oh,
I
it's
thought
actually-
we were behind the.
Oh, maybe the checkpoint triggers either when you go to the hallway or when you watch the cutscene here.
Yeah. Oh yeah, makes sense.
But yeah, you're in a different position, and that's why we don't allow it. Picking up this chair is nice on 30% to hit this guy, but it's not necessary. Behind this door, there's a full medkit in this room, in case you want it for 30% for some reason, but you really don't need it. I just want to show it off because I think a lot of people don't know about it. Then the guy in this room, you can just hold W and pick up this bottle with E, and then you move forward, look back, and throw it at his head. And then you can pick up
That's
the brick.
also a fairly recent strat, and with recent, I always mean just a couple months old.
I think with recent, you basically always just mean after you did your last proper run.
Yes. Okay, I was running this game in 2013, alright? And I kind of did it again in 2018, and that's my
Dinosaur.
resume, alright?
So, yeah.
Moving on, you want to get...
Okay, so in any percent, you keep this brick until the end of the level. I'm gonna point out where you use it. On 30%, you want to pick up a new object for each enemy that's in your way to kill them, to take less damage. They're in weird positions right now, but okay, so this part is very simple, and 9% you just run through. And 30%, sometimes, probably like 5 to 10% of the time, the non-FBI guy with the revolver will follow you. And if he does that, you're pretty fucked. Because he has multiple opportunities to try and hit you. And he most certainly will. And you're gonna have a much harder time surviving the level because of it. And
Yeah. In general, AI in 30% behaves differently compared to any percent in the arcade difficulty. So you will see in 30%, sometimes enemies act very weirdly, dodging or running or doing something else that you wouldn't expect otherwise if you're used to the arcade difficulty.
yeah.
And they are also a lot more accurate.
I don't know about accurate, but yeah.
I think
they definitely notice you more quickly. But I'm not even sure whether this is a case of AI differences. Because the only reason you notice him following you in 30% is because in this next room, there's a guy with a revolver, and you wait until you can pick up his revolver, and that's when the guy from behind you shows up. And in any percent, you just run through the room. So I think that's the only reason we don't notice him in 80%. But anyway, okay, like I said, next room has a guy with a revolver in it. We're going to use the object in our hand to kill him, and then we're going to wait and pick up his revolver. But since we want to pick up his revolver, and we have very little ammo since he's already shooting at us, we want to make sure that he only tries to shoot us once instead of twice. So we have an extra bullet. And the way we're going to do that is we're going to briefly go to the right so we're outside his line of sight before we enter his room. Let's see if I can actually pull it off. Ah, fuck. Dude, I keep putting my fucking hand on the wrong spot on this keyboard. It's so weird. But yeah, you'd go here, and then you run in the room. And he probably shot 2 bullets. So ideally, you don't want to just stand on top of him. You want to be here and then pick it up with the mouse. And how many bullets do I have? Oh, I only have 3. That's actually Not enough to show off the ending strat, but oh well. So yeah, and then we just keep running. In any percent, what you would do is you would take. Oh, there's so many people here. That's annoying. Should I turn on like God mode or something?
You can also just restart the thing.
Yeah,
Restart
that's
the
true.
point.
We're kind of far away then, but yeah.
I mean, showing off the thing multiple times is better than just pausing a very long time and just explaining it.
Yeah, that's true. So here's the thing in full motion.
Smooth.
Right now I'm showing off 30% away. Oh, he's in a weird spot. So yeah, the any percent way here is just run like this. Sometimes you want to pick up that shovel. If you don't, in any percent you pick up that shovel if you don't already have an object in your hand. So I'm gonna do that. You can shoot this guy with a pistol on 30%, so he doesn't.
You might want to do checkpoint, but whatever.
We can't really do a checkpoint reset on this particular
Oh yeah,
checkpoint
true.
because yeah, this checkpoint is unique because if you do a checkpoint reset here, then sometimes there's a bug where voice lines will no longer play, and that means you can't progress through the game.
It happens a lot when you die at this part, specifically a big threat in 30%. But yeah, you know when it happens, when you have no music playing in the next level as well. So yeah, really weird bug. All you can do is restart your game afterwards.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm just gonna show off the 90% way, I guess. Which is unfortunate, but yeah. Where am I? Okay, I'm here. So on 80% we just keep the shovel, and this guy we're gonna hit. And then we're gonna move on. On 30% you would use your revolver to kill the enemies in your way. And finally you would kill him, that last revolver guy, and you would pick up his revolver and medkit and use them in the next level. Fuck, a revolver would be really nice.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that we can't show the full 30% strat, but as always, if you want to see these strats in motion, just watch any 30% run, and you will see these strats anyway.
Who are you?
Yeah.
I'm Major Jones, first officer for General Carrington. Ring a bell?
So right here at the start of the level, we just hold forward, climb up the ladder, start the cutscene as soon as we can.
Yeah. Question, do you know whether it's possible to get around the left side? Or is that just like barely not possible?
Oh, you mean getting up there? No, that's possible.
I'm gonna try to show off what I mean.
Like with the hook, you mean?
Yeah. Okay. So normally,
Yeah.
you just equip the hook as soon as possible and just hook up like this. What you can also do is, while you're equipping the hook, you jump on top of this barrel, so you're a bit higher, and that should save like a tiny amount of time.
If you do it fast.
Yeah. What I was thinking about was whether we're able to get on top of that building there. I know we can.
Yeah, you can with the hook. You gotta do circular motions or that. That would also work. That would have worked.
Circular motions. So, wait. How do
I can tell you haven't tried this in a long time.
I don't know if I've ever tried this one in particular.
You would have had it at the first swing.
Okay. 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 There we go.
There you go.
And now I think we can jump around this. Yeah. So if you had more health, you might be able to survive that if you land in the right spot. But it doesn't matter because you haven't hit a lot of triggers, and so the level can't continue anyway. And that's why we don't do that.
Yeah, you would have skipped a pretty. I mean, you would have skipped a bit of the level, but as this game works in a way that there are certain triggers that we need to hit to make the rest progress. And specifically, you will see that a lot of times we would have the potential of skipping more of the level, but we can't because of either objectives not triggering or just other triggers not being hit if we skip the parts.
This level is the absolute worst offender for that. Because everything in this level is dependent on Jones's position, including all the checkpoints. So even if we had like a way to get to a further path of part of a level, it wouldn't even matter. And I'm gonna shut it off later. But, okay, so
it's unfortunate because there are a lot of cool tricks you can do in this level. But yeah.
Yeah. So right now I'm gonna try to shoot the guy across with my pistol. Because you just have the extra pistol and you might as well. You're usually not gonna kill him. You can, but it's obviously very hard to get 2 headshots from the distance, and it's really just luck dependent. But yeah, now we're gonna use the sniper rifle. If we hit him enough, he will die from a body shot, but in this case it wasn't enough.
Yeah.
You obviously still want to go for a headshot, especially on 30%, where that strat doesn't really exist. Now, once she's like past there, normally I jump off, but in this case I'm gonna walk off. And yeah, you cancel fall damage by hooking briefly. There's a medkit here. Can sometimes be useful.
You kind of flew over that, but hooking in midair is a technique that we use multiple times to negate fall damage. It's a lot faster than obviously climbing down slowly with the hook. And we kind of want to have, or if possible, have setups for when we hook in the air. For example, right there, we had the setup of as soon as Jones passed a certain point that we look at, we jump off, and then the hook becomes visible as soon as we want it. These things have to be practiced, though. And we, most of the time, when we do it, actually don't have a setup, and you just kind of grind it out.
Yeah. If I do have a setup, I'm gonna mention it. But yeah. Okay, so the first enemy we have to kill is this guy. Oh, Jones already killed him. So if the reason we want to kill that guy first is because him dying, like if we kill him quickly, then Jones won't try to kill him, and so she will just start moving forward, which is obviously, as I said earlier, the main thing we want to make sure happens in this level is that Jones's triggers are hit. So that's why we try to shoot him first. Even though there's enemies here right in front of us. Oh, those guys' spawns aren't dependent on each other. I didn't know that. So yeah. Then you go in front of here and kill these 2 guys. And then you go towards Jones here. Sometimes you want to pick up the medkit inside there and the revolver, but yeah, you usually don't want to do that so that you get to Jones as quickly as possible. I'm gonna show something off. I think I'm fine to do it right now. Yeah, because she doesn't open the door. Okay. This and Ghost. Okay, so actually I should use Fly. So I don't know if you can get on here normally, but this hitbox here is like very large and long. So if I do walk now, I can actually stand here and do like a huge hook. Whee! But yeah, it doesn't really do anything. But I think it's really cool.
Yeah.
Okay. Another thing I want to briefly show off is a checkpoint that doesn't trigger if we just go there by ourselves. So we're about to see later that once Jones gets to like a certain part of the staircase, a checkpoint triggers. But if I just chill here without her, then the checkpoint is just nowhere to be found. And people have, I think, theorized about getting onto the staircase from that section there. But it isn't possible anyway, because there's just an invisible wall here. So yeah, that's a bit of a dead end. Wait, there was one more thing. Oh yeah. So there's a thing in this game that's kind of similar to something that can happen in the source engine. And in the source engine it's called a wall bug, so I also call it a wall bug. So basically, on diagonal walls, such as the ones on this here silo, you can briefly get stuck while you're falling down, and that will cancel your fall damage. So if you're lucky, you can jump off here from the top before the hook is even there or anything, and just get stuck on this and land safely on the ground. But there's not really benefit to it since none of the triggers have met and all that stuff. But it's pretty cool if you do manage to get it.
Definitely worth a lot of swag points, yeah. But it's very inconsistent, very hard to set up. Actually, something that we thought would be the fastest way of completing the second to last level in the game, where we fight mongoose, but then we found a different strat that kind of relies on starting on the ladder, so yeah, never mind that. But yeah, again, we just wait for Jones to get to that
I forgot
position
about
right
that
there.
strat. Holy shit. Good thing I didn't do it.
It's been a while, huh? But yeah, again, we just were shooting with the pistol until Jones was at the positions he was in, get the sniper rifle, kill the guys. And that's how the hook should look like. There you go. And 30%, it's the exact same strats here, pretty much, right?
Yeah, but you can't die from the shotgun in particular, so if you miss the top guy like once or twice, you actually have to switch to the bottom guys and just have to hope that Jones kills him quickly. So that's a guy behind the table here. And
Call him table guy.
He's gonna run to the left, and we're gonna try to hit him while he's still behind the table. This is called table shot. The easiest weapon to do it with is the revolver, which is one of the reasons we pick it up in 30%. And the second easiest is the sniper rifle, but you obviously don't have a crosshair. Close. And yeah, otherwise you just kill him after he's rolled out here.
Yeah.
And you want to pick up these nades.
Alright.
Yeah.
All clear.
And
oh yeah,
gonna...
stand inside of Jones when she's crouched in front of the door to make her run faster, or to make her run earlier than usual. If you run up the stairs instantly as soon as she opens the door, she's going to take a bit before she starts running.
Here's the 30%
Saying
strat
it's
for this
better for
part.
her, yeah.
You just run in and catch them with the revolvers. Any percent strat is you use a grenade and you time it. You can either use a visual cue or an audio cue. Do you know what the audio cue is?
It's 2.5 ticks? Should be 2.5 ticks.
Yeah, she's gonna lockpick the door and you wait 2.5 ticks, and then once you hear the 2.5 tick, you pull the pin. I just do based on visuals. If I wouldn't get freaking stuck.
Get a running start.
So as soon as her hand reaches the door, I pull it. And then I run forward and release as soon as the door isn't in the way anymore.
Damn, that's good timing. Alright.
Also, another fun thing is, from over here, you can actually already see a window that you jump through later and you can shoot it.
Not too important. But pretty fun, actually. Didn't know that.
Right here, you want to use the path I'm taking rather than going over that little ramp. Because it's just the fastest way towards the pile of crates where the next trigger is. Okay, so on this part, and there's a few parts like that on this level, it feels to me, and maybe this is just me being mad because I'm bad, but it feels like Jones takes a slightly random time to react to you performing the action that hits the trigger. So it'll take a different amount of time until the "this way" voice line appears. But I'm not sure if that's just me or whether that's actually like a thing.
Yeah, I'm not. It's weird. It's weird. You can also kill the guy that we just killed earlier by doing a cool jump shot.
Yeah, while
but that
he's like
doesn't.
there.
But that doesn't even speed up the sequence, I think. So
No, it doesn't.
it's really weird how this part works. Or in general, when Jones is running at these parts where we wait for her.
Here, take that.
I'm gonna turn on God mode. God mode. Because I just want to like kill these guys and not be bothered by them. So there's like two ways that you can get into that window. The first is you just run over here and just jump. But so this part, a lot of people die here in accident because they jump and then they get stuck on this tiny ledge here. And they just fall to their death, and then they reset their run. So instead what you can do is, since you start over here, you take a more direct route towards the door, and you jump off like this. That was actually a slightly different angle than usual, but you get the idea. And that way you also don't get stuck on anything, and it's also faster.
Yeah. In any case, we want to ignore these guys and just run to this window as soon as that explosion cutscene ends. And yeah, you also want to be as close to the window as possible right after you make the jump to make Jones jump through the window as well.
Did you just die from one pistol guy?
Yeah, I guess, yeah. You must have hit it with your nade.
I didn't throw a nade. Oh, no, on this part you mean? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that happens. You should actually check how much health she has at this point. 100% in this case.
Just ain't what they used to.
That's funny though.
Good thing we showed that off. I had a period of time where she died there all the fucking time. And then recently she never dies there, and I don't understand. I guess that's just how probability works. Yeah,
There's the jump shot. Nice. Again, not faster than the normal way, just really cool.
You don't need to hit that window, you don't have anything else to do while I wait for her.
No time to check the view. Let's go.
Let's go. Also, you can fall off here, don't do that.
Yeah, pro tip, don't die. That's bad.
I've done
There's
that
a lot
more
of
than
time.
once. I've done that more than once on a run.
Alright, then you're just throwing. Yeah, this is what you want to do in both categories.
If you kill him in like the exact right time, he will get stuck inside this wall.
Damn. I knew I shouldn't have let
Okay,
you
so
go.
this next part we're gonna like fight a bunch of guys. There's 3 different ways to do it, and I'm gonna show off all of them. First, I'm gonna show off a way with just the sniper rifle, which you can use on any percent if you want. I think it's reasonable to do it on 90%, and you can also do it on 30%, and it's also fine there. But for each category, there's a different way that I think personally is a bit better. So I'm just gonna show you like the basic way first.
Yeah. You explain the sequence, I hit the bathroom real quick.
Okay. So you always shoot this guy first. And then since you can already see him, shoot him. And then for these two I don't really have a set order, but yeah, as you can see, very simple and effective to kill them with the sniper rifle. It doesn't matter too much if you miss, because you have 10 bullets. On any percent, you could even kill all of them if you just hit body shots, and you wouldn't have to reload. So yeah, it's definitely the most consistent way to do it. Yeah, on 30% it's not quite as good. Because body shots, like you need 4 body shots to kill someone, so you still rely on headshots. And so you might want to stay inside for longer, so it's easier to like hit since you're not moving. But yeah, that's basically the way that strat works. And then this guy, we always use revolver,
I can't reach the landing.
and we first hit the generator inside to open the gate, if we don't miss. So yeah, hitting that thing opens this gate, and then we just ignore the guy. And now actually, we can ignore the guy on any percent. On 30%, we still want to like kill him, so he doesn't shoot us. Since shotguns do so freaking much damage on 30%. But okay, I'm gonna show off the second way. This is like the main way for any percent. I just remembered that we found an even newer way. I guess I'm still gonna show off all of them. So this is like an outdated strat. I'm still gonna show it off. We just use revolver.
What do you got?
We kill them in the same order, but revolver only. The idea is that since the revolver has a much higher fire rate than the sniper rifle, we can kill them more quickly. However, it's a lot more difficult to aim, and it's a bit more reliant on luck as well over long distances, because you can't realistically aim perfectly. So yeah, right there. Oh, he didn't even die at all. So yeah, that's if you're running. A lot of the times, a lot of time you're gonna have to reload, and that's gonna probably like a tiny bit slower than if you would have used a sniper rifle. But for the few cases, or like, yeah, for the cases where you manage to kill all of them in a single magazine, it's worth it in my opinion.
Sniper rifle is superior.
So the newer 90% strat, we start off with a nade,
Roger that.
and I haven't done this in a while, so let's hope I actually remember it.
I don't know this strat. Holy shit.
What were you saying?
I don't know this strat.
Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna throw the nade to the left, where the guys are still behind the building. And then we're gonna use the revolver to kill the guy on the right. And then we're gonna clean up with the revolver afterwards. Any remaining enemies. So full nade. I'm pretty sure. Throw, switch to revolver, kill him. Kill him. And these 2 guys should be dead from the explosion. Yeah.
Yo, sick. When was that found?
I think that was found by me, Yu, while I was running any percent last. So like half a year ago, maybe more.
Damn.
Pretty sick strat. So now the 30% strat, finally. And 30%, what I've ended up deciding to do is just use the pistol. Because having to reload with the revolver is obviously bad, so we don't use that. The nade doesn't kill, because 30% of explosions do way less damage to enemies. And the sniper rifle is what I've done for a long time on 30%. But like all the freaking body shots get annoying and they cost a lot of time. So we just use the pistol and just do 2 headshots for every enemy. And we have plenty of spare bullets, and it's all good.
Yeah. Also, because you mentioned it, in general, explosives in 30% get a huge downgrade because not only do they deal massively less damage compared to any percent, they also deal a lot more damage to yourself. So
yeah,
they lose a lot of viability in the harder difficulties, and specifically in 30%.
Okay, I actually did that wrong. Okay, yeah, I did that. Okay, let me show it off the right way. I did. Okay. You don't use the pistol for every enemy. You start off with the sniper rifle to kill the rocket launcher guy, and then you use pistol for the rest. Because you just you can't just let the rocket launcher guy like shoot you in 30%. You're just gonna die like 90% of the time at least. Also, practicing this part slightly annoying because of the cutscene. So yeah. Oh, it wasn't reloaded. Normally you would want to reload it first, obviously. So yeah. Those are basically all the ways to do it.
Security system. I can't reach the landing strip.
In any difficulty, though, you want to equip the revolver here, shoot the thing first.
I
and
already
then the
explained it
guy.
while you were gone.
Oh, I'm sorry. All right, moving on.
We need to kill this next guy. We can either use the revolver or the sniper rifle. I've started to favor the sniper rifle more because it's just better. And like it's more reliable because you can zoom on his head, and with revolver, it's a lot of the time you don't kill him in one shot. These two guys are irrelevant. They can hit Jones technically, I guess, but yeah. In my like what probably like 800 runs in that level, I have only had Jones die on that ending helicopter section once. So that should give you an idea of how unlikely it is for her to die there. So you don't need to pay attention to them.
But yeah, in any case, at the end, just stay at the position where Kenster was, and as soon as Jones arrives in that position, we also get the level end trigger, and that ends the level a bit sooner than what you probably were expecting if you only played this casually.
Oh yeah, isn't it like the level end trigger is there for like a split second and then it's gone again for a while?
Yeah, for a couple of seconds you get an extra line of dialogue and then it appears again.
It's so strange. I wonder if it's intentional. Probably not.
I think the level end trigger just appears for a split second because Jones basically ends the level for herself, and we use that trigger for us.
Do you really think they did it that way? That's fucking funny.
But yeah.
Wait, do you think that happens on Emerald 5 as well?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know. Probably not. But yeah, in any case, now we are in the first of 5 Emerald levels, Emerald 01 as we call it. First and foremost, we name the maps differently than they are actually called in the game, but for just simplicity and understanding's sake, we named them Emerald 01, 02, 03, 04, 05.
Our names are generally shorter and they're more intuitive than the like technical map names, because some of them are in French as well. So we just came up with our own names. So okay, we start this level off with the shotgun. Movement here is interesting because you can like walk very far inside of these rocks, which is weird. You can get boosted off of this. I actually managed.
No, what? Oh my god.
Okay, so I should explain what happened there. So that is something I like to call ledge boosts, despite the fact that the name doesn't really make any sense. But anyway, it's like a boost. Sometimes on like walls that have like slopes or something like that, you can briefly enter the wall and then the game will push you out. And if you happen to jump the exact moment the game pushes you out, you will have backwards momentum, and on some walls you will actually have a lot of momentum backwards. So in that example, obviously I had a lot, but we get launched exactly in the opposite direction of where we wanted to go. So you want to avoid that from happening in that case. I'm gonna explain those more later, but this is not really the right time.
All you have to know is that those are super hard to get intentionally, and you showed it off perfectly. So I mean, my god.
No way I can jump. It just worked.
So yeah, moving on, in any percent, you just want to run directly to right there. You just ignore those fools. And 30%, you can kill the assault rifle guy and then move on, but also in 30%, we most of the time just run and take a specific path to minimize damage, right?
I hacked the right wall on that long path.
Right.
You want to make sure you don't kill too many of the guys on the left, because more guys will spawn in front of you, so it's not advantageous.
Yeah. Only if you kill everyone, I think. But yeah, if you kill the assault rifle guy, that should be fine. He's the only
Okay.
real threat in that group.
Interesting. So this next part, there's gonna be two guys behind that truck. Any percent, you just run past. You can kill one of them if you want, but you just run past. 30%, you switch the pistol. You jump here so they don't hear you as early. And then you shoot him with the pistol. And you pick up one of the pistol magazines at least. So you still have enough pistol ammo for the next level, which we're gonna explain when we get there. But yeah, any percent, you just keep running with your shotgun out. And you shoot these two guys. Or you try to at least.
What the fuck? That was a far kill.
What? I do that all the time.
What do you mean? That's super. Okay, whatever.
A lot of
Moving
the time
on.
it doesn't work, but it doesn't matter if one of them survives.
Yeah.
You just want to make sure that you at least get to fire 2 shots, so you have the chance of killing both.
I would like to say that the shotgun is not reliable from that range where you kill them, but apparently if you do that all the time, wow.
So this guy here is interesting. As soon as you hit the lever to activate the electricity inside the building, he despawns. And what he can do is, since he only has a pistol, he can pick up an assault rifle from one of these guys, and then he despawns with the assault rifle, so you don't get the ammo. And it was a total mystery to me for a very long time while an assault rifle just sometimes randomly disappears. But I eventually figured it out.
Yeah.
So yeah, you at this point you have enough ammo anyway, since you pick up extra ammo compared to in the past. But it actually be really annoying when that happened. So yeah.
Also, the pistol guy was used for quite a bit for a very specific AI manipulation to get that door open to this lever room right here.
Yeah. That door.
It's sadly not faster to do, but what we used to do was shoot the shotgun at a specific part right here. He would run out, open the door, despawn, and then we go in, and the door is still open. Would allow us to go in without opening the door.
My laptop battery is low.
Oh, okay. Then get your wire.
I can't
yeah,
charge
basically-
it while I'm at this desk. So we're gonna have to finish this level up and then do the rest later.
Oh, all right, sure.
So there's the theory that you can skip activating the bridge.
Oh yeah, dude.
It's called bridge skip. It's kind of a meme because it's not possible.
It's so close. I swear to God, it's so close.
There's a bunch of spots where you can stand on that wall, but no one's ever found a way you could actually get over there. It would probably save like 8 to 10 seconds if you could do it quickly.
Yeah, there are very low spots that you can stand on and actually jump up from down there up those slopes. It's very much possible to get up there from down there, but we didn't find any way to actually reach these spots on the walls. We can't jump far enough. It's sad.
I just wanted to talk about this very quickly since I don't know how much battery I've left. So there isn't really anywhere you can boost here besides this, but you can't get a good angle. Also, there's behind this wall, there's a section here where you can walk, and you can actually walk all the way around, but you can't get through the wall, obviously. And if you get all the way around, there's an invisible wall there, so it doesn't matter anyway, and it would be slower. And yeah, we haven't found a way, like I said, to get past there. So let's go into the building where we actually have to go. So inside here, we just shoot this guy with shotgun. We pick up the armor on any difficulty.
And the assault rifle.
Yeah. Hit the lever, shoot the barrel to kill the guy. Pick up this assault rifle plus assault rifle nade. There's more assault rifle nades in the back of the hangar, but we don't ever pick them up, and also they spawn extra enemies. It's just better ways to get more assault rifle nades later.
Yeah.
So yeah, now that the electricity is active, we can hit this lever, the bridge will extend. We can use the momentum of the bridge to jump a bit further.
There were a lot of variations of strats in this level very early on in the speedrunning history of this game, but yeah, the assault rifle nades that we got right here are the most efficient by far.
Here you want to look backwards so you don't grab onto the ladder by accident. And hopefully you don't get stuck there like that, but I still haven't figured out how to avoid it. Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
understand it.
That's how a wall bolt looks like. But yeah.
True, true. Okay, so yeah, let's pick this up later. It's gonna be in the
All right.
of course, but yeah.
All right. New recording session, and as you can see, we are back at Emerald 1 because we kind of rushed that end. We kind of had to. But there is one thing that we want to mention, and that's the extra AR nades that you can get in this level.
Speaking of extra, there's a medkit in that tiny building there.
Oh yeah, 2 of them I think even.
Oh yeah, maybe.
2 small ones. But yeah, there are I think 3 AR nades at the top of the hangar. However, getting those is really annoying because it takes just 12 seconds or so to just run there.
By the way, this is the way I do this part in 30%. You want to shoot the right guy first. Because if you shoot the left guy first, then the right guy's gonna come running at you, and yeah.
Yeah.
You can also
yeah.
run at them and try to shoot them with pistol, but that's really dangerous.
And 30%, yeah. So after you hit that level, instead of dropping down instantly, you I guess you can kill that guy as well, but what you want to do is either run to the right side and jump across, or you want to go around the left side, around the bridge, and there are the 3 extra AR nades. And those were...
And I assume you'd also get these.
Oh, I don't... I don't know, I think 3 were enough at the time, so I only got 3. But it's been a long time. That
I'm
was...
just gonna get these as well. If you get these, then extra enemies will spawn. Well, actually, I think it's just if you go to the back of the hangar, not from picking up the stuff. Also, I think the body with the single nade respawned.
But yeah, in any case, those extra AR nades were kind of what we got, or what we wanted to get back in 2014, where the leaderboard was only consisting of Zoton, Benezia, and me. And yeah, that's basically the strat that I found. Even though it took a long time to get those AR nades, we wanted those 4-hour route.
Where did you use them again?
In Emerald 2, we just launched one right through the window in one of the generators, and I think I used 2 just for generators. And the third one probably for the guy in Emerald 3.
Pretty forward thinking.
Yeah, and and one for the guy in Emerald 3 up above at the hook room that we will
So yeah, as you can see, you can boost off of this owl face, but it will always push you like at a right angle away from the wall, so you can't use it to go over the bridge.
Oh yeah, we talked about that the last time, right? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, one more thing about this out of bounds area. So like I said, you can walk here. And it's kind of hard to move forward here. But there's one spot in particular. Yeah, I found it. So if you fall into this hole, then it's like you're sliding down a ramp the entire time, and so you can't move. I just want to show that. And so yeah, if you manage to like go all the way around here, which I don't know if it's possible. Yeah, I don't remember, it's been a while. Once you get all the way over here, or like somewhere around here, let me just walk. Somewhere around here, there's, yeah, I think this invisible wall, you can't get past it. Oh, I just died.
But so even if you couldn't make that boost up there and walk all the way around, you couldn't get into the level again?
Yeah, if you got through the wall and
Aw.
got to that out of bounds area, you wouldn't
That's
be
too
able to get
bad.
back in.
Yeah. Again, the other way that I kind of experimented with way back when was kind of jumping across somehow to get enough distance and land somewhere on one of the lower slopes on the other side, and then jump up from there. It's possible to jump up from the lower position, but you don't have any way, shape, or form to actually reach that point. Even though it's a pretty low spot on that slope, it's just not feasible, sadly.
So yeah, if you don't kill one of them, you can just kill them on the way out.
Yeah, yeah. Also, this lever is the first instance where in IL levels you would want to have use on your scroll wheel.
Yeah.
You want to hit that lever as fast as possible, and the only way of doing that is mashing use as fast as possible.
You actually
That-
want that on almost all ILs, because
Only really good if you use console.
you want to do the same for doors in general.
Oh yeah, I guess, but there are certain levels where it's very important. Specifically, Sanko 1 for example.
What's the
for
default quick
Sanctuary
save
level.
key again?
I think F5?
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
So which strat should I show off first for this level? Should we go chronological?
I don't even know if you know the first one. Okay. So the first one that I remember is should we first draw the layout of the generators first
Okay, wait.
and give them letters so we can actually communicate better on which ones we are talking about?
Should have prepared this.
Oh hell yeah.
Because I
No,
have
this
another.
is fine.
I have another version of the game where I don't have a HUD.
This
What?
is fine.
I wish those buildings were loaded. Oh.
Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense, honestly.
So should I? I mean, we can see the shadows if
Yeah, it's fine.
if I'm
It's
on
fine.
this side.
It's fine.
I think this is okay.
You don't even have to have the top one on screen. We know where it is. We can draw an arrow or something showing like, okay, it's up there.
Okay, so let's do it like this.
Yeah. So first and foremost, while you do this, there are 4 generators that we need to hit in this level, and they are spread across the whole map pretty much. And so with objectives like that, where things are rather open and you have a lot of choice on where you want to go first, that's the levels where you will see a lot of changes in strategy across the years. And the first one that I ever did was run around the left side, kill that generator, run to the top, kill that generator, and then backtrack all the way to the end and kill the 2 separated generators that way, run all the way back, clear the level.
Okay, so
we will show this.
Can you
Yeah.
see my drawings?
Yeah. Okay. Yes, I can. Perfect. All right.
So let's go by the original order.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. I'm glad you actually know this, but yeah, this was the order that I think the segmented run did it with. I could be wrong. I think the strat that I
That's a
used
shitty
was the
D.
strat. The strat that I used was the strat that the segmented run was running, but I'm not sure. But yeah, this is the route that is the most ingrained in my old memory. That's what you used to do. The second way of doing this was again the same path, but at the seed generator, instead of actually opening the door with the lockpick, there is a window outside that you can hit the generator from without lockpicking ever. That's the first improvement that was ever made. And I forgot to mention, for both of these strategies, for the generator A and for the generator D, what we did was blow them up with the AR grenades that we got the last map. So first in A, we lockpicked the door, opened the door, instantly blew up the whole room, and then went ahead. In D, the same thing. Lockpicked, opened, grenade in there, we ran off. The second improvement that we made was instead of lockpicking that door on A, we instead shut the windows at the back of the house and shut the AR grenade through the windows instead of lockpicking the doors.
Okay, so
So
what
that's
I'm gonna do
improvement
is
number
I'm
2.
gonna have multiple layers for the different routes, and when we use an AR net, I'm gonna put an N.
All right. All right, the end layer. Gotcha. And that's when things changed quite a bit. I think Soton used a different strat altogether that I didn't agree with, and I think it was a predecessor of the strat that we use nowadays, because he instantly ran off to the right side and opened that door that I never even knew existed at the time. And he first ran to the D generator and killed
Wait,
that.
so wait, for the old route, you use a nade on A and C.
Yes. No, A and D.
What? Where did you shoot the nade? Did you shoot it inside the room or on the door?
For both of them, we shot him into the room
Okay,
through the door.
and the old route is like...
Yeah, this was after improvement number 2, where we realized, okay, there's a window at the back of the building, so we can just shoot the window, shoot a nade in there, and then we're done, instead of lockpicking for 5 seconds.
You can already see that... Wait, and then you'd go...
Just backtrack. Go the same way back to the objective at the end, to the ladder.
Wait, so like this again.
Yes.
Oh, that's like... You can see that this is pretty suboptimal route.
Yeah, exactly. So, what Zotan was doing instead, that was his way of doing it. It's not it didn't came after this, but that's just the way he did it. And that's he first ran to D, and then to C, then to B, and then to A. And from A, he backtracked to the end.
Okay, wait, can you repeat that so I can draw it?
It's exactly the reverse. So D, C, B, A.
So... And then you go...
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, the path between C and B is kind of weird, because we went behind the building and not in front of the building that you... Yeah, it's fine. Whatever.
Yeah, I know. Okay,
Not
yeah,
too
I see what
important.
you mean. But it's kind of weird
Not too
because we
important.
can't see the buildings, but yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But it's fine. That was... I don't even know if he got the Yarnates or not. I think he actually lockpicked the door on A, so he lockpicked that building and killed the generator that way. Also, we didn't know how the AI exactly reacted to us blowing up stuff without killing them. So whenever we actually lockpicked any door or opened any door that had enemies and the generator in them, we also killed the enemies 100% of the times. That's why the AR nades were good, because they killed the generator and the enemies at the same time in building A and D.
I assume
so yeah.
just... So on A, would you just shoot it on the ground at the center, or?
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. I think that is the Zoton route that Lei also used later. I think he used this route and made a couple of improvements. For example, he shot through the window in C, and he I'm not sure if he got the AR nades or not. I don't think he did.
This route honestly seems like a lot better than the other one.
Yeah, it might. Back then we didn't really have any way of timing things, because we weren't really proficient with editing software or something like that. So we were kind of just estimating if things were faster or not, and that's our way of doing it. You got to realize that was 2014, so very different time.
Yeah, true. But like, if you just compare these, no, it doesn't
Yeah,
really work.
the path is most definitely it looks shorter. Yeah, I cannot deny that.
Like the easiest way to tell is by looking at how long the part is that you move through twice.
Yeah. Yeah. I sadly don't have any knowledge on what path Chow and Skywheel used back in 2015, 2016. So I'm not too sure on their path. But I think this was the route for the longest of times until someone realized it was. I don't remember when it was actually found out, but at some point, clever people realized, hold up, we can hit the generator, the seed generator, all the way from basically that that steel receiver rod thing at D without ever going near C. So
Should I just call this the modern route?
do it with quotation marks. But yeah, exactly. So, oh, I know. Yeah. So what we instead did was, okay, we killed the guy in D first.
Oh, you still went to D first.
I think we still went to D first.
Did you kill this guy? You must
Oh,
have.
that's a good question, actually.
Like, I don't think you can go to D first without killing him.
Yeah. No, we probably killed him. Oh, I also have flashbacks of walking around to the left side of that area that we would be in, and then U-shape from C to D and then back.
Oh,
That
you
was also a
like
strat at some.
this?
Yeah, exactly this way, and we used the bottle, one of the crates, as a way to kill someone silently on that path. That was also a strat at some point, I think. Not for long, but I think there's been a lot of variations to this. But yeah, what we then did, basically just let's go forward a couple of years. We killed this guy when he was up front, so he wouldn't be seen by other guards. Then run all the way to where we could see the seed generator, and then shoot it with either the crossbow or the pistol, and took it out from afar, and then we do the GD generator.
I'm in game right now and I can't find the bottle. Oh, you mean the bottle right near the door?
You might want to switch views.
No, it's okay. Wait, yeah, fine. Okay, I'll switch for a second, but then we'll go back to this.
Yeah, it's right exactly around
So
here.
here's the entrance to the area, and then the bottle is right here.
Yes.
And then
actually, this might be one of Lay's first routes, running around this way. Because I remember him using the bottle vividly. I just don't know exactly how he used it.
Also, some of these buildings you can actually go in, and there's like stuff there, but it's useless for speedruns.
Yeah. I think one has some crossbow bolts. Yeah, crossbow bolts and a medkit? No, not
shotgun.
even shotgun.
I think one has a full medkit actually. Yeah.
Oh damn. I don't know if I ever got into this building. But yeah, basically let's fast forward to the modern strat, and that was taking out the seed generator from afar, then doing D, and then running back to A and B, and the benefit of that is you are very close to the end of the level by doing that.
So you do this, and then you shoot.
All right, yeah, that was the first variation. Yeah, first D, then shooting C down.
And then you go back, and then would you still use the door?
Okay.
You'd probably do it this way.
Yeah. For the longest of time, we really didn't know if we would have to kill the two guys in there or not, so I would assume we would go this way, but always kill the guys first and then the generator.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's basically the basis of what we use today. The only difference being that we first gun down C and then take care of the D building. And of course, we now have the knowledge that sometimes we don't have to kill the guards at the A generator. Sometimes they would just crouch down and stand there without ever pressing the alarm button. And you can tell by how they move. And if you get a screen that says alarm, that's when one of the guards thinks about pressing the button.
Yeah.
It's still really hard to tell in the heat of the moment. So still something I would say an advanced runner would only be able to do.
Okay, so 2 more routes which are more modern, even than that one.
Oh yeah, true.
Okay, so the route I used in my last any person record is as follows. Wait, how do I call this one? Let's call it the 2020 route.
Sure.
2020 any percent. What you do is you just go through this door. You kill this guy, which presumably you do on most runs, on most routes. Shoot this generator here with pistol, hoping
Alright.
that you hit it. Go back, lockpick here, and shoot the generator with your assault rifle, probably. Maybe pistol if you want and still have ammo. Go back, go through here, kill the guy here. Shoot the generator through the window as described. Depending on how fast you were, actually doesn't matter. Kill the guy here as well.
Oh yeah, one thing I forgot to mention. The guards that are on the path from A to B, there was always a big discussion on how to kill them. I think at first we still thought
Oh,
that we
yeah.
had to be silent all the way, so we always used knives for that, which was really bad and slow. You had to get up close to basically hit moving targets with that thing. Then at some point we used shotgun. Still not that great. And then I made a video showing off, how did I call it? Aerial sniping, which is just basically using the crossbow midair, which was a concept that was never touched before. Scoping in midair to keep your movement speed while also gaining a crosshair and full accuracy. That was a big deal back in the day. Now we know it's just a bit too risky to do.
I forgot about the term aerial sniping. I think I started calling it jump shotting.
Yeah, jump shotting is probably just a normal term. I don't know what went into my head when I called it aerial sniping, but yeah, that video is still up.
I actually still sometimes use that on this level for the very last enemy. I'll point it
Oh
out.
hell yeah. Yeah, the last guy is probably easier to hit than the other guys, but yeah.
So yeah, anyway, you finish off the current any percent route by going into a setup on this truck, and then you
Yeah.
shoot a nade at this generator, and we'll explain how that works later.
Right, okay, yeah. Show that. Yeah, that's a good idea. Just showing
And
it
then we
off.
go to the end.
Yeah.
And then the last strat is the IL strat, which I think we figured out is actually faster in any percent and probably viable if you practice it enough.
Right, okay.
So what you
Oh yeah, it's okay, I know now. Yeah.
so you do the first one normally with shooting. On an IL, you'd obviously pretty much reset if you don't get it like perfectly and from like as far away as possible. But yeah, after that you turn around. Wait. And then you go along the side of this building and you shoot a nade in a specific position to destroy the generator from outside without having to lockpick the door. Then you go back out and you go pretty much along this path. And while you're doing that, you shoot an AR nade all the way over the A building, so it explodes on the fence and destroys this generator. And then you go to the car and you do B with the nade as well. So that's this 3 nade IL strat.
All right, all right. Do you still have the layer for the first route ever?
Yeah, man.
It's bad because it's the same color, but yeah.
Here's the first route.
And compared to the IL route, yeah, we came a long way.
This route is actually so insane if you just look at like the distance walked. It's like so optimal.
Yeah.
And then if you want to YOLO it in an IL even harder, you don't even use the setup, you just YOLO it. But it's really inconsistent.
Oh no, that's bad. Yeah. All right. Let's show off a couple of strats, I guess. Let's just show off the any percent and then the IL strat if you can do it.
Okay, so you just want the current any percent strat and then the IL strat.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just to compare, okay, this is the kind of normal strat nowadays, and this is the batshit crazy IL strat nowadays.
Okay, so the first enemy, by the way, you can...
You gotta switch back to game view.
Oh, sorry. Oops.
There you go.
I'm just at the first door. Lockpicking here. So this first guy we can shoot with either pistol or... It has to be a silent weapon, so either pistol or crossbow.
Yeah.
But I don't like to use crossbow, because it's very easy to miss, and it's bad to miss. And the reason it's easy to miss... the reason it's easy to miss is because he's... Like, those guys are like on a walk cycle where they walk back and forth. And they're actually on a random part of the cycle each time. And so often he'll be like at the end and just standing still. And he will start moving at a random point. So it could happen that you shoot directly at Lisette, but then exactly in that moment he starts walking and you miss. And you don't know if that's gonna happen. And that's why you don't want to use crossbow.
The reason you do want to use crossbow is you want to have a lot of swag points to appease Lord Moose, and that's why you 360 no-scope him every time.
Thanks for your input. So yeah, Hugh, this is a generator we shoot from afar. It's pretty inconsistent. Ideally, you can hit it in 2 shots. But yeah, I just ran out of ammo.
You can also use the crossbow.
Oh yeah, as a backup you would use the crossbow. And try to hit that black box. That small one.
Yeah.
So yeah, okay, yeah, I'm gonna show up the illustrate later. So any percent... yeah. You'd back up so you're like in this spot and then shoot like that.
Right.
When you go to the overheater. Kill him.
Now we know that noise in this part, it doesn't really make a difference.
So since we didn't have an alert pop up, I can ignore those 2 guys.
Yeah. Again, noise doesn't really matter here, so we just use the assault rifle.
This is really small, my laptop monitor.
But yeah, this is the setup we were talking about, where...
Okay, I can actually show this off with a crossbow.
Yeah.
You want to aim... Okay, so there's actually 2 setups for this. Mine is you aim here, and then switch to assault rifle, and you shoot an aim, and it explodes the generator inside the building. And the other setup is... I don't know exactly where you aim it, somewhere around like here. But I'm not entirely sure. But that one also works fine.
This generator specifically has a lot of history, because there's actually a video of me trying to figure out if I can nade this generator without lockpicking the door, and I wasn't successful. Because that's what I tried. I tried to grenade in there, and it didn't explode the generator. At some point, it would actually go into the window, but it would disappear and no explosion would happen like that. And that's when I gave up and thought, all right, this isn't possible. And that's where we dropped the assault rifle idea, or the assault rifle grenade idea for the longest time.
So
However, the way this setup from Kenster works is you can actually damage a generator through the ground.
yeah, as you can
because
see, it
there-
doesn't have collision from the bottom.
Yeah. Basically, the ground in the generator only exists from one side, and that's from the top. From the bottom up, there is no ground, and therefore you can freely shoot a grenade down here, and it would hit everything in the room.
Yeah.
It's yeah, still salty that works, but not my way of doing it. It costs 2 years, but yeah,
The other setup actually works through this window as well.
that's true. But it has to hit a very specific point on the wall to actually make this explosion work and hit the generator.
Yeah, it's
What
somewhat
exactly?
specific.
Yeah.
So yeah, and then you'd go to the end, but we'll show that on the second route.
Yeah. The end actually also has a lot of history. Not really because a lot of changes happened in the strats, but rather it's a very infamous point of resetting.
So let's try this with the crossbow. See, he's already moving.
Oh, there you go.
Actually, depending on where you kill this guy, he can actually get spotted. You can tell whether or not he's gonna get spotted by like if he's to the right of this building. So if he was like here, he'd get spotted. But since like he's covered by the building from this guard, he won't be spotted.
Yeah. So okay, this is the IL strat. So far, so good. This
In
time
an
we
IL,
actually
you
got-
would actually try to shoot from like here,
Oh yeah, makes sense.
so you walk less. But okay, so the way you do this with a nade. Excuse me, sir. I typed in max ammo. There we go. Is you try to hit it so it's like in the seam between the wall and the ceiling. Even closer. Yeah, like that. Oh, the guys inside didn't die. I think you have to do it like closer over here. But yeah, if you do it right, then the guys inside will presumably die. Or
At least not go for the button.
yeah, I'm pretty sure they die if you do it properly.
They're pumping 10,000 volts through those ladders.
He's so fast, it's weird.
But yeah, the first time I saw this strat, it was just crazy. Like in an IL, you would just run past this point, look up, shoot a grenade, and all of a sudden the generator is destroyed. Like
Yeah,
this is insane.
You can actually do it like this, but like actually hit it.
Yeah.
It's like not even that hard if I was just on a setup I was used to. Yeah, I might still be able to do it, but yeah. That is also really fun to do an IL properly. Okay, so now we're gonna shoot the one from inside there, from somewhere over here. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use. I need to kill this guy. You want to use the line between this ground texture and this ground texture. And you want to walk to the side. And as soon as you pass that tower with the crosshair, you want to shoot a nade. Oh, I think that was too low, actually. I forgot that you need to set up your height as well. Something like that, maybe? Yeah. So yeah, in theory you can do that while completely in motion, and it's pretty sick.
Yeah. Jesus Christ.
That was
yeah,
fun.
Lance.
That was like everyone in the community that was active collaborated on that strat, and it was really fun.
Nice.
And yeah, in an IL, what you would do here is you would like run like that. Oh fuck.
Aw.
But yeah. Okay, so let's just go to the end of the level and no clip upwards.
We load the truck in 1 hour.
The
Oh,
level end trigger, does it work?
Oh no, it doesn't. You're right. Okay, actually we can show off how that works, because that's actually really interesting. It's a good point.
So yeah, after killing these 4 generators, you would run to the end where the ladder that would be electrocuted isn't anymore after you kill the 4 generators. You would go up, kill 1 last guard, and then there is a jump.
There's a
jump-
medkit here, by the way, which could be useful in 30%.
Yeah. That jump cost a lot of nerves for everyone running this game. It always did, and it, I guess it got a lot less trivial as time went on and people got more harder tricks to worry about. But yeah, the game basically didn't start until you got past.
This is the
First-
best backup medkit to get in this level.
Yeah. The game basically, the run didn't start until you passed Emerald 02.
So there's an invisible wall above us while the electricity is here. But let's say
Yeah.
for the sake of argument that we managed to get past it. This is the guy, if you don't have any assault rifle ammo or pistol ammo, what I do is I do the jump shot. And normally he wouldn't be moving in that direction, so it would be a bit easier, but...
Yeah, he's kind of not behaving as he should because we kind of skipped a lot of the map. But yeah. So this last jump, normally you should only, you know, slowly go down with the hook. One variation, obviously, is doing another hook jump, jumping down and then hooking at the last moment.
Yeah.
However, there is a third option that's even faster than that.
Yeah, so what you do is you walk off and then you use this slope here to cancel your fall damage.
Yeah, slope down right is... Again, you use slopes to convert basically your falling speed into horizontal speed, and that's how you take no fall damage. Something that the segmented run did, and something that in 2014 was seen as just a YOLO strat. For obvious reasons. One of them being randomly, and you can't see this, but you will feel it when you play this, is randomly you will not have any air control when you run down this ledge. Specifically and only this ledge. Sometimes you cannot straighten the air and actually set up that fall damage slope thing. So you would just fall to your death without being able to control yourself. Why it happens? No idea.
And that's why I always hold the hook before I jump off it. In case that happens, I can snap upwards and hook.
Yeah, but you gotta react super fast. So...
And also, you don't need to walk off to cancel your fall damage, you can also jump. But if you jump, a lot of the time you'll still take some fall damage. Usually just a little bit.
yeah.
And that's slightly faster. So yeah, let's
Let's just say, for the sake of argument, okay, we got all the generators, we did the jump, alright. Because we didn't kill the generators, this level doesn't end. The level end trigger does not appear here.
Yes, it does.
Wait, does it?
Okay, so let's see what happens. So now we're gonna go to where the level end trigger normally is. The quote-unquote level end trigger. Wait. Okay,
Yeah,
so...
it's not there.
No, listen. What basically just happened is we completed an objective on the level. Because... Let's see what happens when we destroy all the generators now.
Oh, no way. It works like that?
As far as I remember. Also, this
Wow.
fence is an invisible wall that doesn't always align with the fence, and you can walk on the outside if you want. And also, the invisible wall is super high.
Yeah.
There are 2 generators left, which is correct, since we already destroyed one of them.
Oh yeah, you killed one on the way, didn't you?
Yeah. I killed B.
But yeah, I guess in the meantime, oh no, you are right at the end at the last generator.
Oh,
so
by the
okay.
way, you can use some slopes here. I think you can use like this slope to jump on top of this building, and from there you can like jump up here and you can get out of bounds, something like that.
Yeah, there's no use for it. It's just really cool to see.
So if I'm not mistaken, the level should end now. Okay, wait. The letters are safe now. You can access the roof. So I think I actually skipped this trigger as well. Fuck off. Ah, I hit the F1 key again. Okay, I think I can just put in the command while I'm here. I actually hit the F1 key multiple times. Okay, so I'm now a flyy boy.
I didn't know there was a trigger at this door.
Wait, I'm confused. I'm pretty sure there's supposed to be an objective somewhere around here.
Alright, in any case, the way this game processes how the level ends normally, you would have a certain set of objectives that is always shown whenever you play this game. At certain points it says, objective, kill this guy, or objective, hit this button. Only if you clear all those objectives, the level end trigger will actually appear. Like
yeah, okay,
that.
it seems like it works differently than I remember. Interesting.
Yeah. But that's why we said, I think earlier in this video, we said there are no ways of skipping certain parts of the game because we have to hit every objective and every trigger to make these level end triggers actually appear. Otherwise, we would not be able to complete the level at all.
Yeah. I've actually looked for ways to get to that ending part without destroying all the generators, and I couldn't find anything. Mainly because the invisible wall at the fence is just that high.
Yeah, it goes sky high. Like really, really high.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was Emerald 2, lots of options, so we had to talk about a lot of things. Emerald 3, thankfully a bit linear than that, a bit more linear than that. Still a lot of optimizations as time went on, but no full 180 turns in what strats we use.
Okay, so what we have to do here is we have to finish watching them talk before we leave the vent. Because if we go in here sooner, then they'll get alerted. And this door is still locked, so we can't get outside. And we can't like lure them to open the door for us or anything. And also we can't kill them, I'm pretty sure they're immortal. Ah no, the mission fails to kill them.
Alright, fair enough. So yeah, we gotta wait. While we are in these vents, the game doesn't want us to do any noise at all. And that means shooting any gun, punching the vents, or reloading. However, okay, yeah, punching does make a sound with your fists. However, certain things that you would think make sounds don't actually create any sound. For example, any secondary attack with weapons that have a melee attack do not create any sound, even though this is the same effect as a punch. But yeah, let me remind you, reloading here is not okay. If you have a half-full mag in your assault rifle, you cannot reload. That fails this part.
Okay, what happens if I try to run out here as soon as he opens the door?
They run back in and say, oh god, it's 13. I think you can still hit the checkpoint? I'm not sure though.
I think...
But they will definitely
let's
run back
it.
into the room.
Let's just test it.
Yeah.
The door's open. I think he will like always block me no matter what.
Oh yeah, he body blocks you. Yeah, that makes sense. And also they don't move at all. So he is just a barrier in front of the door.
Right, yeah. But I think that's the only reason why that does work. And as you could see, I didn't hit the checkpoint. I think the checkpoint only appears once they both left.
I think it's just all the way behind the door. Or is that incorrect?
No, I think you hit the checkpoint as soon as you leave the vent, normally. By the way, while you're waiting here, the guards outside are already, like, on their global cycle. So depending on the language, the guards will be in different positions. Because the cutscene will have different lengths.
Alright, let's just show the current strat.
The current strat for exiting the vent, okay. So you get right on this table, and that way you can take the straightest possible line. There's 2 medkits in this area somewhere, but or maybe even more, but you don't need them. There are 3 Arnates here, which you would get before you send up the elevator on 30%. But yeah, on any percent, I would have just stayed in that elevator. Here's one of the medkits you can get. I mean, I guess I'll take this opportunity to show the medkits.
Yeah. What you would normally do is press the button for the elevator, get the armor and ammo from the one guy sitting basically in front of the elevator.
Yeah, he's like right in front of the elevator facing the wall.
You crouch walk, get his stuff, crouch back into the elevator before the door actually closes and kills you, and then you move up to the next part.
Isn't there something in this room? I think the bathroom here has something. No, that's the other bathroom. Never mind.
Let's play with cancer.
Yeah.
You should... Oh, wait. Can it go down? Oh, I didn't know that! Wow, that's crazy, actually.
So yeah, this is the guy that would normally have the armor, which you want. And this door, if it descends on you while you're below it, then it will crush you and insta-kill you.
Yeah.
Even if you're standing up, it won't force you to like crouch, it will just kill you.
Yeah, so if you're in the elevator and want to get his stuff first, you want to crouch walk as the door closes, otherwise, yeah.
Is dangerous. You can go left side or right side here. I think there is actually some scenario where you want to go right side, but I don't remember what it is. Maybe in no medkits? No.
Sure, but for the majority of times, you want to go hit that left side.
Okay, yeah, you want to go left, and the reason I just shot the wall, which you want to do on all categories, is that the guy will now emerge and he'll be like, his AI will behave weirdly, and he won't shoot you at first, and he's just a sitting duck for you to kill with your assault rifle. And if you kill him with the assault rifle this way, then the enemy on that side won't hear you. If you just run in here normally and not lure him and kill him here, where you would normally see him, then the other guy over there will hear and attack you. This guy. Oh, hi. So at this checkpoint, you always want to do a checkpoint reset no matter what. In order to affect the cycle of the electricity here coming up.
Yeah, you wanna... There is a drop down here in these shafts, and there are actually kill triggers that appear at a certain cycle in form of electricity, and reloading that checkpoint, you will always have the same cycle and can drop down instantly.
I've never checked these corridors.
Sorry, just a little freaked out here.
I guess there's nothing really here.
Hey, you can see the electricity from there.
Yeah. This one's just the exact same. Different wall textures. Yeah, nothing. Okay.
Exploring with their cans.
Okay, so by the way, this is also a good part where you can see that climbing with spacebar is better than with the directional keys, because I can look wherever I want, and it doesn't cause any trouble.
There's no change in speed in this, but it's just, yeah.
What? I'm confused. Okay. So I just got thrown off there super hard because I feel like the sky looked different than it normally does.
So yeah, this is the drop we're talking about. Since we're reloading that checkpoint, there is no electricity killing us on the way.
So there's a bunch of different ways you can do this part after you drop down and hook. So you can either just go right in this door like I just did. Actually, I can just show them because the checkpoint is so close. So yeah, this is like the normal 90% way. And this door either closes behind you or it doesn't. I think if you're like really fast, it will stay open, and otherwise it closes. So in this case, it closed. And then you just have keycard and you move forward. And 8% you just go here. So these guys can each be in 2 different positions. We'll see if we can get the other positions later. But yeah. And then you use the keycard here and you move onward to the next checkpoint. So the like sort of old 30% way, and I think it was used in 80% way back when as well, is as follows. Fuck.
Oh, you want the Goomba, the guy.
Yeah, you want to jump on top of this guy to Goomba him, and then you go right into the door, and then you do the same. Also, there's a backup method here that's useful.
Right. I
Really,
don't think we ever
Yeah.
talked about it before, but if you jump on an enemy's head, it will knock them out instantly, and we call that Goomba. Whenever we Goomba someone, we jump on their head to kill them. It's a very effective way of taking someone out that's below you. However, very situational, rarely comes up. There are actually certain enemies that you can Goomba pretty effectively.
So in
For
this case, I
example,
was
the last
fast
one.
enough, so the door stays open, and that's why I'm getting shot from the outside.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so that guy didn't notice me. That's actually what you want on 30%, except you'd also want to close the door behind you so you wouldn't get shot. So he wouldn't notice you, and then he'd normally be in this position, and then you just kill him. I think he's in a different position because I'm on English rather than Italian.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Wait, no it doesn't, because the cutscene doesn't have any dialogue. I'm confused.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, anyway. He'd be in this position and you'd shoot him, and then you'd continue. A notable thing in 30% here is that it's pretty hard to kill all the enemies you need in just one magazine, and if you don't manage to, then reload, like, you lose like a full reload worth of time, so like 2 or 3 seconds, which is pretty bad. But yeah. You can kill this guy by like throwing a good nade up here, but you never have to do that really. Oh, and that happens also. So in this case, the guy was in the second position, which is around here, and that's why he like noticed the nade. And he's also in the other position, which is okay. Before he was there, but now he's further away, which makes him harder to kill.
Yeah, you want to peek around the corner, shoot him a little bit, and then peek back, because AI only shoots you if they see you a certain amount of time. So if you peek out, shoot him, peek back in, he didn't have enough reaction time basically to shoot you.
And there's actually like pros and cons for each position in 90% at least. Let's pick up his armor. So if he's in this position in any percent, that means you can ignore him, which is nice, because you don't potentially waste time killing him. But if he's in this position, you do have to kill him, but you get to pick up his ammo for free, since you have to wait here while swiping the keycard and wait for this to open. which used to be more important before we got an extra magazine by picking up the Ironate on Emerald 01. But it's still the thing I felt I should point out. You can crouch under this door a bit, saves a bit of time. This medkit is the easiest one to practice medkit duping on. How do I... Oh, fuck. How do you dupe medkits again? It's like sort of a trivial thing, because like it's useful in theory, but you never do it in practice because you have to meet a few conditions, which is that you have items in your inventory besides medkits and weapons. You need to not have any medkits in your inventory, at least of the type that you picked up. And you need to have like time to like switch. Okay, and you have to do the dupe when you pick up the medkit. I don't remember the inputs you do exactly. I think it involves switching weapons, or like switching, I guess, tools or gadgets or whatever you want to call that group of items that's not weapons. While you pick up the medkit, and then you can use a medkit, and then you will still have medkits equipped while you actually don't have any. So you can use a medkit while you have 0, and then after that it will switch back. So you basically use 2 medkits even though you only picked up 1. I don't know if there was a good explanation. But yeah, it's like a weird thing that, because of how situational it is, isn't really used. And it's also pretty hard. But anyway, this is also... Sometimes you want a checkpoint reset on this checkpoint, because of a mechanic I haven't mentioned yet, where if you reset at a checkpoint, or you start a new level, and you had less than 25 HP, your health will be set to 25. So since that last part is very hard to survive with 30%, sometimes you will have very little health, and it will be worth it to do checkpoint reset here to regain some health. And then pick up this medkit and have 50 health.
Yeah. Similarly, in any percent, if you skipped every form of armor so far, like I used to do in my first runs, then you would also be on really low health and would probably have to reload that checkpoint real quick.
Can you not open these doors? I thought you could.
No, I don't think you can. You can't really access those vents from this side.
Yeah, I know. But as you can see, there's a full medkit in that vent. And I think a helmet?
You can go there after.
So this left room here, 2 things. First, sometimes when you run past here, happens very rarely, probably like 2% of the time, a guard from, maybe even rarer, maybe like 1%, one of the guards from inside here will actually open the door, and he can like see you, and I don't know if he tries to hit you. But yeah, you're running past here and the door will open, and it's gonna be really awkward. Secondly, we used to actually enter this room because there's a document in here.
Yeah. It's a very important document, actually. Or we used to think so, at least.
So this locker here has a dual weapon skill. And this was actually the only dual weapon skill. Oh, there's an AR-nade here, I forgot about that. Right.
But yeah, for the longest of times, this was the only dual weapon skill that we knew of when routing this game. And for those who don't know, dual weapons is what you need to dual wield one-handed weapons, specifically the miniguns. I mean, you can have 2 pistols, that's not too great, honestly, but you can double wield the Uzis, the miniguns, and that is the strongest damage dealer in this game by far, up close at least.
Yeah.
Like 2 miniguns shred every boss, and that's what we really want to have for later levels in the game where we can access this weapon.
So yeah, apparently this room has 3 AR nades. I knew about the 2 at one point, but I apparently forgot about them. But they're not really useful. You'd think they might be useful, but this room is kind of a pain to enter.
Yeah, there are a lot of guards in here, and even back then in any percent, going into this room, just really directly just going to the dual weapon skill and then running back is quite deadly.
Yeah, you'd always like kill 1 or 2 guys on the way.
Yeah. But
We
that's
used
what
to
we
have
used to
a
do.
lot of trouble surviving this level, even on 90%. But I think, like, for me, it's not really an issue anymore as long as I don't take a lot of fall damage.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, true. We would take a lot of fall damage most of the time from Emerald to the end.
By the way, that document, picking that up costs about 8 seconds. So, no way you would get up here is by just climbing these crates, but that's like super bad. Instead, you want to use this slope to jump up here, and you can also
Yeah.
pick up the medkit on the way.
This used to be a strat that was, you know, IL only or segmented run only considered,
This
because
path
Yeah.
leads toward that full medkit we saw earlier,
yeah.
but it's like incredibly never worth it because it's so far away.
Yeah. For this flashbang, it's trivial, but you just gotta be close to Carrington. So
I tried to
it'll-
show it off, but instinctively went close to him and it was too late.
It's fine. Carrington, after his first line of dialogue, will walk up to you and at a certain distance will stop and talk to you. If you're just all the way at the end of this basically black box that you're in this flashback, he will follow you into the darkness endlessly until you're finally close enough to him to talk. So it can be a very creepy sequence depending on if you actually walk to him or not. But yeah, in a run, just walk up to him, he will talk instantly, that's it.
And all of these flashback areas are like separate areas of the map that exist out of bounds. And you can no-clip there, and you will also have a flashback filter applied to you. So that flashback visual filter of the black and white is not a property of like the quote-unquote cutscene, but just a property of the area. And also that flashback, that fucking flashback. I've had 2 things happen to me on that flashback. The first is, at the end, there's like a short delay. So like the faded will start, and then for like a second or so, there's no sound, and then the faded will continue. So that just loses like a second for like no reason, which is very strange to me. I think that's only happened on that flashback. I think it happened on Bank once too, but it's happened multiple times in this one. And the second thing is, which has happened to me twice exactly, is that the flashback just didn't end. So I was just stuck in that flashback area indefinitely. And I had to reset the run because of it.
Never happened to me before, but I guess that's that's what a game does sometimes if you just run it for hundreds of times.
It's such a strange bug. And it's only happened on that flashback. It hasn't happened on any other flashback.
But yeah, moving on. We have a very long cutscene with Carrington. Before that, you gotta lockpick his cell. You can softlock the game by being really fast, lockpicking, and then mashing use to open his door instantly.
Wait,
I
am I
don't-
going the right way? No, I'm not. Wait, where am I? Okay, I know where I am, okay.
normally you would want to follow the path that is correct in your runs.
Normally, you would also want to equip the lockpick before the flashback starts, because normally you'd be much closer and you wouldn't have time to switch weapons in time
Does it
before
actually
you reach
save
the
time?
cell.
Does it actually save time to open this door soon? Like do this?
Am I dreaming? My
I think it only saves a minuscule amount, if so.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point, because you probably need to wait for the voice lines anyway, right?
Exactly.
Oh, I don't
There's your
know.
HF transmitter.
But I think Criminal timed it once to be a very, very minuscule amount of time save, so whatever. But yeah, if you mash
No,
use
no,
there,
no, no, no,
open
no. I
door-
think you're thinking of is the position where you're standing while you're picking the lock.
Oh,
Mm,
my cigar.
no, I'm not sure about
Because
that. Whatever.
Criminal talks about that like all the time.
Alright, moving on at least. We don't know. You can soft lock there, and now you have a little bit of time to just goof around and do whatever you want.
Let's take
You can like phase through these doors. They're very strange doors.
Yeah, also,
Ready, son?
this...
You can close these doors if you have the lockpick in your hand, but not if you have anything else in your hand. And you can boost off of this thing, and you can make
Cool.
weird noises with it. I'm gonna show it up in a second. Just gonna kill all these enemies.
Yeah.
So yeah, you can do that. And also, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, these doors are open, and these actually lead to the same room where we picked up the document earlier. But it's not really useful, and you can't really get through there without being at this part in the first place.
Yeah.
So now these gates are gonna lock shut. And we can't get through them normally, but I'm gonna show off what's on the other side nonetheless.
This part in the speedrun is really just run forward, kill the dudes, that's it. Nothing too fancy.
Pick up the ammo, because you need to wait for Karen anyway. So let's see what's on the other side. By the way, all it said here is just like a weird room. But here,
Like,
for some reason, there's this texture that you can see on photographs in certain parts of the map. And here it just covers a wall, which you would normally never see. Kind of weird.
I only know this texture from one of the lockers in SSH. SSH1A.
Yeah, it's A.
Yeah.
These lockers don't have anything.
That level, by the way, Emerald 03 that we just finished, used to be a really, really big run killer as well because we were just dying all the time. And it still is a really hard level in 30%. So, yeah, definitely a very infamous level.
Still kills runs in any percent, because you just fuck up the hook drop.
Oh, yeah, true. True. Okay, Emerald 04. Is again a level that went through a lot of changes because we have a lot of openness again. We have a certain set of enemies that we need to kill. We need to kill everyone on this map, and the last enemy that we kill has a keycard that we need to
Do I need to
progress.
screenshot for this map? Do you think that could be useful?
Yeah.
I think so too.
I don't want to talk too much about the history of this level again and how the route changed, but basically, 2014, we had no idea how we should do this level. Everyone had their own strat and their own way of doing this because it was very open and left a lot of room for just
I'm not
doing
sure
your own strats.
how I'm supposed to take the screenshot with the fog.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe we'll just not do it.
Maybe not, yeah. I guess you can show off some paths. The first thing that we basically did always was we would equip the crossbow and kill one or two guys from afar without alerting anyone else. The reason we only killed... Yeah, that guy is very hard to hit. If you hit this... Oh my god, what a god gamer. But yeah, what we used to do was just kill the two guards Kenson just killed with the crossbow. Stealthily without alerting anyone else. You can't kill this third one with the cross because he actually has a helmet on, and you can't kill people with helmets with the crossbow. Moving forward, and that's with strats
right?
just changed completely. Yeah, some went through this room and then killed first this guy, went through the door.
Wait, and then you went here?
Yeah, or the later door. Basically, the jump that Kensu just did subconsciously was also something that we found way later. This one right here. Yeah. So
oh yeah, we used to go here.
exactly, we opened this door or went through here, or we actually jumped through the window right as we passed through the first double doors.
Yeah. So.
Because you can actually jump that.
Something like that, but better.
Yeah, and we also always went through this later door and not this one.
Yeah, we used to go through this one.
Yeah. Needless time loss as well, but yeah. Moving on. We killed everyone so far. There is only one guy left, and he's in this room. There is also a medkit in this room, and also the part where we need to put the next objective into after we use the keycard.
Yeah.
So that was basically one path that you could take to kill these enemies. Everyone did their own thing. Some of them ran through the right at this window at the start, where we actually ended on... Kenzie, you're very distracting.
Sorry.
I didn't know you could jump up there. But yeah, basically, the room you would now enter, this would be the room that some would enter the building with.
Yeah, you can do that.
They would kill this first guy and then run to the main hall, kill the guys up there, and then go out the double doors and, you know, exit to...
You can still do that in 30% if you don't manage to kill all the three guys outside without reloading. You kind of have to escape because they don't have any cover to hide behind.
Yeah.
So you might want to go here in that case. And then
But
kill
yeah,
the guy outside last and pick up the keycard from him.
Yeah, but the fact that you can just jump through this window without any hassle is really, really cool. I like that a lot as a concept.
So
fun fact also.
Yeah.
You probably want to say the same thing. You can break these.
So fun fact is these actually have collision. So if you jump off here, you will get stuck on them.
Yeah, and you can break them. They act like glass.
Yeah. What else?
Do you just want to show the variation where we actually use noise to manipulate them?
Yeah.
All right. So after a lot of very different strats that everyone used, the three active players at the time, which was Lei, Kensta, and me, came together to come up with this strategy, which is we shoot early, right as we pass the first wall, to alert the enemies and make them run to us. That way we can funnel them together and kill them instantly while we're running to this building. Saves a lot of time over crossbowing these guys silently. And then we just run through the rest of the building, kill that guy, and then run out.
And you want to open these because that way you don't have to open them later. But I'm gonna show off something later as well. That means you don't actually have to do that.
So now the second part of the level starts up. Basically, we use the keycard to get this battery? Fuse, thank you. Put in the fuse box that we passed by, but there are actually 3 enemies now spawning way away from the building. And again, a lot of ways were used to kill these guys, but most of the time we use explosives. First, a grenade that was well timed. Nowadays, we use assault rifle nades, right?
The assault rifle nades are only used in 30% because you don't have them in any percent.
Oh yeah, makes sense. Yeah.
And in ILs you also use assault rifle nades, but from like stupidly far away.
Makes sense. All right. So I guess show off the hand grenade strat.
Okay, so you go the most direct path towards them, which is this.
Yeah.
Throw it at like a 45-degree angle upwards. And then shoot them with it. Oh yeah, in any percent they die pretty easily. So you actually want to turn around much sooner than I did. But yeah.
Basically, I used voice lines to time out my grenade throw, and
Same.
what you want to do is just time your grenade so that it explodes right as these enemies spawn in, or at least close to.
By the way, you can see the fuse from outside here, but you can't pick it up.
That's so close though.
It is. It's frustrating.
But yeah, and then we would just put the fuse in the fuse box, go to Carrington, talk to him, and then there are 2 last enemies spawning in, and that's the level.
Yeah. So in 30%, what you would do is you do the same thing where you throw the nade over there, and then you switch to assault rifle and you shoot some AR nades at them to hopefully kill them.
Yeah. If you don't kill them, you would want to kill them as you run away.
Yeah.
And for that, you mostly use.
So you'd be running like
assault
backwards
rifle.
and trying to shoot them.
Yeah, you would use assault rifle or pistol. Both would work fine.
In ILs, you would shoot the assault rifle nades probably from somewhere around here. It's like really stupid how far away that is, and it's very difficult to time. Because as soon as they spawn, the 3 guys actually all walk in different directions. So you have to hit the correct spot and also at the correct time so that they're all still there. Pretty hard.
Yeah. Also, forgot to mention, you need to kill these guards. If you don't, they kill Carrington.
Yeah, as you can
Bloodlands.
see, Carrington is just chilling in front of the base, which is pretty much where the guards go.
Yeah.
So yeah, normally if we would have, since we opened these earlier, they would have still been open, but we took so long. So I can't place the fuse without opening it, it seems, but you can actually aim down here, and it will go in just fine.
That's a very new find.
Yeah, it's really weird.
But yeah, you would run up.
You can hit this
Instead
lever
of
from.
opening the door.
You can hit this lever from outside instead of going in, but its hitbox, as you can see, is pretty small. It's almost as if it's like a plane instead of like a cuboid. So if you look at it from the side, it's like tiny, but if you look at it from the front, it's wide. And that makes it pretty hard to hit from outside. But you can do it quickly anyway, if you're good. Now timer started to spawn. No, actually the timer hasn't started yet. Now Carrington is sort of went active, and he's chilling there. And once we get close to him, a voice will play, and the timer will start to spawn 2 enemies. Oh, the cable car just showed up. One of them will spawn up there, and the other one will spawn behind here. Actually, fuck, I can't show this off because this cable car is already there. It's gonna block my view.
You can show off the old way, which is just killing them as you're intended to do, which is one enters the door, you kill them, the other enters the door, you kill them.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is for the longest time what we used to do. In 2018, however,
And then you go back to him.
yeah, he gives you a sniper rifle, and then this weird-ass level end trigger appears as soon as Carrington hits his final position right there. And sometimes it will actually not end the trigger unless you move in just as it spawns, or it has weird properties.
So one more thing.
Oh, the sniper document.
Yeah, if you go this way, and you can also use like this ladder to go here. That's just the way I used in my first playthrough, so it's always stuck on the head. You can go in here, and there's a sniper document, which you never want to pick up in any run, but it's there. Secondly,
We actually debated to get this for Emerald 05.
it's useful if you're not good at aiming with sniper rifle.
Yeah.
You can also walk here and stuff, but other interesting thing is you can jump up here. It's weird because this thing is open and I can't close it. But yeah, you can jump from over here to... What got... Dude, I got stuck on an icicle, are you kidding me? Whatever.
Alright, I guess let's show off the strats we currently use.
Okay, let's show off the 30% strat for the beginning.
Get rid of these
Where...
clowns.
Oh, actually, I started using the any percent strat here as well. No, they didn't hear it for some reason. Maybe I was aiming too high. That can happen. But sometimes you actually just straight up don't hear it. If you're too slow, this guy will be to your right instead of to your left. Oh, since I was slow, he's very close to the door, so I can open this one already, which is nice. I used to actually go on the right side of that truck instead of the left. But
Yeah,
slower.
There are a lot of things that I used to do in this level. That was slower.
Go, go, go!
Okay.
It's actually...
30%.
Oh shit!
That was really bad.
It's actually so crazy to me how many strats we had for this level.
It's a
How
great,
many
it's a
different
great level.
variations.
Also, another.
It's really fun.
So when you kill those 3 far away guys, the way I tell whether I kill them, since there's fog, is by the music. So if the battle music is playing, presumably one of them is still alive. So you need to kill him, otherwise he's gonna kill Carrington. And if the battle music stops and you go back to the call music, then you killed all of them. However, that's not a totally reliable way of determining that, because apparently there's a bug with the music here, where sometimes the battle music will continue playing even though you killed all of them. So you will go back and find that all of them are actually dead, and you wasted time by turning around. And other times, the call music will start playing, indicating that you killed them, but one of them is still alive. And then once you're about at the point I'm at right now, Carrington will just die.
Yeah.
Pretty annoying. So let's actually go fast this time. So what we're gonna want to do is the guy that spawns on the roof, we want to kill him before he has a chance to go down. I'm gonna do that with an AR in this case, but you can also do it with just the assault rifle bullets. And yeah, that was obviously much faster. And Carrington is, I guess, closer to the cable car as well, even though it turns around, so it's kind of weird. But yeah. That was pretty
you
much...
want to stand...
Yeah.
Sorry. You want to stand right where Kensu was standing at the end to actually always proc that level end trigger as soon as it appears. If you run in the middle of the cable car, sometimes the level end will just not trigger.
Didn't you have like
and
a
you will need to run out and then...
twisted?
I had a setup that was basically just standing right where you were standing.
Another fun thing. So the cable car obviously like moves over there, and well, you can get killed by the cable car if you're not careful, and that's happened to me probably like 2 or 3 times in a run. Actually, I think it happened to me only once in a run. But yeah, you need to be mindful of that, because that's a pretty silly way to die.
Yeah. Alright, the final Emerald level, Emerald 05. We start up with a cutscene, nothing too fancy, and once this cutscene ends, there is a hook that we need to use to get down to the bottom. For the longest time, we used to think, alright, we need to go up the ladder and then drop down, like that. And that's when this cutscene procs and the cable car crashes down. If you are fast enough and have a perfect hook and unhook immediately, this cutscene will not proc. But that information is not that important because we don't have to go up the ladder. Because there is a hole right in front of us that we can just drop through. And we didn't notice that until like 2018.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, like, it's really interesting how this works, because if you go up here and you hook, the cutscene will only play if you like right click with the hook to descend, and if you just keep hanging stationarily, then it will never fall. So what you can do is, I couldn't hook again because my camera was weird.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
yeah, you
that's
can
what I
just
meant there, yeah.
you can just do that indefinitely, and the cutscene for the thing falling down will never proc.
They're back.
In fact, the cable car will fall down by itself way later, like a minute later.
One time I had a bug where Carrington didn't manage to jump down this hole.
Oh yeah, I remember.
And so I had a Carrington up here and a Carrington down there, and it was great. But yeah, you can fall down this hole. There's like a button combination that you can press while you're in the cutscene to always fall down it reliably. I think it's backwards and to the right.
This way.
But as soon as you hit the bottom, you hit the checkpoint. Assuming you didn't die from fall damage.
Yeah. And this is the part where you just kill the guys as fast as possible, sniping them down with the sniper rifle.
Although it doesn't lose time if you're a bit slow, because it's sort of on a timer anyway.
Yeah, you need to wait for Carrington to run around. It's the dialogue as well.
So another cable car fell down
This
because
is
the timer
basically...
expired.
Yeah, and yeah, this is basically just escort Carrington the level.
All these
fun
guys
fact,
have
you can-
stuff. So one of them has a medkit. Actually, two of them have medkits. I think the one that's like far away is a full medkit, and that guy actually has an AR grenade.
Lol. But yeah. Also, fun fact. You can position yourself so the cable car would drop down on you. It wouldn't kill you. You would just be stuck for the rest of eternity in a hitbox that would only appear once the cable car crashes down.
Okay, so you mean to tell me on the previous level where it moves slow as fuck it insta-kills you, but on this one where it crashes to the ground, doesn't do anything.
Yeah, I mean, you are stuck for the rest of eternity, so it's also pretty
A
bad.
fate worse than death, some might say.
Yeah. Yeah. Again, you want to line yourself up, kill the guys there as they spawn in. And then this is the final part of this level.
So, earlier you made recall on Winslow Bank, I said, we were talking about phantom hits, where you will get a hit marker on screen indicating you got hit, but you won't take any damage. And I said that I think that can happen to enemies as well. And this is one of the spots where I think it can happen quite often, because you're trying to kill these enemies in the distance with your sniper rifle, but sometimes Carrington will go in front of your crosshair, and you will sort of hit the edge of his hitbox like that, and it's kind of hard to tell because for some reason itself isn't displayed very well. But I think a lot of the time he doesn't take any damage from that.
Hold your fire. It's shown.
It's so weird that I can't see his fucking health. So strat here as you crouch with the sniper rifle in order to have it become accurate more quickly, and then you shoot these first two guys with the sniper rifle instead of with the thing, and then you shoot the rest with the thing.
What's the machine gun? Yeah. And there is a very specific order you want to kill these guys in. To kill them as fast as you can see them, and also to make these guys on the left spawn relatively quickly.
It's very simple. You just go from left to right and then right to left.
Yeah, pretty much.
Also, on 30%, since it's a bit harder to kill the enemies quickly with this machine gun, you might want to actually, after you use the sniper rifle to shoot these two guys, you might actually want to kill the next 3 with the sniper rifle as well. What the fuck? Who's shooting me? From whence am I being shot at?
What?
I can hear shooting noises, but I don't know where I'm being shot from.
Stones is shooting you. Get in the car.
Also, that part
Helicopter.
connects to the start of the level. It's kind of in a circle. But yeah, it's like roofs. You have to make character move forward.
Nobody likes Keller 1. Nobody.
That's not true. Keller 1 is actually like one of the best levels in the game.
Alright, okay, you love it until you hate it. And then at some point when you're really good, you love it again.
Yeah.
But everyone at some point hated this level.
Okay, so let's go the left way first. This is like the original way that everyone used to use.
And it's slightly slower. I don't know by how much.
So the advantage of this way is that you're further away from these enemies on the right. Which is good if you want to ignore them. But yeah, that's pretty much the main advantage of going this way these days. Usually
So
we
it's yeah.
usually we go this way now because it's about 1 or 2 seconds faster.
I don't get it. According to the
100 seconds?
1 or 2 seconds.
Oh, sorry. Okay, yeah. Alright.
If you go this way, in any percent you can ignore the enemies. On 30% you want to kill them. And if you do that, then this guy has a medkit and this green guy has a medkit. And
Now
this
you
guy,
might think, yeah, nice. You might think that running past on the left side might be safer on 30%, and technically you tend to take less damage if you're lucky, but you want those extra medkits, and also it's a more direct route.
if you go left side, you still want to kill them. And if you kill them while going left side, you won't be able to pick up ammo, which is going to be an issue later. So you definitely want to go right side. You actually you don't just want the ammo, you actually need it pretty badly. So yeah, you need to go right side. And 30% you want to pick up at least 1 revolver.
In any percent, you just run past these guys.
Yeah.
Alright. Coming up is a part that used to be very different.
Did I go to the
compared
boat?
today.
Yeah, I should go to the boat, right?
Yeah. Nowadays, we always, in any category, run past this boat on the right side. The only item of interest there is an important document that has the lockpick document in there. Old runners used to think, all right, this is very important to open doors faster.
I missed the
That's
jump.
obviously fast.
I
F.
can't see anything.
All right.
So yeah, what you normally do is you would go over here and then pick up the document and then turn around.
Yeah. We used to do that. Nowadays, we know that picking up this lockpick document is rather slow, and in fact, is not worth the path that you take right there. Where we pick up the newer lockpick document, if you'd even pick it up, we'll talk about that in the level where it's relevant. But now there's a new fun thing to discuss.
Basically, the reason this lockpick document is slower is that the other one you can pick it up without losing any time at all. And there's only one lockpickable door between here and then, so this document saves 2 seconds on that door, and it obviously takes more than 2 seconds to pick it up, so that's why it's slow. Okay, so right here, we're gonna go this way on the right. And these guys on the left are going to show up and shoot us in the back, basically. And Normally they spawn relatively closely behind you, but what you can do is you can turn around and they will be further away. Should I show off both or just turning around?
We don't really have a checkpoint nearby, so let's just show it running backwards. But basically, to clarify, these guys, once you run past a certain point on this right side area, they will spawn behind you and run after you. However, what we are doing now delays this spawning behind us. They would have showed up right when they disappeared on the left-hand corner in that window. And we delayed that spawn by looking back while running backwards. That is not only quite a lot safer, it is quite necessary to do in 30% if you want to survive this part.
Also,
In
you
any
can
percent,
you sometimes on 30% want to still go to this boat to pick up the full medkit. If you're on like 25 health or something really low. So what were you saying?
I was about to ask, in any percent, is there even a need to look back?
No,
Probably not, right? Yeah.
there isn't. Because like you just saw me do the any percent strat and I took like 23 damage. And probably if I go across the lake without shooting them or looking back, I'm gonna take like another 20 maybe. And then I'm gonna pick up a medkit, so yeah, it should be good.
Alright.
Oh fuck, dude, I'm thinking back to any percent. I'm wondering whether we actually kill those starting guys on any percent as well to pick up the extra medkits. I think we do.
I don't think there's a need.
No, you have the
Sorry.
extra medkits. You need the extra medkits for the next level because if you have
But
enough health.
you pick some up in the shelf, right?
No, but that's exactly it. Because if you get enough health on this level, you don't need to go to the shelf.
Oh, that's a strat. Holy shit.
Yeah. So I take back what I said about the guys at the beginning. I actually do want to kill them. I'm pretty sure. So yeah. So here's without looking back. There's multiple ways you can take across the ice here. Should I just kill the guys and show off all three? Probably. I think that's
Yeah, sure. Yeah, let's do that.
So as you can see, they spawned very soon compared to where they spawned last time. Okay, so the way you take an I'm gonna turn on God mode because the water here does damage, and sometimes it does like way more than it should. Okay, so 3 paths. The quickest one is here. So I just hold W and space, and I jump off close to the edge, and that allows you to climb up here pretty consistently. Sometimes you have trouble otherwise, as you can see. Then the second way is this way, I think? No, oh, okay. I think this, like, the middle path is, like, over here. I think you can directly jump onto this with, like, a super tight jump.
Really?
It's either over there or there, I'm not sure. I think you might be able to make this. Yeah,
Nice.
but probably don't want to do that in runs. And then, like, the 30% way is going over this one. And here
There's
you can either go
yeah.
over top of this one or to the right, and you pretty much always want to go here. Because it's just like a more direct route. And, but I guess if you go this way, then you get cover from the enemies behind you shooting you, so maybe that's worth it on 30%? I don't think so. So yeah, let's move forward. Oh, I didn't know these guys can... okay.
Close in on you, huh? When do they spawn?
I guess the trigger is somewhere on the ice. Normally, when you arrive here, they're still up there and like come towards you from like all the way up there. But yeah. Anyway, this guy has a medkit, and you always want to pick it up. Well, no, it's that one.
Lost.
They're in weird positions, okay? Okay, so the end of the level is over there. And normally we go on a long route all the way around. Is this screenshot worthy? I don't think so.
Nah, not really.
This river sort of pulls you along so you can't swim through it. People have tried jumping like probably like around here, but it doesn't work. This would obviously be like the shortest way. And there isn't really a spot on this wall where you can stand and then jump upwards, so that doesn't work either. So the next best thing we have is a trick called Dorothy Skip Skip.
Before we do that, let's show off Dorothy Skip first.
I was gonna do that afterwards, sure.
I would show that first because then the name would make a lot more sense.
Okay, you can kill this guy on 30% sometimes because he has a full medkit, which can be useful.
Yeah, otherwise just jump up one early slope. You can cut the corner
Jump
here.
up this one.
Alright, sure, that's the quickest one. And then this is what we actually have always been doing ever since the segmented run in 2007, which is Dorothy Skip. We can jump off that first log or on the side of the snow. However, the setup is a lot more... you'll get it a lot more often with the log jump. And then you want to slide off that other log and make it on top of the hill. It makes a lot more sense when you show it off.
Okay, so for the snow setup, which actually I found because I didn't know how to do it properly, like way back when. And I think the snow setup is worse, but some people like it more, so I guess it's preference which one you use.
Actually, before you talk about that, the reason we do any of this, or we have a setup for this specific jump, the reason why we're doing this jump is because there's a cutscene right in front of us, and if we wouldn't do this jump, we would be stuck in quite a long cutscene. It's Dorothy Skip because it's part of the dialogue. They're talking about Dorothy, and then there are people spawning around you. You gotta look at all of them. It's quite slow. So the reason we do this jump is to skip that cutscene specifically.
The name Dorothy Skip comes from the voice line, "Welcome to Kansas, Dorothy."
Dead was, yeah.
Which apparently is an Alice in Wonderland reference, as far as I know.
I thought it was a Wizard of Oz reference.
I thought those were
In
the
any
same.
case, whatever. It's not important. That's why we do this jump. Go on with your setup.
Okay. So I don't really have a setup for this snow way, but you run over this bump, and you jump, and you you hit the log. It's weird. This feels different than usual. I think it's because I bump into the log.
So
There we go. So
nice, yeah.
you bump off like the side of the log is basically a slope, so it propels you a bit upwards, and that's how you can get on there.
Yeah. There are parts of this log that are considered a slope, and you won't be able to stand on it, and there are parts on the slope that are seen as ground, and you can stand on it. You want to avoid the ground parts at all costs because that will instantly activate the cutscene. So for the regular Dorothy Skip, you would jump off of that log on the bottom there, and then slide off on that upper log to that hill, and then run to the end.
Yes, normally you like run around this corner, and what you do is you align your crosshair with this dot that I'm aiming at right now on the bottom of the log, and you run at it in a straight line, and you jump off this one, so like that.
Damn, I didn't know there was a lineup for that. All right, cool.
And that setup pretty much works no matter what angle you approach it from, I think.
I didn't know there was a lineup for that. All right, cool. But yeah,
So, yeah.
As you can tell, because there's a Dorothy skip, this is outdated. We still use it sometimes in 30%, right?
Yes, if you pick up the medkit from, like, the full medkit from him, then you're still using the 30%. Or because the newer version, the Dorothy skip only saves 8 seconds compared to this and is very difficult. You can also opt to use regular Dorothy skip instead if it's more consistent for you and you think it's worth the trade-off.
Yeah, the other jump we're about to show off is, despite its looks, one of the hardest jumps in the game.
Probably the hardest? The hardest that's used in a speedrun, at least, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, okay, got me. So yeah, then let's show off Dorothy skip. Of course, it's named that way because we skip Dorothy skip.
Okay, so use this wall. And... Okay, so how do you explain this one? So basically you want to run at it at like a 90-degree angle, and you want to jump as late as possible. And also you want to use the left side of this wall, because I think the right side, at least it looks like that from this perspective, is like slightly higher. So yeah, you run straight at it, and jump, and hopefully you make it up there.
Yeah, as you can already tell, this is quite a lot faster than running all the way around and then doing Dorothy skip. Like, this skip's even a longer running part. But yeah, it looks simple, but it really is such a specific jump. And more often than not, you will actually realize if you line it up badly, you will fall out of bounds and you will need to reload checkpoint.
Yeah,
It's actually quite funny when you get it. It's quite interesting.
It's like there's a tiny slit between the slope and the ground, because the ground is uneven.
Yeah. That ends runs, by the way. That's not fun to get.
It doesn't really end runs. If you checkpoint reset immediately, it loses like 8 or 10 seconds, which is as much as the trick saves if you hit it first try. But yeah, I mean, if you're like at the mid or low level, then 10 seconds isn't that much.
Yeah, it's just very... I say that because it's very frustrating, because you're gonna miss this jump like 2, 3, 4 times, and you think you landed in it, and then you fall out of bounds, die, and think,
Yeah.
fucking god damn it.
That's the worst. So let's have a look at what it looks like out of bounds. So if you fall out of bounds, you will land right here. And as you can see, I'm able to... Oh, I fell off. But yeah, there's an area there where you can walk on like the same height as where you started off. And I think you can actually get back in bounds pretty easily. But there's also this below area here out of bounds where you can walk. And you might be tempted to try to get to the end of the level, but you can't, because, well, for one, the river is in the way, which extends down here.
Yeah, it's an invisible wall.
And also you can't get past at some point in general. And also, I'm pretty sure the level entry wouldn't even extend this far down. So yeah, this doesn't really work as a time save. Yeah, this is where the enemies would normally be, but yeah, apparently I can't aim. Fuck. And I think if you're out of bounds, you can also just run straight through that wall. I want to actually try that. And then I think you actually fall into a different out of bounds area if you go over there. Okay, apparently running over here doesn't work. Oh, okay. Oh, whatever. Yeah. This keyboard is so annoying to use. Where do I need to go? I think I need to go about here. Okay, whatever. Let's continue to the next level.
Yeah. So, either the Dorothy skip or Dorothy skip, or DSS short. Your choice. However, Dorothy skip, quite a bit faster.
Okay, so the obvious thing to do would be to go this way, which you probably want to do in any percent if you do Dorothy skip. Or you could go here, and this will prevent some enemies from spawning. But let's go the normal way. Now going this way, you don't really have cover and all these enemies shoot you, which is really bad on 30%. But on any percent, it's totally fine. Oh, another funny quirk about Keller 1. When you load a checkpoint in the level for the first time, it actually gives you an additional revolver magazine compared to when you start the level normally. Which can actually be useful if you want that extra ammo, which you might. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's everything about Keller 1, right?
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, well, let's continue. One more thing I want to add about Kello. So right here at the beginning, these first few enemies,
We'll hide the chopper.
they like talk to each other, they have a bunch of dialogue lines. And normally what's supposed to happen is after their dialogue ends or gets to a certain point, they kind of like start like walking a certain path.
Well, find a shovel and dig.
And depending on the language, it actually doesn't work. So let's see what happens here in
I'll
English.
take the ride.
So yeah, as you can see, they start all like patrol. Like 2 of them go left apparently and 2 go right. Obviously, you'd never see this in speedrun. But okay, let's take a look on different language. Here. So this should be French, if I'm not completely retarded. I wasn't paying attention to which save file I went on. Sounds French to me. So let's see what happens here.
On trouve une pelle et creuse alors. Pauvre con. Prenez à gauche, moi je prends à droite.
Okay, that one works as well, except that one guy went backwards. I don't know if you could see that. Classic 13i. Okay, so I'm confused. Does this have... Whatever. Okay, let's go switch level. Switch level. Wait, what's Keller 1 called?
Niente mossa azzardata.
Fuck, I don't know what Keller 1 is called. And now I can't press escape. No! I hate when that happens. Whenever that error code shows up, you can't press escape anymore. How do I get to the menu? Now, there we go. Give me a second, I'm gonna look up.
Recording is live.
Yeah. I went to Keller 1 on 2 languages and worked on both. So now I'm trying to figure out on which one it does work. Apparently it's called Keller 01A.
Yeah, classic.
Nascondiamo l'elicottero.
So this should be Italian.
Non capisco, secondo la mappa la cabina sarebbe sotto i miei piedi.
Trovati una
Okay, so
pala
one
e
of these
scava.
voice lines shouldn't play. There we go. So his laugh isn't existent on this language apparently. And so this cutscene doesn't continue and they just keep chilling there forever. That's what I wanted to show.
And now Kello 2. This used to be a very infamous level for old school runners. It was perceived to be very random until we, in quotations, figured out a way to make it more consistent. In short, this whole level is one big cutscene, then one big fight.
So yeah.
We used to kill everyone and hope to God that it would end fast. Nowadays, looks quite a bit different.
Wait, talk more. It's just, put something in my mouth.
So, after the giant cutscene that I will also address, because there is one very important piece of community history in that cutscene. You will notice a lot of guys spawning in from all sides, and we used to think there is a certain order in which to kill these enemies to make it as fast as possible. Basically, some spawns rely on other spawns, and we thought there was one order of killing that would be the fastest. And there were a lot of grinding for us old school runners to find something like that. And we kind of found a way to make it fast, but it was still it felt luck dependent, and it most definitely was a horrible map for speedruns, because at some points you would just lose 30 seconds for apparently no reason.
Okay. Something I wanted to say is, okay, so what if we could skip this cutscene that starts when I enter this building? It's like 2 minutes long, and yeah, let's say we managed to get to the other side of the building without watching the cutscene somehow. If we manage to go here somehow, then once we get to the end of the level, nothing will happen. So yeah, we do need to complete all of the objectives in order to complete the level. So we need to watch the cutscene and also do the fight as well. So there's nothing really much in that regard. But I think from this side, yeah, you can interact with this rubble. Oh, I just spawned the enemies. So you can interact with this. Let's press E. And it's like... yeah, I think... so I think the way this works is when you press E on that, it's basically the same thing that happens when like the rocket explodes after the fight. But it's weird because I can't go through here anyway. Let's have a look from the other side. Yeah, no, there's just a door there. I'm pretty sure it didn't look like that before. Oh, actually maybe it did. Let's check. Because after you watch the cutscene, like a rocket comes in behind Kim. So it might actually look like a normal doorway before that. Yeah, it does. Okay. Okay, let's watch the cutscene.
Don't move. My God, you're alive.
Kim, the girl in the photo.
The surgeon did an outstanding
So
job.
this is one of the longest cutscenes in the game, and one of the best points to hydrate, go to the bathroom if you have to. It's one of those cutscenes, and I was about to say one of the last ones, but then the next level has also one, and then there is one in Spanso too, so never mind. But still, very long cutscene. You can already see the piece of information I was about to talk about. In the background, you can see a moose head hanging over the chimney. Because Kelo 2 was the level that it was back in the day, we were always hoping for good RNG to hope that we would get a good Kelo 2 to finally start a 13 run and get past the first third of the game. And so what I did out of desperation, and what other people seem to follow as well, is we
Gonna
would
go to the
pray.
toilet real quick.
All right, do that. We would pray to this moosehead, and there is a full prayer we wrote down as a document, and it's quite long, but basically we would pray to Lord Moose to appease him, to get a run going, get a good Kelo 2, and finally start a run. That's what we would do. I would think that some of the newer runners of this game might have heard this once or twice from me and thought I was insane. There was a good reason for that. This level made us go insane. So yeah, that's the history of Lord Moose, and it's at some point escalated, and we would think, or at least I would think, that a run finishing is completely determined by how much we appeased Lord Moose during the run, and that's by acquiring swag points to appease Lord Moose and to actually just finish a run. It was quite hard to finish a run. There were a lot of things, a lot of ways to make the run just not finishable. Quite a lot of soft logs and crashes, and a lot of ways to actually just not continue the run has been found across the years. So yeah, that's why we invented swag points, which is just basically do cool things during a run, and Lord Moose might give you a better run, or might allow you to finish a run. That's the history to Lord Moose and his prayers.
Did you mention the prayer I wrote?
Yeah.
Did you read it out?
No, I honestly, I would have to look it up again. I don't have it saved, or at
Yeah,
least in no place that it's. Yeah.
I just opened
Alright.
the file. Do you want me to read it?
All right, go for it.
Our Moose, who art in Kello, hallowed be thy name. Thy cabin come. Thy will be done in this run as it is in Chow's video. Give us today our M60, and forgive us our mistakes, as we forgive those who beat our times. And lead us not into soft locks, but deliver us from Kello too. For thine is the cabin, the power, and the glory, forever. Amen. Do you know which softlock I was referring to? I think it might have been on this level.
A soft lock on this level. I don't remember, honestly. There might have been.
Oh yeah, dude. One of the guys sometimes doesn't spawn. I totally forgot about that.
Oh yeah! Well, it's not really a soft lock. He sometimes spawns if you just run all the way to the start and back, which is also the equivalent of the end of a run.
No. Okay. Okay, I remember the softlock. I'm gonna explain it when we get there.
All right, but yeah, the video that we mentioned, Chow's video. Chow made a video at some point that showed the unquote perfect strat to make this run as fast as possible, or to make this Kello 2 as fast as possible. It sometimes worked. Sometimes.
You need to be near this area, because otherwise she will wait in this spot.
Yeah. And that's where we would normally kneel down and look up to Lord Moose and say our prayers.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah. Okay,
Now
so
back
two
to strats.
more things. First,
Alright.
you can get closer to her and further into this room if you jump into the cutscene rather than walking like I did. You want to jump into here if you need to pick up the stuff on the shelf and the M60. If you don't, then you can just do what I did and stand here. Secondly, Davdus said that this is one of the cutscenes where you can go to the toilet or do something like that. I strongly advise against going to the toilet on this cutscene. Instead, I recommend going to the toilet on the next cutscene, on the next level, because that one is a lot longer and you don't have to do any inputs during it.
Is it a lot
unlike this
longer?
one. What?
I guess it is, yeah. If you count from when you don't have to move to when you have to move. Yeah, true.
Yeah. Okay.
Listen,
Should I do old strat first?
Sure, if you can still remember it.
Okay.
So, what we would do in still 30% and in the old any percent is
Nope,
we would
30% does new strat.
Oh, really?
Yep. Because it
You
saves
guys
so
are
much time.
batshit insane. Yeah, you guys are batshit insane. But okay, for old any percent, and for not death-wished 30% runs, you would go to you would run to the left, get some ammo, and then get the M60, and then kill every enemy in the order that you think
Push
is
to
the
burst
fastest.
and reload.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me think. First, kill this guy. I
Yeah.
can't hit that. He's up.
Okay, then top right. Top. Okay.
Second
And
guy's
then-
not spawning, so let's kill this guy. This guy spawns the chopper. It's really important to spawn the chopper and kill the guys inside the chopper as quickly as possible. Because this fight ends once all the voice lines have played, and the first voice line starts playing once the chopper despawns. And also the way you softlock is, so this chopper is going to fly across the sky, and then it's going to get into a resting position. And if you kill the enemies inside before it gets to the resting position... Wait, no, that's not a softlock, actually. Okay, so if it gets into the resting position and the enemies are dead, it will just stay in the resting position instead of flying off to despawn and start the voice lines. So what you have to do then is you have to keep shooting at the helicopter until it until it explodes, and that's when the voice lines will then start. But yeah, let's continue. So I have to wait for it to get into position. Kill these guys.
I have a slightly different order in mind for some reason.
So this guy over here was the one I was looking for earlier that hadn't spawned yet. Killing the two guys up there spawns two guys over here, but they haven't showed up yet, I guess. Those last three, you always kill in that order.
Now this whole fight is only going to end once you kill Mr. Left Side and Mr. Right Side. I think that was Mr. Left Side, right?
I wasn't paying attention. I don't think so.
Okay. There are two specific people that look exactly the same. One appearing bottom
That's
left.
Mr. Right
One
Side.
appearing, yeah, one appearing right there. That's Mr. Right Side.
Yeah, that's Blue Boy. I need health. And Mr. Left Side appears after Blue Boy. See him. Yeah, break out the
There you
RPG
go.
is your signal that you killed everything. So yeah, that should serve as like a rough guide of how to do it. But yeah, you basically, if you want to learn this strat, basically just need to get a feel for which enemy spawns which. And you want to make sure that both enemies on the left spawn and ones on the right spawn, because they don't spawn while you're looking there. So while you look in one direction, the guys on the other side will spawn. Yeah, that's basically it.
You can also check speedrun.com. There is, in the guide section, I think, a video uploaded called Optimal Keller 2 or something like that, and that's Chow's video that we mentioned in prayer.
The video title is how to do Kelowny waves in 57 seconds or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, for some reason it's called the Kelowny waves. I don't think anyone else has ever called it that, but it kind of makes sense as a name. So yeah, as you can see, the voice line plate that shows that you finished everything, but this guy's still alive. That's because you don't need to kill him. And then, obviously you shouldn't be holding M60 anymore, and then you walk to the end. So that was like the old any percent way. On 30% it was different, because you can't go outside because you die. So you try to basically follow roughly the same order, but while you're inside here, I think. Wait, is he already there? No, no, he isn't. Oh, where did he come from? Oh, I guess it's the guy that jumped up. Makes sense. It's so hard to tell where the enemies are. It's easier if you just look at your crosshair and select the red line around it to tell where the enemies on the left are, because it's really hard otherwise. At least for me it is, because I run at like 600 or 800 resolution, of course. I'm actually doing this in a kind of bad order. It's been forever since I did it this way. That's Blue Boy, so that's good. Yeah, I think we just have right side and left side left. And there's just a left side.
This is also how 2014 any percent runs looked like. Just staying in the cabin and killing these guys. Not really having any strats.
Okay, so now that we have the old strats out of the way, let's have a look at the new one. So, as you could tell, this strat takes pretty long. However, what we noticed is, so this wall, right? What happens once you kill all the enemies? Well, there's an explosion here, right? So what would happen if we got some sort of an explosive, like a grenade or an RPG or something like that, and we just shot it at this wall? Would the wall disappear like it does when the event-triggered explosion happens? Well, you can't get any grenades on the Kello levels, and you can't normally get an RPG either. But you may have noticed that this first enemy here has an RPG, but we can't get up there. Well, turns out we can get up there, so we're gonna kill him. And then we're gonna use the slope jump here, which I'm gonna explain how to do in a second. First, I need to heal. Turn on God mode. I didn't actually heal because I was in the menu. So yeah, we can pick up this bazooka, and you need to pay attention to when the last time you shot is, because if he just shot, and then you kill him while he's kind of reloading, then the rocket launcher will actually be empty if you pick it up, and that means you can't do the skip. But if you kill him like the split second after he shot, paradoxically, he will still have a rocket inside the rocket launcher, which is strange. And also, after he shot 2 rockets, he will switch to an AK. So you need to kill him quickly and with a good timing. So that kind of makes it difficult given the distance and stuff. So yeah, we have a rocket launcher. And let's shoot at the thing. And yeah, it disappeared. We can press anywhere on this wall to make it despawn, and then we can go to the end of the level because the objective completed. It thinks we beat the fight, and yeah, it's pretty awesome strat. Shoutouts to Criminal, who basically came up with, I think he came up with every part of the strat. The jump and the concept and everything. Pretty awesome.
Criminal in general found a shitload of strats in basically what I call the modern generation of 13 speedrunning. He is one hell of a strat finder for sure.
So God mode, right? Okay, actually we need to get up there somewhat quickly, so it like this guy can despawn sometimes. I don't know exactly what causes it, but yeah, be careful of that. Okay, so 2 ways to get up here. First is there's like a slope here. You can't be too close. Oh, what? I think you can't be too close when you jump. Oh, never mind. Okay. I never really understood this one completely. But yeah, you want to make sure that you get like this slope. It can also help to wedge yourself between this tree and the slope, I think. But you can also do it without, I'm pretty sure. Oh, maybe you can't. Okay, I guess the tree is the secret. And then the second way is you can approach from this path. You probably want to hit the same slope, but I don't usually do it this way. And it's also a lot more out of your... I guess it's not that much more out of your way to do it this way, but... I recommend using the other way.
Yeah, you are also a lot more open to fire shots. With jumping from the right side, you actually have the tree that somewhat covers some of the shots that are shot in your direction. With this, your back is completely open.
Also, when you when you're up there. So you can just walk off from here. But also if you're really close when you jump, then you will actually hit a slope here and you will get boosted upwards pretty far. And that makes you take a lot of fall damage. So you want to make sure you jump early enough that you can like land on it instead of sliding off it. Also, how did the chopper spawn? I think these guys are killing each other. So yeah, you want to do this instead. Oh, another funny thing. So this tree, like, it got struck in two and fell over. I have a clip. I don't think I have it on this laptop. No, I don't have it on this laptop. But I have a clip where this tree falls over and then bounces off the ground and goes back up into its original position. And I don't know what caused that, but we have a similar incident of something like that happening later, which I'm going to talk about more.
Yeah.
Do
you actually
it for this level?
Do you have that clip in one of your 13 highlight videos?
Are you sure? I thought I was going to put it in the one that I never ended up.
No, that was a
finishing.
question. Did you do that? I'm not sure.
No, it was going to be in 13 highlights number 5, which I never ended up making.
Oh.
I started making that several times, but I never knew which clips to include because some of them were really good at the time, but then later they weren't as interesting to me because the things became more mundane than they were at first.
They became normal.
Yeah, like because when the first time you experience something weird in a game, it's like whoa, and then if it happens to you more often, you sort of
Just accept it.
You sort of accept it. It's not as weird anymore.
Yeah, gotcha. All right. There is one more strat to this level that is only considered to be IL viable.
Oh, okay. Shit, I almost forgot about that.
We won't be able to show it off. We won't. But there is one way of doing this level where you don't even need to go up that ramp, pick up that rocket launcher to open that door.
Right. So what if instead of having to go all the way up there and pick up that rocket launcher ourselves and shoot it and stuff, what if instead we somehow got the enemy to shoot in the building and blow it up for us? So let's look at him through this window. And yeah, as you can see, he's pretty inaccurate. And he only has 2 rockets, like I said earlier. So there is actually a chance that he will hit you through the window. Maybe it's better if you stand up. Nope. He actually completely missed the cabin.
Wow. What a shot. It might also be a lot harder to get in the arcade difficulty.
Maybe.
Yeah, it's probably the arcade difficulty as well.
It worked!
Yo!
So yeah, I think that has like a... So from my testing doing IELTS on this level, that has like a 1 in 50 chance of working, maybe even less. So you never... Okay, you might want to try it in any percent if you're like super far behind and you want to reset anyway and you think you can't PB unless you get it. Because that saves, like, okay. So compared to the fight, our strat with getting up there saves about 20 seconds. And then that strat saves another 20 seconds on top of that. So it might be worth trying if you're far behind. But in general, you definitely don't want to do it because, like I said, it's super unlikely. Also, so far, I'm pretty sure I'm the only person who's completed an IL with that strat. And I got the hit on the second rocket, like I did just there. You could potentially save time if you got him to hit on the first rocket. But yeah. At the end here, this last guy only spawns if you kill the first enemy, so you don't really want to kill the first enemy probably. Yeah. One very last thing here is... oh, you don't heal me with a quote. Oops. So the trigger to finish the level happens once you cross that ledge, and afterwards you're not supposed to be able to get back up. But you actually can by jumping up that slope onto that platform, and from there I think you can jump back up here, but I'm not entirely sure. So normally you would drop onto this platform and then over there, like this, and then go down there. But what you can do instead is you can go directly from up here to down there, and that saves like a split second. But so you take 40 fall damage, but if you remember from Winslow Bank, there's a fall damage bug in this game, which means that there's a chance that it would like triple fall damage, in this case killing you instantly. So if you want to save a split second, you can risk it here, but in most cases you're gonna want to take that in between platform. I think one of my current PBs actually does that YOLO mini time save. No.
Alright, and now... Yeah, I forgot how long this cutscene actually was, but yeah, this is a really long cutscene. And you don't really have to do anything here. What I always did, and I guess the only thing you can really do in here, is try to jump from one bed to the other without touching the ground.
Pretty hard.
Yeah, it's quite hard. Other than that, go take a break.
Let's talk about IL timing on this level.
Oh god. Remember FBI, where we said we have to watch this first cutscene because we spawn at a different location with the next checkpoint. In this instance, the next checkpoint actually leaves us in the same cell that we start the level in. I don't know if the exact spawn point is the same, but to be honest, doesn't really matter because we gotta wait for the door to open anyway.
Yeah, it starts before they open the cell door.
Right, so IL timing... Oh god, how did we define it exactly?
It starts on the first frame the door opens, I'm pretty sure.
That sounds about right, yeah.
This is an unpopular level, so I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, with most other levels, we start timing as soon as the first input occurs, and as soon as the comic key borders at the start to disappear.
Yeah, either that or when you can gain control of your character.
Right. So this level is a very, very unique exception because the first cutscene is just that long.
And you also have control during the first cutscene.
Yeah.
Okay.
Remind me to upload something for the next 1st of April. Alright.
Okay, so this guard starts moving as soon as you run into him, so you want that as quickly as possible. This guy in front of me. Okay, right here. This guard sort of like... I'm not sure how to best explain it, but he sort of horizontally follows you. Like in this, along this axis. I'm moving my mouse right now. So if you just blindly follow the fat guard, he will get stuck on this, on these like bars, like that. And that's why you wanna actually wait there so that he doesn't get stuck on them. right here. See, that was like a bit faster. Okay. So right here you can run ahead of this guy by just hugging the right wall. Should I just do that, or should I show off what happens if you what you should do if you don't do that?
Let's do the normal thing first.
So this thing you would do in a run.
Yeah, let's do the intended casual way first. All right.
So we just stay behind him. As soon as he reaches the bottom, we want to sort of touch the bottom here. Fuck! No! No! No!
Yo.
I hate when that happens.
So you gotta be very careful on how you position yourself there. Otherwise, he can just absolutely punch you into a corner that you can't escape, and he will punch you to death.
Can you do me a favor?
Yeah.
Can you look up the cheat for using dual weapons?
Oh God.
Because I don't have them on this file.
I rarely use cheats other than fly and stuff. What's your resource for that?
It should be a pin post in strats. So yeah, you
All right.
sort of go a bit to the very bottom of the stairs, and that way
That makes it
people
a
move
lot
forward.
easier, yeah.
Sometimes he faces the wall like that. It's just a fuck. I'm dying. Ah. It's just a weird sort of quirk he has. It doesn't make a difference at all.
Who's this?
Okay, let me drink some water.
Bring me the soldier. Dr. Johansson's orders.
It's Ambi DX.
What's wrong with him?
So
How-
AMBI.
Dude, I just lowered my fucking screen's brightness by accident.
I'm just write you in Discord.
Okay. I don't need it right now anyway,
Yeah.
because we're about to reset at the checkpoint anyway. But yeah.
Yeah, but in any case, this is normally where you would just stand around, wait for them to finish their dialogue, and then at the end of that dialogue, the heavy guard slowly walks towards
The heavy guard. Nice.
slowly walks towards that door, opens it for you, walks out the way, then you can go into the showers. You would
Yeah.
think that's a very trivial part and there is no way of skipping that. However, after literally 2 years of just bashing my head against the door, instant door was found. And went through quite a lot of variations. I actually made a video about it. Unfortunately, we didn't know about the navigating the guard early in the level to make him go faster, and that actually screws up my setup. So
Yeah.
that whole video became invalid. But nevertheless, the trick itself is still very defining for this level.
So, before we show off that trick, 2 more things about this part. First is you can jump on top of these guys' heads and sort of slide around, which is fun. Secondly, this guy's gonna walk towards the door. If you go in front of him, he will stop. So don't do that. Okay, now let's show off instant door.
Yeah. So right in advance, instant door can be argued to be not worth doing in 30% because you will take
Yeah.
damage by doing
I-
instant doors.
I mostly agree, only if you're like far behind.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're gonna squeeze to the right of the guy. I'm gonna let myself get hit once, but fail. Then once you round this corner, we're gonna run into him again. We're doing this so he gets delayed. Oh, that's so bad. Anyway, so yeah, he got delayed. He's right now in a different position than he would normally be in during this cutscene. As we saw earlier, he was about in the position where I am now, except not on top of this thing.
Yeah.
But now he's in an earlier position of his path because he gets stopped as this guy reaches his position. So he basically hasn't reached his final waypoint, so to speak. I don't know what the proper term is in this engine.
No, sure, let's use that.
So yeah, since he hasn't reached that yet,
Derek and Jerry will be disappointed.
so he has 2 waypoints. Normally he only has 1 waypoint left, the one at the door, but now he has 2 left, the one at the door and the one during the cutscene. So when he reaches the one where he stands during the cutscene, he will think that he reached the door and open it, despite the fact that he's very far away from it. And that's also why I said he's in sort of a bad position right now, because he's sort of far away from it. He can be a lot closer to it and it can still work. You can tell whether or not it works based on where he's looking when he stops. If he is looking towards this guy when he stops, it didn't work and he reached the waypoint. If he hasn't reached the waypoint, he will continue to look forward towards where you are presumably standing. And that's how you know it worked, even if he's very close. So yeah, now we delayed him, but we need to do one more thing for the trick to work. Before he reaches this waypoint, I think that's the only thing that matters. It doesn't matter, I think, like, whether he already started walking or what point in his animation he is. I think it only matters that we run into him before he reaches the next waypoint, but I'm not sure. I'm
To
not
be honest,
sure, like I said.
yeah, I have in memory that it's a very strict timing and you have to do it right as he starts to walk, but that might just be because my setup was different. So
That's I also always do that. So right now he's saying the line, "You've got the whole bathroom all to yourself." And when he finishes that line, he's gonna start walking, and then we're gonna run into him one last time. So all in all, we ran into him 3 times, taking 30 damage, which on 30% is a lot. On any percent, it's also kind of a lot, but it's a lot more survivable on 90%. So yeah, let's
Bathroom all to yourself.
run into him. And now he's gonna do the door open animation. Normally this delay isn't there. I'm not sure what causes it to happen, but it should still work. Yeah, there we go. And then he opened the door.
he does that delay at the start when you walk into him too late. Is my experience with that.
Okay. Also, you may have noticed we're kind of handcuffed. We don't have the crosshair or anything. As soon as we enter the bathroom, we're gonna regain that the door closes. Do we need to demonstrate it another, like, 1 extra time for some reason, or can we continue?
Just look up my video for it and take it with a grain of salt. I show it off a lot of times, go into detail, and just think that there is a different setup for it. But yeah, that should do it.
Yeah. Oh, actually, okay. So his setup doesn't make it so that the guy doesn't get stuck earlier in the level, but his setup only gets it 2 times, so we save a bit of health. And
Wait,
also,
what do you mean?
trick saves about 5 seconds.
Yeah.
So we need to go over here, trade a trigger for the enemies to spawn. You can pick up this broom beforehand or not. Usually I don't pick it up, instead I pick up this bottle. As soon as he gasps, fuck, I hit F1. I tried to pause and hit whatever. So yeah, once he gasps, I think that's pretty much. I think you're gonna start running a little bit before he does. But once he gasps,
Yeah.
you can run off towards the enemies. Were you gonna say something?
No, I was just agreeing with you. Just
Okay.
run a little bit before he actually starts to a second time.
So yeah, grab the bottle. In this case, we could actually throw the bottle at him. But normally you wouldn't be able to, since he would still be behind the pillar. So yeah, let's smash his face in, pick up the second bottle. Smash the other guy's face in. Pick up his key. This is sort of an Emerald of 4 situation where the last guy you kill has the key. If you miss with the bottle, you should probably just punch this guy in the face. But what you could also do is jump on this table and then try to Goomba him.
Yeah, Actually, ignore what Kenzie just said. Do the second one. It will look a lot funnier.
One time in a run, I didn't want to get punched because he does 10 damage on 30%. I tried to Goomba him, and I think I missed the Goomba twice because he kept running around the table.
It is quite hard to Goomba him. He is non-stop running around you. It's very hard to Goomba him.
Okay.
Still, it's very fun.
Another thing about this bathroom is people, and by people I think mostly you and me, looked for ways to get up here on those vents.
Yeah.
Without going through that door that requires the key, but there doesn't seem to be a way. Maybe if you could like jump around that. Oh no, this you actually get blocked there. Or if you could get like on top of this one, you would maybe be able to. But as it stands, there's no way to get up there early. But then we realized that even if you did get up here early, once you enter this room, there's an objective that completes. And without completing that objective, you can't complete the level. So yeah, there's not going to be a skip for that ever.
Sad face. Sad face.
Although, maybe you could, if you could somehow get up there and then enter that room from the top, maybe that could still save time. Maybe. But probably not. Now, movement over these vents, you want to cut these corners as much as you can, but you also want to make sure you don't fall down, because you take a lot of fall damage, lose tons of time. Normally you would go all the way around here, but we don't need to do that since we can jump from here to here. And you can do that either with stopping or without stopping. Boom. Pretty sick if you do it without stopping, but in most cases you probably should stop. This card up here I think stops if you punch the grid.
Yes.
Is that relevant?
Not really. He will, whenever you alert him by doing that, he will be crouched in the position that he is in as you punch the vent. And he will not move and just look at you. And he will stay that way until you run around, get up top, and see him in person.
Okay, but could that potentially be useful to have him be in like a good position?
I have no idea how his run cycle works, but theoretically, if you would punch these vents, if he's close to the other door or your door, you could technically get his keys a bit earlier. I'm not sure how relevant that is because it's not. I don't think it's too relevant, but it's theoretically a thing you can do.
I think you want him to be in the middle of the corridor, because that way you can like kill him, and by the time you reach him, the keys will already have dropped.
One
And
thing
then
I
you-
will add is, I'm sorry to interrupt. It has been a very long time since I've done this, and I don't know how he reacts once you see him and start shooting at him. He might be a lot more unpredictable to shoot at, because otherwise, if you don't alert him, he will most definitely either just walk towards you or walk away from you, and he's an easy kill. I don't know how he reacts once he's alerted.
Yeah. Might be worth looking into, but I don't think anyone ever has. But I could be wrong. Maybe someone has looked into it and determined it's not useful.
Yeah, me. I kind of didn't find a good use for it. But that was
So-
also before we started optimizing hard.
This room is actually, and you wouldn't expect this, but this is actually one hell of a room. Okay, so first thing, we're gonna Goomba this guy once, like we're gonna drop on his head, kill him. And he has a key, and we'll pick up the key to leave the room. So on any percent, it's pretty simple. You kill him, pick up this pistol and his key, and he also has a second pistol, by the way. And while you do that, you want to start equipping his key while making sure that I think I need to just do this room multiple times because this explanation is not gonna be enough, I think.
Yeah, just show it. Just show it.
Okay, so here's the any percent way. Jump on his head, make sure these guys spot you so they get closer, equip key, open door, kill these guys. These guys both have keys. Which one has which key? I think the fat one has the key you need to progress, right?
Yes.
We'll just test it.
Also
Yes.
heavy guard.
Okay, this one is the one you need to progress. So you need to kill the thin guy in both categories, and this one you need to kill if you want to go over here. And over here, behind this door, you find a helmet. And that's it. No, you find a helmet and a medkit and a document. And this document, first aid document. What that does is it makes it so that all your medkits heal by twice as much, which in 30%, even though it takes 20 seconds to pick this up, is at least by me considered to be worth picking up, because this level, as well as the following levels, until you are next able to pick up a first aid document, are very deadly levels, and that makes the detour worth it. Yeah. So let's go back. Oh, you go all the way back here, awesome. So in 30%, that room, after you leave the bathroom through the vent, a lot more complicated. Because besides all of the things we want to do there, we also want to pick up a medkit in the back of the room. Which you can see on the shelf there. So what we do is...
You were supposed to bring me the soldier.
Okay, wait, let me think about this for a second.
Dr. Johansson's order.
Goomba him.
Derek and Jerry will be disappointed.
Right, okay. Goomba him, make sure the guys see you. Pick up his key. Equip the key while getting the medkit. And then go back. I'm pretty sure that's how it works.
Sounds about right.
Let's see if it feels right when I do it. Too early. Okay, you need to wait until it ends.
One thing you gotta remember is that even though we've run this game a lot of times, it's been quite a while since we last played this, and once you get into the grind of this game, and any game in general, you will not really realize the exact things you're doing, you're just doing them. Which makes it hard to describe what you are actually doing in detail. You just picked up on these things and then just did
At
it
some
out of
point,
habit.
it's just pure muscle memory. Okay, so
Yeah.
let's Goomba him, make sure we're seen. Pick up pistol. Okay, no, okay, that was wrong. That was wrong. What I normally do is I Goomba him. Dude, this is actually like so fucked. Oh my god, I forgot how fucked this is. Okay. Okay, I don't want to play through the entire level again, but what you do, you Goomba him, make sure you're seen. Pick up the pistol without picking up his stuff, because you don't want to wait so long. So you pick up the pistol, go back here, get the medkit, turn around, switch to pistol, or no, you actually switch to pistol here. Go here, get medkit. Start switching weapons while you're around here, so that you can pick up the key and switch to the key in time to open the door. Just watch the run. I swear. Like, just watch. Like, if you just watched the run, like, just think about all the different things and inputs you have to do it. Like, okay, wait. I might just show a video because it's so fucking stupid. Okay. Okay, around here. Let's just use.
Remember to also show it on screen.
Yeah, I know. I was just figuring out the screen region. Okay, so this should be the full screen region. What the fuck? Okay, whatever. Okay, you should be seeing my entire screen right now, right?
Yes,
So including the video.
including load moves.
Let's go. Okay, so here. Let's see what I do. Goomba the guy. Make sure the guys see me. Pick up pistol. Run to I already equipped the pistol. Picked up the medkit. Turn around. Get key. Immediately equip key. I'm pretty sure I have to equip the pistol before I equip the key, because otherwise you will try to equip the medkit. And then open the door. So yeah, that was a lot of inputs in a row. While also moving the mouse and all that stuff. Yeah, that's a pretty complicated set of inputs. So yeah. That room is like so fucked.
You wouldn't think that when you would just see it, right?
Yeah.
In any percent, obviously, you wouldn't need to pick up that medkit, and therefore you have quite a lot more time to alert the guards, get the pistol, and then just wait for the key. But yeah, still.
Another
Very
thing
fun.
that can happen is, since you alert the guards and they come towards you, sometimes they will actually open this locked door for you. And so normally the key like disappears as soon as you use it on this door, because this is the only door you can use this key on. But if they open it for you, then you just keep this key throughout the entire rest of the level, which is kind of weird. And it's also kind of bad if you're not expecting them to open the door for you, since it takes longer to switch to the pistol, since the key doesn't just disappear. The weapon switch takes longer. So you take a bit more damage. But yeah. I think that's enough for this room.
Yeah.
Let's do this. Well, actually... yeah, whatever, I'm just gonna use the heal command.
So yeah, again, just kill the light guard, get his key specifically, and then move on. This is the guy I was talking about who would
Yeah,
get
this is the
alert.
vent.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, as soon as we pick up this guy's key... actually, I think we have time to shoot there like once or twice, but we immediately want to switch towards this key.
Yeah,
Open this
coming
door.
up is multiple sets of doors where you have to kill the guard for the keys. And this part is very, very difficult menuing wise, because like we said before, taking out your weapons takes a lot of time, and taking out the wrong key equally takes a lot of time, and all of the keys look the same. So not only do you have to micromanage every key you have to preemptively start switching weapons, then pick up the key, and then switch to the key so you take it out early to open the door as fast as possible. Very easy to mess up keys and management in this part.
Yeah, and if you approach the door with the wrong key, the weapon switch probably takes like 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Which is kind of a lot in this game, at a high level especially. So yeah. So right here we want to kill the guy that is on the left usually. Yeah, this guy like in the back. And switch the key. Boom. So he can actually be in a lot of different positions. Mainly the two things he does is he stands where he just was. That's like the normal thing he does. And in that case you have plenty of time to equip the key to open this door. But what he can also do is... Let's turn on God mode to make this less annoying. Let's also kill him. What he can also do is, like, he starts off around here, and then he either runs to that spot, or he starts backing off. And if he backs off, he's gonna get a lot closer to the door, and that's when the difficult weapon switching gets into play. So you want to start switching to a key before you actually pick up his key, so that you're already putting your pistol away by the time you pick up his key, so you don't have to wait in front of the door as long. So the other two rooms here on the side, this one just has a medkit. Yeah, this one has a medkit. And this one, very interestingly, contains a sniper rifle. And a grenade, I guess, but mainly it contains a sniper rifle. And is the sniper rifle useful? Kind of. It's not really worth picking up, because you wouldn't pick it up 90% because you don't need it. In 30%, it makes killing some enemies easier. But since these guys with shotguns are trying to shoot you from up there the entire time you're going out of your way to get it, it's really not worth picking up. Unless you go out of your way to kill all of them, which in the first place is super not worth it. Also, you sometimes take a lot of damage while you're in this room, and that kind of makes this level hard to survive even on 90%. But so let's proceed. Oh, I guess I can use ambidex now. So ambidex. What's the command?
Fuck.
Yeah, okay, I saw it in Discord.
Okay. Oh, I thought you meant what the prefix was.
Hello, game, please. I'm pressing F2.
Well.
There we go.
Something while we do this to add to the sniper rifle. If you're just starting out and you wanna just try out 30%, you can make your life a lot easier by getting that sniper rifle and just killing some dudes that are far away. Especially in 30%, you will feel as if enemies have just pinpoint accuracy and deal lots of damage from far away with shotguns. We often call it sniper rifles because shotguns really are as deadly as a sniper rifle in the hands of a 30% enemy. So getting that sniper makes the upcoming levels quite a lot easier if you can handle the heat.
Interesting.
And sometimes it's really worth it.
I have the dual weapon skill, but I can't use two pistols because I didn't have the skill when I picked up all the other pistols earlier.
Oh yeah! Okay, so how dual wielding actually works, if you have that skill, you can basically pick up a second pistol when you pick up a pistol. And before then, you only pick up the ammunition, not the pistol itself. So your inventory is not filled with 9mm pistols. You only take the magazine with you unless you have the dual wield skill. Then you pick up a second pistol. That is important because it works the same way with miniguns and Uzis. And yeah, sometimes you will pick up loads of ammo, but no ammunition for the minigun.
You mean you pick up lots of ammo, but don't pick up a minigun?
Yeah, you will. Yeah.
Oh, so you mean that's relevant on like I think like SSH-1B maybe, where there's like boxes of minigun ammo, but
No second minigun, exactly.
yeah. Is there really not a second one in that room?
There is no second one. You have to pick a second one up from an enemy.
That's really interesting. Okay, let us continue.
Yeah.
Normally this first shotgunner would be not chilling there, but he would actually be walking in a cycle and he would be in front of you and he would be easy to kill. On 30% you kill him, and you on 30% you sort of what I do is I headshot him once, and then he comes closer without shooting me, and then I headshot him again so that I can pick up his shotgun. But 90% you don't need a shotgun.
It's nice to have. It's nice to have.
It's
but you
definitely
don't
nice
need
to
it.
have. But you're usually gonna pick it up from this guard, which is normally like around there. And he's often gonna just be in your way, and you can pick up a shotgun that way, but sometimes not. And if you do have a shotgun, what you can do here is... Okay, that... Does he often do that?
Yeah, he can. It's definitely an option he uses sometimes.
So normally this guy's either standing here, which makes him pretty easy to shoot, or he's chilling in this corner, which means while you're running in the room, you look to the right, and if you don't see him there, you sort of flick over there.
Yeah.
Kill him. And if you don't have a shotgun, you have to headshot him twice, which you're probably not gonna do if he's chilling behind the door, unless it's 30%, you really need to kill him. Sometimes an enemy will be following you at this point, and that's why you always want to turn around at this vent while holding a pistol instead of a shotgun. And if you have to, you kill the enemy behind you. This guy here is another enemy that can be in two spots. He either runs to the left, which he did, in case you weren't paying attention, or he runs to the right. If he's on the left, he's sort of in your way, which is annoying. You actually can't get past him, I'm pretty sure, without killing him. Which is really, really annoying. And if he's on the right, he's sitting like here and shooting you while you go through. Which is irrelevant in 90%. So in 90% you want him to be here. But on 30%, having to kill him while facing this way and going around here is actually annoying. So on 30% you actually want him to be here. So he's easier to kill. But yeah. So finally this drop. So you'd think, well, it's pretty simple, that's why at the bottom just fall down. But you can actually get stuck on the... Yeah?
You innocent souls, is what I said.
Hey, this looks like a computer mouse. No, not really. You can actually get stuck on this wall, or actually probably on any wall. And you sort of hit like an invisible, like pixel walk ledge and take fall damage. And yeah, you can stand on those. And there's like a bunch of those pixel walk ledges all the way down this corridor. And if you land on the top one... Wait, maybe they're just the lamps. They might just...
No, because you can go past the lamps, but not the ledges.
Okay.
They are not in the same positions where the lamps are. Pretty
Okay.
sure.
So if you like hit the one at the very top, you just stand there and you don't take fall damage. But if you hit one of the lower ones, you just die instantly. And if you die on this spot, you lose approximately 1 minute and 40 seconds. So that's pretty fun. And that's why you want to make sure...
Yeah.
That's why you want to make sure that... And that's also why this level being deadly at the end there with all the shotgun guys and that stuff is actually pretty important, because you can actually die there, and if you die there, the run is just over. And you can die even 90%. But yeah, so when you fall down here, you want to make sure that you're not too close to the walls, you want to make sure you're in the center of the tunnel. And to achieve that, you might actually want to sneak off instead of walking off. Because if you walk off, it's sort of hard to deaccelerate before you hit that wall. So yeah, you approach, walk, and boom. And then in this water, you can actually dolphin jump. You can also...
Yeah, that's the first instance of dolphin jumping, right? So let's
Ne-
just say by going close to that wall, you can make the character jump, and then you can reach the ladder a lot higher than just swimming to it.
Yeah, a more detailed explanation of dolphin jumping on Sabotage, probably.
Yeah. Fun fact. This was also already discovered in the segmented run from 2007, dolphin jumping that is, and they called it speed swimming and faster speed swimming. Yeah, just a heads up.
But it wasn't found on this spot, right? I think on this spot it's pretty
No,
recent.
it's. I think they did speed swimming in quotation marks here, so just holding a 45-degree angle.
Like that.
Yeah.
So there's two ways to dolphin jump here. You either do it against this side, or you do it against this side, which is a bit faster, since you jump upwards earlier. So that's probably what you want to do optimally. But it's a bit harder, I think. So yeah. And that was a long level. So let us proceed.
So Prologue 2 is, for the most part,
Okay,
fairly straightforward. Fairly. However, we have our first boss in here, and it is the most interesting and most complicated boss out of all of them we will fight.
that's probably true.
No, most definitely.
Okay, so right here at the beginning, we want to go to a certain trigger, and we have sort of two routes we can take. First route is sort of old, because we figured out it's slower, which is you go straight through here. Fuck. And then go over here. And the second one, which we figured out is a bit faster, is you actually go through this room. Jump over the table, ideally, and like this.
Yeah.
Go back, pick up the medkit for free and the chair. You have to open these doors because you need to go through them later. And then this enemy here, smash him in the face as soon as you can. Obviously, I think we haven't actually mentioned this yet, but you can pick up the items in general, but in this case specifically items from enemies with your crosshair rather than standing on top of them. So in this case you want to make sure you're standing a bit away from him, so you need to walk less. And then you equip the Kingo here.
Also a fairly new find.
You mean standing away from the enemies?
Yeah, I think that was a 2019 find.
Fun fact, inside this room there's some revolver ammo if you want it.
But yeah, what we want to do here is we need as much revolver ammo as we can get without really losing time. So each of these guards in these hallways have a revolver with 6 shots. We want at least 3 mags. That's the absolute minimum. We want 4 for safety, but 3 is the absolute minimum.
You pick up 4 in either category, and on ILs you only pick up 3. Because you really want that revolver ammo for the next levels as well. That's why it's absolutely 100% necessary to pick up 4 revolver magazines in this level.
Yeah.
But on ILs it doesn't matter, so you get 3.
So each of these guards takes 2 headshots, and then as soon as you open these doors, you will have 1 shotgun guy. You open another door, there's another shotgun guy. Their position is dependent on how fast you move. And this is actually, these 2 guards are the guys that they are the reason basically that we would want to have a shotgun at our hand. It's not necessary, and you can run around them if you're fast enough. But a shotgun makes this part a lot easier.
Yeah, the shotgun is just sort of nice on any percent where you can just ignore them if you want. On 30%, the shotgun is a lot more important because if you don't kill them, they might just basically one-shot you. And if you don't have a shotgun on 30%, instead you just kill them with pistols. And in this case, I'm going to run past them because I forgot to reload my pistol. I fucked that up. Normally you would be able to get in front of the second guy and just ignore him completely. Well, I guess just walk around it. So inside this machine on the right here, there's a full medkit. You need to press this button, and then there's a full medkit here. This medkit here on the right you can ignore in any percent.
Also the big one, obviously. And that part right there where he just jumped up might not be self-explanatory. Yeah. Also a decently new find. You would, or you're supposed to open up a couple of these corpse rooms, I guess, to platform yourself up to the vents. However, if you jump basically...
Wait, whoa, hold on. Why are there fucking throwing knives on the surgery table? That's not up to code.
You can use it for surgery, give him a break. Basically, by jumping into the middle set of drawers, I guess, as they open them, you can kind of jump on top and skip a lot of platforming. And
I just realized you can close all of them except for the intended ones to get up.
Yeah.
So yeah, just open it and then jump.
And this part right here is where you would get the checkpoint right before the boss we're about to fight, Mr. Johansson.
I wouldn't say it's right before.
Yeah, okay, there's a long walk through the vents and there's a bit more walking after, but still, we're about to face Mr. Johansson, and he has always been a hard fight, and the strategy has always basically been the same. We want to use the revolver, use the right click to do a lot of shots very fast, trying to hit his head, and if done optimally, he only needs 3 clips of ammo, so 12 shots to be killed.
Did you just say 3 clips is 12 shots?
Shit. 12 reserve shots, alright? Yeah.
That's still wrong.
No, I mean 12 shots from, from the right side of your ammo count. It takes 80 total and 12 reserve. Alright?
Okay,
That makes sense. I swear it makes sense.
Yeah,
Give me
if
a
you
break.
hit only headshots, it will take 17 bullets to kill him. So you have sort of one like spare bullet, so to speak, without having to reload an extra time. Is what he meant to say. So here, it actually sort of... So once we step onto that plate, it will fall down and we will enter the fight. If we're on the left, I think we take more fall damage than if we're on the right, or vice versa. I don't remember which way around it is. If you're on the side that takes more fall damage, you take up to 6. If you're on the side that takes less, you take 0. But I don't remember which is which. So let's test it. Left side. 7 fall damage. It's even more than I said.
Number 13. The doctor will
Nice.
see
I
you.
think you rolled max damage on that.
Yeah, I might have. So yeah, apparently the side that's a bit faster makes it so you take a bit more fall damage. So it's kind of a trade-off. Okay, so should I just try to show off the optimal strat?
Sure. I guess I can just add real quick. The way to fight this boss is his movement is dependent on your movement. So if you run back, he will run forward. If you run forward, he will run back. If you run left or right, he will do crazy shit. So you don't want to do that. So manipulate his movement by just dodging his attacks and then move back as he does them. and then just shoot him a lot of times while he does that. If done right, and if done correctly, manipulated correctly, he will also be only using 2 specific attacks.
Okay, so at the start of the fight, we want to look slightly left to manipulate him. Just back up. I'm in a bad position.
Yeah, that was a hard left, but it still worked, so I guess just look left.
That was... I haven't done such a good hands in a long time. I have a superstition that this fight works slightly differently on 30%. That makes it harder, but I don't know what it is exactly. It's almost as if it's harder to headshot him on 30%. Or maybe body shots do less damage to him, something like that. On 30%, I have a lot of trouble killing him with 3 magazines.
Yeah, it's weird. Theoretically, the fight wouldn't be different than 30% if you only hit headshots, but honestly, it feels very weird because sometimes headshots are counted as body shots, and those deal basically no damage in 30%. So the fight feels very weird. Sometimes you just don't deal enough damage, even though you only hit headshots.
But the thing is, I think the less damage from body shots thing doesn't even apply to bosses, I think.
I mean, yeah, it doesn't look like that, but at the same time, how else would you explain all the weird boss fights where we land headshots and then he still lives?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, whatever. Let's just...
Yeah.
Let's just continue. Okay, so I don't think I need to do this fight again, right?
I mean, you showed off pretty well. I guess do it as... I mean, they can just look back on your movement, but yeah, we were just at the start manipulating him so he would run into that corner, and then we were just backing off to keep him in a straight line, while also just hoping he would only try to melee attack, throw knives, or try to drug you. As soon as he tries to get his straight up bombs, he will run away, and that's what you don't want to happen, but it doesn't happen if you manipulate him.
Every time he runs into you, you want to back off just enough that his syringe doesn't hit you. Because if you back up less than that, he might syringe you, which loses about 10 seconds because you get stunned. And if you back up more than that, you are sort of in danger of backing up into the wall behind you, which is gonna... So by the time you back up into the wall, he'll be using his knife attack, so there's no danger of getting stunned. But after that, you sort of lose control of him, and he will start doing the weird stuff, which is really terrible.
The weird stuff.
The Johansson shuffle.
That's a good name.
Okay, so yeah, he drops the key.
Hey, you! Get me out of here, please!
Does the flashback happen now without entering the office?
Please.
No, it doesn't.
Help.
Okay, so there's a few medkits in this fight, actually. These could be useful on 30%. Is there something behind this door? I don't think so.
I think that's just an empty room. Oh, not even a room. It's just nothingness.
So, yeah. What's the beeping? Oh, it's just the guy being dead. Oh, more throwing knives. I mean, for Johansson, it makes sense that he would use throwing knives.
Yeah.
Especially since he actually uses them in the fight. But yeah, behind this portrait of Dr. Johansson, we can press E on it and it will go upwards. And behind it, there is a sniper document, like the one we had on Canyon 04. Yep, Emerald 04. So that's why the one on Emerald 4 is super useless, since we only use the sniper on like 1 level. And also we can pick up this one without losing any time. I don't know if I can do it now, because I'm in sort of a weird state that you wouldn't be in normally. But, yeah. Turn up here, pick it up, turn towards the painting. And yeah,
The
picking that up
sanctuary.
didn't cost any time at all, because as soon as we enter that office space, the timer for the flashback starts.
Gentlemen,
During this flashback, there isn't anything that you could do to speed it up or slow it down.
leaders of the group to my estate. And as the prestige of these surroundings is keeping with our ambitions, I have
So as soon as this flashback ends, we want to spam E in order to try to open the safe as quickly as possible. Yeah. So right now, while the flashback is fading out, I can't pick up any of the items in the safe. But on occasion, you will briefly be able to pick up stuff. And it doesn't matter what you pick up, as long as you pick up the key to the next door. In that case, you can proceed to the next door, even if you like didn't pick up the communications device or whatever, or the hook. But that rarely happens.
Yeah. So
I'm
what
a
I think it is
trendsetter.
basically
Last.
you can take or you can pick up some items really early on into as the flashback ends. So basically there's a certain period where you gain your line of sight and you can still pick up items, and then for a whole while you can't, and then as soon as the full transition ends you can pick up items normally again. So I think it has to do with being early.
Come to think of it, do you think this phenomenon is anything like first frame inputs?
No, because it's not really the same situation.
But it's almost like you're for like micro instant in like a state you're not supposed to be in.
It's not that specific. In that instance, it's not like frame specific. So I wouldn't really put it in the same category.
Are you sure it might be?
No, I don't think it is.
Okay. Let me think. Anything else? I don't think so. Okay, so right here we're gonna open this cell that has the nurse inside. And normally the game wants us to take the nurse hostage and then escort her all the way outside to the end of the level, which is obviously incredibly slow, so we never do that ever. So what we used to do instead was we just take her hostage and then drop her immediately. But
There is an even faster way.
yeah,
As you
so
might imagine.
instead, fuck.
Please.
Just punch her in the. What we do is we just punch her in the face, and that has the same effect as taking her hostage and dropping her.
Yep.
Yeah, what you need to. Okay, so I actually forgot to mention this earlier. After the Johansson fight ends, and before the flashback starts, you want to pick up the document and equip the key. But also, what you want to do if you want to punch her in the face is before you equip the key, you need to make sure that instead of your revolver, you equip fists instead, so you could punch her in the face instead of shooting her and killing her, failing the mission. So yeah, that's another thing, and that's actually pretty tight to do all of those equips in that short a frame of time. But it can be done. Can definitely be done, but it's hard.
Yeah. Don't do it like Hens and take out your shotgun and threaten to kill her. That is not advisable. That was gold. Holy shit. Alright.
Yeah, if you didn't equip the right weapon in time, you just want to take her hostage.
Yeah.
And also these doors in front of me, they open. Okay. As soon as she gets knocked out. Okay, no. So there's a timer for those doors to open that starts either when you take her hostage or when she gets knocked out. And the one that starts if you take her hostage is sort of longer. And if she gets knocked out, it gets set to like a lower value, I guess. So normally the doors will be wide open and the enemies will be coming towards you once you get there. But if you want the enemies to still be like closer to the position where they spawned, for example, to kill them more easily, what you can do is you take her hostage and then walk with her for like a little bit and then drop her. And that makes the enemies outside easier to kill, which you might want to do on 30%, because they're very dangerous. Very dangerous. You should... Fuck, dude, my weapon's shot him so many times. So yeah, they're gonna be down here, this area. This is where they spawn. And if you delay their spawn, by the time you're around the corner, they like just showed up. And you can, and they like don't, they're like not fully alert yet. So you can just shoot them very easily. So let us proceed down this corridor. I don't remember whether you need to pick up this guy's ammo in any percent, but in 30% you do. Unless you picked... You in 30% ordinarily, if you had a good Johansson fight, you need to pick up either this guy's ammo or the one from the last guy. So, and if you had a bad fight, you want to pick up both. So let's continue. For this guy. Alternatively, you can go in here and run all the way through here. And that makes it so you don't need to fight all those enemies, but it's like a tiny bit slower. Ah, okay. You want to turn left and kill this guy. Kill this guy.
Optimally, you also want to hit his head.
This is the room I was talking about earlier that has the revolver ammo.
Sadly, too far out of the way to be viable for an any percent speedrun. It's technically nice for 30%, but still not really that
Yeah,
useful.
I never went into this room for 30%. I don't think it's really worth it. Maybe it could be. But I don't know, maybe if I was running no medkits I would go in here, but I never did that, so I can't really speak to that. Probably you wouldn't go in here.
Even in that, as someone who did that a couple times, I never knew it was there, so I just went all without it.
Yeah, okay, but was not going in here a conscious decision, or did you just forget about this room?
I just didn't know that was a fake. But I'm not sure if Criminal actually did it. It's useful to have, I guess.
He probably didn't. So normally what we would do is, this guy would be in this room that's kind of well lit, and we would kill him
Oh my god.
wherever he is. I don't know if this door is always open. I think it's only sometimes open, by the way. Then we would go here, kill this guy as soon as this door opens. Or no, wait, okay, never mind. We'd go here, trigger him to start his animation, go back to pick up the revolver from the guy that was in this room, and then we come back here, and as soon as this door opens, shoot him. And then the level end is just, the level end trigger appears after a certain amount of time. So we have time to just go on him and pick up his revolver while the level complete box is up.
Yeah.
And we can also reload at that time. And it just finishes the reload during the level complete box. And
This
if
is
to
not
add
the last
here,
instance.
yeah?
Sorry. This is not the last instance where we pick up ammo when you don't actually see the ammo pickup thing because it's just so late.
Yeah. Anything else about Prologue 2?
Not really.
Okay,
Can't think of anything.
do you want to end the session here? Because I'm pretty exhausted.
All right, that's. I mean, Canyon is quite the thing. But we could still. I mean, the strats for Canyon never changed, so you would only have to show it once.
True. So you just want to Canyon 1 now and then Canyon 2 next time.
Sure.
Okay.
Canyon 01 is a weird level because for beginners it might be the single hardest level for a very long time.
Mhm.
Because the movement in this level is by far the most advanced out of any other level, I would say. Just looking at them, you have 4 slope jumps that you do back to back, and between that you have a couple of hook jumps that you want to optimize as much as possible. Yeah. So starting right off the bat, there is a medkit to the right side of that lady. Not really necessary in any percent probably, but very useful if you're low health. Very necessary in 30%, I would say.
Yeah, it takes a little. It does cost a bit of time to pick it up.
Okay,
But it's-
hydrate.
It's worth it. No, I just hydrated.
All right, okay, sure. Now let's do this quick. In any case, you wanna always run to the back. If you don't pick up this medkit, just run backwards because you will spawn with your view to the lady. And you wanna immediately try and switch to your hook. This is very difficult because it's quite random if you actually are hovering over a medkit or the lockpick or the hook. It's not consistent, I think, right?
Yeah, so switching to the hook, sometimes you need to press the key twice, as I just did. And sometimes you only need to press it once. And to me it seems like whenever I load a checkpoint I need to press it twice, but on runs it can be either. So you just sort of have to like guess and hope you did it the right amount of times.
Yeah.
And don't have time to react because like the comic view is fading and all that. So yeah, that's pretty annoying.
Oh yeah, basically what you want to do is run back, adjust your view, and then try and get as much height as possible before you actually do this upcoming hook jump.
I think I actually don't run back, I think I just run like left and turn my camera.
Okay, that works too, actually. Yeah.
So
Just move to this position as fast as you can.
hooking up here, there's sort of 3 ways. The very first way I learned was I go directly under it, jump back, and then forwards. And you wouldn't hit the thing, you would actually get up there.
Yeah.
Second way is to use the slope here to gain extra height, like that.
I've never seen that
And that's kind of nice, but it's
actually.
this is actually super cool way. It's pretty cool, but there's actually a better way where you start from here and you use the slope on this wall to gain a bit of extra height, and you just go from here. So like that.
Yeah. The slopes on the bottom there are very weird when you jump off, so this takes quite a bit of getting used to, or you just do the first variation for simplicity's sake.
Yeah, when you start off, you probably want to do the first one, but eventually you want to learn this.
Yeah.
Oh, that was terrible.
In any case, get up there, get told that Jones is jealous, and move on. Now there is one guy at the bottom there that is very important to be killed as early as possible because he has a lot of ammunition that we want to have, specifically his AK. The longer you take on killing him, the more he wastes his AK ammo, and we want to keep as much of it. And he will also start running at some point when you have line of sight, and then it's even harder for him to be hit.
There's something of his that we want way more than his AK.
Oh yeah, grenade. I apologize. The grenade is also very important, but killing him early for AK ammo is also something that I always look at.
I think he actually has the nade, an AK, and a revolver.
Yeah.
Which is fucking insane.
He's loaded as fuck, man.
So much value. So yeah, kill him, this guy as early as possible. This guy you only need to kill him 30%. So here, you sort of jump up this little thing.
Yeah.
Fuck. Gain a bit of
Just-
extra height.
Yet
keep-
another point.
Yeah.
Yet another point where you just want to gain as much height as possible before hooking. And this is actually the position. This hook right here is very important to me specifically because there's a jump
Wait,
possible.
before you do that, I just don't want to be annoyed with this guy. This guy, you might actually want to kill him. Because this is like the best place to pick up a sniper rifle on this level.
Yeah.
Oh, and he has medkit apparently. Sick.
Yeah, but you can skip this hook completely by doing a very specific slope jump. And it's actually the hardest jump in the game. Or it might be at least. This is one that we haven't practiced at all because it's actually a tad slower than going for the hook. Oh, what? Okay, sure.
I
Mr.
don't even know
World
the setup.
Record guy. Mr. World Record guy, sure, whatever. What did you do actually? What were your inputs?
I think I just ran against it like here.
So the way I first discovered this jump is you actually jump into that left wall slope, and then mid-jump, you actually transition to the other slope on the other wall and gain a bit of extra height doing that. That's how I did it, but apparently, this is easy if you only use one wall. In any case, this jump is nothing you need to practice for full runs, because it's in fact not really faster.
Really ridiculous jump.
Yeah. Coming up is the actual first slope jump that has also been done. All of these slope jumps, all of Canyon, stood the same since 2007. It's still insane to me. The first one we call rocket jump. What it does, it skips a trigger that spawns 3 rocket launcher guys that would completely fuck our shit up if we wouldn't skip this trigger.
So shall I show it?
Yes.
Okay, so what you do is you can see here this sort of like an extra little slope that pokes out of the wall. This is what you want to hit to gain the extra height and distance. And boom,
Nice,
I'm over the
beautiful.
trigger.
Yeah, if you look at the ground basically, from where the slope starts to where the ground stops being completely horizontal, that's where the trigger on the ground basically is. And you just
This
want
is where
to
it ends.
avoid, yeah, and you just want to avoid that piece of ground at all costs. It really, once these guys spawn and you're in a full game run or you're in a 30% run, that's really hard to recover unless you do it super safe or you just fucking book it and have a lot of resources available to do it.
And yeah, the trigger is really only on the ground. Doesn't extend upwards almost at all.
Yeah. But actually, in ILs, it's faster to not go for this jump and just run directly ahead because you can theoretically ignore the rocket launcher guys if you survive.
Yeah, it's really
That's a
dumb.
big if. That's a big if. You have ammo and medkits to the right here. You can pick those up while just walking by. You don't have to stop. And then right up next is the next slope jump. This one actually necessary to progress.
Before we do that, let's go back and show what the rocket guys spawn.
Oh yeah, sure, true.
So one on this wall, this one kill from here. Then we go for that one, and then this one there. Wow, actually,
That's clean as fuck. Holy
that was
shit.
super clean. That was crazy.
What the fuck?
So anyway, but
also to the right side, there's a revolver guy spawning as well. If you do that.
yeah. Okay, so you can either kill them or alternate strat, which was found as sort of a backup strat by Timo, like a long time ago. And I really like this strat, but I think no one else really does. Is so you jump up here, and then you go here. I think no, Do I have God mode on?
I think so, yeah.
I'm retarded. Hold on.
You're tired. It's all right.
I never do this jump, so I don't know where to.
So this slope jump basically leads to the part that you're supposed to go. It skips a very small walking part, but this is basically where you're supposed to go. This also skips just a bit of walking, and here you're just at the part of the level that we would skip completely otherwise. But it's a very nice backup if you don't want to do the jumps that are coming up.
So no, that's not even like the main original point.
Oh really?
No, the main original point is you would go here and you would do a checkpoint reset, and then you would go back.
Huh?
And then the rocket guys aren't there anymore.
Oh, all right, sure.
But it's not really worth it for that. But I just think it's such a cool strat. I wanted to show it
I
off.
mean, sure. All right, you know that also works. All right, sure.
So yeah. Let's show off this one. Haha.
Yeah, wall jump is annoying, to me at least. It's not really the hardest one, I guess, but it's very specific. And the movement leading to wall jump is also very specific. These slopes right here are super weird. If you walk against them, they will launch you back because the first part of the slope is walkable, but the second one isn't, and then certain parts during this walk are walkable and the other ones aren't. So you really gotta time your jumps really well to skip the parts that can't be walked over. Like that. That's beautiful movement.
Yeah, if you do it well, you can just go up there non-stop, and that's probably what you want to do, because otherwise you're gonna run into issues.
It looks trivial when it looks really good. It's sad. It makes me feel really good if I see that in good motion. So yeah. So the wall jump is basically you want to jump from the position Kensu's in right now to the wall that you can see from here. So what you do is you use the wall to gain a bit of extra height to actually do that. Yeah. There are multiple ways to actually do this jump. This is one variation. Yeah. Just go for it.
Boom.
Nice. That was clean. As I said, there are many variations to this jump. There is no...
I got screwed up by the geometry there.
Clear one way of doing it, but the general idea stays the same. You want to land up here and then jump down on this side.
There's also like a way where you like surf on this wall. Fuck off.
Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah. Again, you gotta try this out yourself, see what's comfortable to you, and take that. And then we just drop down. We just skipped a large part of this level, a very big majority of this level.
And also made a lot of enemies never spawn.
Yeah. We can do these giant skips in this level specifically because there are no objectives other than reach the end. So, yeah. That's fortunate.
It's very fortunate. Imagine if all these jumps existed and we couldn't use them.
Dude, imagine if Spectre didn't find these jumps back in 2007. We would have taken a long time to figure these out. But yeah, moving on. We would drop down here.
So either we would drop... Yeah, normally we drop down here, but I just want to point out, if you don't know... Like, if you can't figure out how to do the next jump after this, what you can do is you can walk across this wall towards that zip line and continue the level normally from there. So yeah, let's drop down. We jump onto like these slopes here to not take fall damage. You can actually, if you land on it the right way and jump at the right time, you can actually get boosted off of here. And you will like fly over here and it saves like a tiny bit of time.
Nice. Also, you want to jump into that slope there because if you just drop down, there is a very big chance that the fall damage bug will occur and you'll just die.
Yeah.
Happens to me a lot in that position specifically when I was going for IL runs. And yeah, right after that, really right after that is the third slope jump. This one we call the triangle jump. We call this the triangle jump because there is a very specific triangle in this geometry at the bottom that we want to jump off from to really gain as much height as possible to jump off this wall. This doesn't look like we would be able to get up there, right? Like, this is a very high wall, but in fact, there is a small ledge there that is a bit lower than the rest of the wall that we can jump to. And by using this triangle, we can set ourselves up to reach it just barely.
Yeah, you want to run up this triangle and basically, like, in my brain I always jump when I'm on top of this line, but I think you just want to jump as late as you can.
Yeah. If you jump too late, you will get launched off from the wall, and you will realize that, yeah, exactly like
I
that.
can't believe I just did that on purpose.
I mean, you're a natural teacher, what can I say? So if that happens to you, a lot of times you want to jump quite a bit earlier. If you don't get enough height, you might consider jumping later, or you might need to adjust your aim a little bit, adjust your setup. It's really, this might be the hardest jump out of all the three. But you also have infinite tries, and you can reset them real quick and just try another right after.
Yeah, if you fail wall jump, you could take fall damage, but for this one you can't.
Yeah. Also, for wall jump, you always need to climb up that ledge, and it takes quite a lot of time for each fail. But yeah, this is how the triangle jump looks. It can be really fast or really slow, depending on how fast you can reach that ledge and how long you stay in air. But the general idea really is just reaching that ledge.
And after I jump off, I also start pressing right. I press right and forward, and I turn my camera right.
Yeah.
I think you can also do it without pressing right.
Yeah, just holding forward and adjusting your aim. This is one of those jumps where the jump itself hasn't changed, but the way people do it changed a bit. Made it just a lot more consistent, a lot more nice to look at. Alright. We now skip basically all of Canyon, really. The only thing we have to do is walk through this final part to the end. However, this part is a big fight where there are a lot of people spawning, and you're supposed to use the rocket launcher to kill all of them. Really cool, casually, really just slow in a speedrun. So there are two things you can do. Either you stay on the right on that path, and you just completely skip the trigger that spawns all the people, and you can just run through, have no spawns at all. Or you just don't give a shit, are on a really sick IL run, and then run to the left side and just run past all of them.
Yeah, just take the straightest path, and the enemies won't really block you that much, so you can get through them pretty easily still.
Yeah.
Another, thing I came up with ages ago was... okay, let's say you have, very little ammo. What you could do is... And this doesn't happen to me anymore with, my modded route. But when I was a beginner, I thought, okay, if I have little ammo here, I can pick up this rocket launcher, and if I pre-fire the rocket launcher at the spot where the enemies will show up at the right time, then they will all die instantly with no problems, and I get to pick up their ammo for free. But it's not worth it.
Yeah, we already talked about this, I think, but rocket launchers are really, in general, not a weapon you want to use. They slow you down movement-wise, they take a lot of time to get out, shoot, reload. Most of the time you will have more than one shot, and then just swap it out again, and all the time you will have slower movement during that. So really, it's a weapon to be avoided normally, unless you have to use it. There's only one instance where you have to.
Yeah.
But yeah, moving forward, let's just stay on the right side, skip the triggers that spawn all of them, and then just walk to the end. There is a fourth final slope jump at the end.
No, one thing first. So,
alright.
Sliding down that wall I just slid down. One time, I actually managed to get a boost by jumping when I hit the ground.
Oh yeah.
And I'm not entirely sure where I got the boost off of on this wall, but I did get a boost and launched me like right towards where I wanted to go and was really nice. So that
That's
might be
good.
worth looking into at some point if you want IL run this. Oh fuck, there was a boost earlier in the level that I forgot to mention. Should I go back?
Is it relevant? I guess sure.
Yeah. It's actually on wall jump.
Wait, a useful glitch boost off of that?
Yeah. So I believe, and it's been a while, but I think no, there is like a boost in this area that's useful, I think.
Really? Like more useful than just doing wall jump normally.
Yeah, see that thing jittered me in like a weird way, and I think you can boost off of it.
Damn. That would send you flying. That would actually send you flying.
Yeah. You can definitely boost yourself forward here somehow, but I don't want to spend too much time on it.
Yeah, you
Also,
won't be able to. Yeah.
This one in particular can boost you backwards. Oh, nice.
How?
I'm just
So
lucky
let me
right now.
let me reiterate, because this doesn't seem very hard, right? Kens always does it when he wants to show this off, but these things are really difficult to get. Like these boosts, you will not be able to get those intentionally unless you bash your head against them for a longer period of time.
I think the boost is actually up here somewhere. Now that I think about it. Yeah, maybe?
But that wouldn't boost you in a direction that you would want.
Yeah. I'm confused. Maybe if Cal or Criminal watches this, they can fill in the gaps here, but there is definitely a boost somewhere in this area.
Yeah, let's just move to the end part. I guess in general, obviously this is only the knowledge that we two have. So there might be quite a lot of things that we don't cover in terms of old strats and things that are possible. We do, however, cover as much as we can. This is the reason we do this. So, alright, this is the last part. We just skipped all the guys spawning in. This is the last slope jump. Doesn't really save that much time, but, you know, it's a last final little time save. And it's actually quite tricky if you want to do it fast. If you stay on the middle of that slope, it makes it a lot more consistent. The further out you are in the slope, the harder it gets. But also staying right inside the right edge there makes it harder as well. And also you can clip out of bounds by doing that. So you really optimally want to hit the middle. And just try and set it up as fast as you can. It's still possible on the right side, but it's just quite a bit harder.
I'm trying to follow the bounds, but not managing it. It's hard to do that kind of stuff on purpose.
Yeah.
Also, we tried to like get up there without using that zip line. So, for example, by jumping around this wall, but it doesn't work out. Although you can stand up there.
That's too bad. That would be one final nail in the coffin for this to be the most interesting and batshit crazy level in the game, movement-wise.
Yeah.
But yeah, as you can see, you can tell that this is a very hard level for beginners, because those are 3 very specific jumps right back to back, and you gotta practice all of them. We were always, when we are warming up for this game, Canyon 1 is one of those culprits that always needs warming up, because you don't want your run to have a bad Canyon 1. It always makes you feel bad. So yeah.
Over time I got like probably 90% plus success rate on wall jump, but triangle jump, like sometimes I just forget how to do it for a session. And then I fail it like 5 times in a row on a run. And then I practice it and I don't know what I'm doing wrong. And it's really weird how that works, but yeah.
For me, when I was in the grind, I was really consistent with Canyon, but once you just take a week off or two, this gets tough really fast.
Yeah. So this guy, besides having a shotgun, also has a revolver, so we want that. Down here there's nothing, I'm pretty sure. Like, actually nothing. Shovel, ooh.
Dude, I have never seen these barrels before. Those
Dude,
are
I
weird
can't
model.
pick up the shovel.
What the fuck?
That's
All right.
incredible.
This is a beta room. Don't enter this. You are an alpha male. Do not enter this room. You want instead turn to the left here when you get into this tunnel and destroy these wooden panels as you run in, either with the shotgun that you just picked up or holy shit, I forgot that was a thing.
Yeah.
I forgot that happened. Alright. So either with the shotgun or with the AK that you got at the start of this level, just destroy these wooden panels in front of you. And the level. Right off the bat, I will still add this to this session. You want to obviously hold forward, and as soon as this level loads, be ready to destroy these wooden panels in front of you with the AK or shotgun that you just used. You gotta take those out fast. You don't want to get stuck on those.
And I see a lot of people use the AK to destroy those wooden boards, but I sort of disagree with that because I think AK ammo is pretty useful. And sometimes you actually run out of ammo on this level. So I recommend using the shotgun instead.
Fair. Nevertheless, just take out those wooden panels and yeah.
Okay, so let's just go.
So as we said before, shoot these planks down. And this is where we have a very specific jump to negate all of our fall damage again.
Before I show off the jump, I want to just say, if you have a sniper rifle, this is like the only place where you would ever use it.
Oh yeah.
But it's not worth it to get it. And even if you did have it, it still wouldn't be worth it to do that, because you can just kill them a better way.
It is technically viable for no medkit runs in 30%, but it's even then kind of slow.
Why am I using my sniper rifle?
Lol.
Okay, so yeah, you hit that,
Yeah,
slope, and then you run down here and kill everything.
Yeah.
So
We
the
jump
slope
on
you
a
want to
very
hit...
specific hill.
What?
I just was about to say we are going to hit a very specific slope
That
that
slope
you're
right
looking
there.
right now. Yeah.
This.
Funnily enough, this is the same exact jump ever since the segmented run founded in 2007, so that's one of the strats that never changed at all.
Yeah, it's still the same jump that we used from all the way back then, but there's a new jump as well.
Boy.
So we jump like here? Something like that. I actually don't quite know where it is, because... So this jump is only done ILs right now, because it does 80 fall damage. But you land further to the right, so it's faster. It's somewhere around that part. I wish I knew where it actually was. But yeah, if you need to know where it is, I guess you can just watch an IL run. I have like a rough idea of what the part looks like, but I don't know where it is. It should be here. Yeah!
There you go. Nice.
And that way you're a bit like further towards where you want to go. And also, another funny thing about this part, there's a lot of places where you can fall out of bounds. Check this out. If I actually get past the invisible wall. No! Yeah, there's an invisible wall there. Like right there. Pretty far. There we go.
Nice.
And there's like at least one more spot in that area where you can fall out of bounds.
Yeah, the story about these out of bounds is Kenster, when he was first learning this game and this route, he didn't know which slope he actually had to hit to negate the fall damage. So he tried out different ones and fell out of bounds twice in a row. Those were 2 out of bounds that we didn't know existed. He found them both at once.
Someone link that video in the description. So yeah, we jump against this slope with the fat dot on it. Normally you can launch yourself a bit further. But... And then, okay, so this rocket guy, what you want to do is you want to be behind this minecart. Also, you want to pick up AKs from one of these guys if you can. But you don't want to stop. Or I guess you could stop. Now that I think about it, maybe it's worth it.
Is it that important?
I mean, I run out of ammo on this level sometimes, so I don't know if you're low on ammo. I guess it could be worth it to stick around for an extra magazine. But yeah, so you want to make sure this minecart is between you and the enemy, and then you want to try to jump, and like you want to jump while minecart is between you and him. So he's gonna see you while you're traveling upwards, and that way he's always gonna shoot above you. So you're safe. And also, you want to try to shoot him as early as possible, even though he can't hit you. Because if you hit him before he shoots, you can pick up a rocket launcher from him that is already loaded. And the fact that it's already loaded is actually important, because that means you don't have to reload it.
Thank you, G.
So yeah, that was obviously not how you're supposed to do it, but... No, it's not even reloaded.
And it's not even a shot that we have to load the thing into, so yeah.
Yeah, but it's whatever, so... So here's the checkpoint. Oh, is this the part where we talk about the wrong warp?
Oh boy. Let's just show off the whole level.
Okay, so you want to do it
and then
after this
talk about
level?
it. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, really, we should have done it at the start of this level, but now it's late.
Nah, let's show off what the whole level is, and then let's show what we would skip. That's the best way of doing it.
Okay, so right now you can see I pull out a nade. That's why it's so important to kill that guy in the early level that I was fixating on.
The first AK guy in Canyon 01.
Also, there's a checkpoint here, which comes in handy on 30% a lot. This level actually has a lot of checkpoints considering how short it is. Wow. So yeah, you pull the nade, like right around where I'm standing right now, and then you throw it at the guy at the top, and then switch to hook.
Yeah, basically there are 2 rocket launching guys spawning up there. You want to kill both of them with that nade.
No, that's not true. That's the rocket launcher guy and the sniper guy.
Oh yeah, true. Sorry. It's just in every difficulty we just kill them both with that grenade, like always.
No, on 30%, oftentimes one of them survives. That's why on 30%, oftentimes I like wait to make sure that both of them are dead, and sometimes I have to shoot them an extra time.
Okay, yeah, sure. But the same idea, you want to chuck a nade always.
Yeah. Actually, a lot of stuff going on there. So you just throw the nade, switch to hook, and then you sort of like at the beginning of Canyon, you jump into the wall because the bottom of the wall is sloped, so you gain extra height for jumping into it, like this. Then you want to bump into this corner here on the right, ideally, and then you want to swing around in a certain pattern. Because, like I said earlier, the rocket guy always shoots not where you are, but where you're moving towards. And like this rocket is probably gonna land somewhere on the ground, might do some splash damage to me, which is bad on 30% especially. But by moving while hooked in a certain way, you can make him like shoot the walls, and that way he will never hit you if you do it correctly. But sadly, you're gonna have to figure out the pattern for yourself because I don't quite remember it, and even if I did, I'm not sure I would be able to do it correctly on my setup. some bad. So yeah, he did some splash damage. I forgot to mouse 1. Okay, look, let's just do this part again, whatever. Maybe I can actually do it properly. So yeah, hit this corner, go back, fuck. And then swing on this, and go forward. Oh wow, he like shot himself. And then after you shoot him, you jump down. Okay. But... oh, where is he going? Okay. Dude, I'm so low on revolver. I'm terrible. So, some more stuff in here. Normally the movement I do is... I sort of like... There's some like rocks sticking out here, right? So you can jump over those to take like a faster line. That's what I normally do. Also, I think you can actually get to that part. But there's like nothing here. The only thing that's like up here in the other... annoying. In the other direction is like there's a medkit over there. Small one.
And
Another
very
interesting
out of your
thing.
way.
Yeah?
Very out of your way. Yeah.
So you can see there's like this platform sticking out here. You can actually sometimes slip off here and land on that, and that's pretty annoying. But the main interesting thing is there's another out of bounds here on this edge. If you land in like a very specific way, I think I got close.
you got very close, yeah.
You can fall out of bounds here. Happened to me in a race, which is crazy because I've done like 5 races. But yeah, I'm not gonna spend too much time on this.
Yeah.
Although I will show off what it looks like once you're out there.
Okay.
So you'd be standing somewhere like here. Pretty sick. So this doesn't really help you because you'd think like, hey, maybe if I can do this on purpose, and then I can like walk around this edge, and then I can go through the wall and I won't have to go all the way around up. But nope. There's like no way you can drop down here onto that and walk. It's just not feasible. Which one of the... oh, by the way, that line you can see out there, that's like an out of bounds bazooka. I believe you can't pick it up. There's a lot of places in this game where there's like some weapons out of bounds. I haven't been pointing them out, but maybe I should have.
Nah, not too important to the history of the rounds,
yeah.
really. But yeah, you can see some of the weapons just being out of place and out of bounds. And also in Canyon 1, that was actually the first occurrence of out of bounds stuff that we found. There is a very specific rock, just a very round, small rock floating in out of bounds. And when you hover onto that rock, it says...
with the mouse.
it says that it can't be unlocked. You don't have the right key, as if it was a door that you could unlock. It's very weird.
Have you tried using your hook?
No. Yeah, in any case. Also, as Kenston mentioned, jumping around that part here is faster, but you need to be careful on which positions you jump to, because you can easily slip off at that point.
Also, for a while, I would actually jump on here. Under the assumption that that's faster. And I think also partly under the assumption that that way I would take less fall damage and I wouldn't have to do a checkpoint reset. Because we would always do a checkpoint reset here, because we would just jump down and like die. As you can tell from the fact that I have 5 HP. And there's a checkpoint here, so you just do checkpoint reset and then you're good. But you can actually get down here without taking any fall damage. Yeah, this is... oh hey, there's a body here, even though I did a checkpoint reset. Interesting. And I'm pretty sure you can't even get back here. So I'm not sure why they put a body there, but anyway. You jump like down here. And you don't take fall damage. Ta-da! I don't know how specific that is, but just try to copy what I did and you should be fine. And also hold into the wall to reduce your speed further. So yeah.
I mean, in any case, both variations are very viable. For the longest time, we used to just jump down before we hit the ground, reload checkpoint, and then you're good. And actually, reloading the checkpoint there makes the guard up top to the left there behave very weirdly. He will walk on the spot for a certain amount of time if you reload that checkpoint.
Man, he's a bad singer. Oh yeah. I've never noticed that. Probably because I rarely go the top way.
Yeah. The top way was for the 2014 route, and I think for the revival also the recommended route, because from here you can get a sniper rifle and then jump down without taking fall damage. And the
Yeah, you get a sniper rifle. You get a sniper rifle. You, I guess, can get his AK, and you get this medkit. And you can jump downwards here in various ways. First of all, you can jump down here. This Lotus is so many out of bounds spots, it's incredible. But the main place where you would jump down is actually over here towards the ladder, and then there's this slope here. So yeah, the
pretty tight jump actually, but yeah, pretty consistent.
Yeah. The main reason you would go the top path is, I guess, if you had no ammo and you need the sniper rifle for the ending, or mainly if you have low HP.
Yeah.
Also, remember earlier how I said you often have low ammo here and I have 2 bullets?
Lol.
So
Alright, in any case, this is an old strat going around the top. The better, more direct way is jumping down right here at the bottom. And obviously not taking any fall damage because slopes are still a thing everywhere.
Yeah. People used to like go down these stairs like one by one, which is terrible.
Did they?
Yeah, when I started out I used to do that.
Alright, that was your strat.
So anyway, what I do is I jump off of where this dark spot is. And then I land on this slope. That was bad because I didn't hold into the wall, I think. Ah. See 11 damage, that's acceptable. And then ideally you kill these guys while on the way to the ladder. Here's another important spot where you want to climb the ladder by holding space rather than by holding towards it, because you can turn around and shoot these guys if you don't get aim punch hard. Right here, secret wall. Ah! My battery's low, hold on. Explain what's behind this wall.
As far as I can remember, there's a big medkit behind it, and possibly some ammo. Okay, yeah, 2 big medkits and some ammo. Not too relevant, because after this point you don't really have any fights left in this level. But still, if you're in 30% and are super low on life, and you're scared that the enemy spawns are going to happen in the next occurring part, then go for it. But it's not too useful. What I wanted to say in the part before, where you reload checkpoint and jump down, there are a couple of spots there actually that let you negate fall damage, and the one that Kensley used was just one of many around that area. And as far as I know, we use these spots for... Oh my god, I didn't know there were spawns here. Holy shit.
Yeah, I didn't know this would make those guys spawn. Interesting.
I didn't know about that. Nice. But yeah, as far as I remember back in 2014 and such, I think everyone used the slope jump to get down fast. Or walk around the top and slope jump at the end there. Although I think that's what I found originally.
Also, this is water. I don't know why there's water here. And also I don't know why I never noticed it for like 2.5 years. But
Wait,
I
there's
recently
water?
noticed it's water.
Sick. Alright. There are a couple of ways of getting up there without using this ladder. First of all, you don't want to use this ladder because that will make rocket launcher and many other enemies spawn.
Yeah, all the enemies that just spawned when I went up there.
Are they the same guys?
Yes.
Okay.
At least I know that one shows up in that window and one showed up in that window when I went up there. So it should be the same guys.
I guess. They look different. Whatever. There are two, or I guess multiple variations. The one that Ken's is looking at right now is the one we found in 2018, a bit late. I guess just show off your variation, and if you can remember Timo's variation, he found it originally.
I'm gonna show them off in chronological order when we found them.
Okay.
So the oldest one is right next to the ladder. You would jump upwards. So into this corner.
Yeah. Nice.
And the issue with that strategy is, well, mainly you have to go all the way past the ladder and it's sort of slow. But also, if you fail that jump once, then the enemies will spawn. So you don't really get to retry it.
Yeah.
Also, I wonder why. It's actually kind of weird. Anyway, then Timur came along and he found a different strat, which I'm not entirely sure what this line was, but it was, I think you jump off of this wall and up there. Yeah, like that, I think.
Nice.
And then I didn't know his line, so I just smashed my head against this wall until I found out how he did it. Because I just saw him do it in a run, and then like the next day I tried it for myself. I'm low on health, by the way. I'm gonna pick this up. And I used this line, which is even better because, like, he had to go back here, and I could do it from here, so that saves a bit of time. And also, this jump is kind of hard, but it's pretty easy to practice it, because it's not one of those tricks where you have to do a checkpoint reset. And you can get the hang of it pretty quickly. Also, once you're up here, I think there's certain paths that you like don't want to take. Like if I went too far to the left, I think the enemies would spawn, for example.
Yes.
And if you use that old strat, I think you have to stick to the left.
When you use that old strat, you just... I don't remember, it was too long ago. I remember if you get that medkit that you can actually see from your position right there, there is a high chance that the spawns will happen.
I got that... I think I got it pretty often with the old strat, but I'm not sure. I'm just gonna take your word for it. Oh, this is
it's really... I didn't know that icon existed. But yeah, it's really just for the old strat. You just wanna land that jump and run straight ahead. The longer you use that trick, the more risk you take on making people spawn. With these other two jumps, the newer ones, there is no real risk of making those guys spawn, unless you go too far to the left, which you don't want to.
So, okay, so that pad there has a missile on it. I think if you step on it, it explodes and you die. Oh no, it just explodes when you shoot it. Is there anything down? Nope. So another one over there.
I don't think I ever stepped on these things or tried to interact with these things. That's crazy.
I saw someone die from them once. So here, like, the obvious way would be jumping up there, which is, I think, what we used to do. And then I think Laius, which is a pretty old school guy, figured out that you can jump up here and go around this way. And that's a bit faster.
Yeah.
Because, like, even if you went that way, you would still go around and jump, go up here. Also, for a long time, I thought you have to jump twice to get up to this spot, but this is actually... Oops. Like, this is... Bro. Ladders. Oh, this ladder is weird. I didn't think it was actually as high as it looked. I thought it would end at some point. Weird. Yeah, this is actually a staircase. You can just walk up it, unless you jump on in a weird way. Then you do it once, twice. But I think one time I like got stuck on this part in like a weird way. but I don't. I still have the clip, I think, but I never uploaded it. Anyway, so yeah, we continue here and then go that way to the end of the level. Otherwise, we would have to go all the way around there, I think, like through this building and stuff. And that's why climbing up here is very important. This right here, I usually destroy with the AK on auto, which is one of the rare occasions you have it on auto.
Yeah.
Anything here? No. What? Wait. I'm confused. Did that just close behind me?
I think it just unloaded the map behind you.
Yeah, it was sliding.
Yeah.
Cool.
But yeah, optimally you want to use the AK there so you can get all of the stuff away so it doesn't stop you. If you don't have enough AK ammo left, just use a shotgun and then mash E. Mash the use button.
Yeah. Okay, so for this last part, we're gonna go down here by using a slope there with taking minimal fall damage. Hopefully, sometimes they still take a lot. And then once we're close enough, a timer is gonna start that makes the guy spawn up here. And you can kill him with all sorts of weapons. Usually you're gonna use a revolver if you have ammo left, if not AK. And then a sniper rifle and RPG are actually like the best way if you have a loaded RPG or a sniper rifle. But for the sniper rifle you have to use the upper route at the end of this level, presumably. Unless you do some weird stuff. Or, and for the RPG, you have to obviously kill that one guy at the start of this level pretty well in order to pick up his loaded RPG, which is not that easy to do. But yeah, so you use one of these weapons to kill that guy. And I'm gonna show off the RPG way, because I don't want to show multiple ones, and I think the RPG way is the most interesting. So you want to have a different weapon equipped. Use the slope to cancel fall damage, jump, switch to RPG, and then pre-fire it.
Nice.
You could probably do that a bit better, because like you could tell that like he was already in position once the rocket hit him. So maybe that could have actually been faster with like sniper or something. So yeah, you actually want to try to shoot the RPG even earlier than I did.
Right. In any case, you just want to kill that guy as fast as possible. As soon as he's dead, at some point the cutscene ends. The end trigger will appear right here. And I didn't want you to actually hit it because we want to show off where the long warp would actually lead you.
Where what would lead me?
Where the wrong warp would lead you.
Oh, okay. We can do that.
Because we mentioned it before, but yeah, because of this you gotta... Alright, sure. So, there is a mystery in 13 that no one could ever solve. For a certain period of time, we got it a lot more often than usual, and then it didn't appear again for a very long time, which made testing it
Can I interrupt
really
you?
weird. Sure.
There's like ammo and stuff up there. Do you know what ammo that is? It's like cyan.
I think it's... No, there is one document up there that I don't know which one it is. Maybe sniper document again.
No, there are no important documents in this level.
Really?
At least not in the spreadsheet.
Then it's just crossbow ammo? And rocket ammo.
See that? Oh, that's sniper ammo. A box of sniper ammo. You thought it was a document because it's cyan.
Dude, I just thought about it and thought of sniping, and that was the only reason we went there. But yeah, in any case.
Nice.
So this position right here is where we would appear rarely, sometimes, if we complete Canyon 01. We have no idea why and when it happened. It's just sometimes when we complete Canyon 01, we are at the end of the level, next level loads in, we land here. Actually, not even here, a bit more further ahead, right in the canyon. Not even where the checkpoint would spawn us, but a bit further ahead.
Oh yeah, isn't it like here?
It's when we are in the line of sight of both rocket launches, so even a bit further ahead, I think.
Are you sure it's that far? I think it's more like here.
I think
Or-
it's that far. It has been a long time. But yeah,
Yeah.
sometimes you would just do an accidental just sequence break, wrong warp sort of thing, and you would spawn right here. And then most people weren't ready if that happened. They died in this level, and then the game crashed. Was there ever an occurrence where someone survived getting that wrong warp and getting to the end of the level?
No.
Okay, so we don't know what happens if we do that. It's a very good chance that the game will crash even if we complete the level with that sequence break.
For a while, we thought that the wrong warp might have been a bug with 1.4 by Opaquid,
Yeah.
which was illegal for speedruns and still kind of is. And it turns out that it isn't. It also happens on 1.3. So yeah. Also, like, here's a list of people that I know this happened to. So it happened to Davdus like once, I think.
It happened to me multiple times actually, but yeah, twice. Let's say twice.
I also know it happened to Lei at least once. He was the one who had it on 1.3.
I think he was the first who had it happen to him.
Probably true. To me, it happened either once or twice. I'm not sure. It's been a very, very long time since it happened, though, which is interesting. And I also know it happened to Macrodon once, but I don't have a clip of it. I'm pretty sure I told him about this, and they said it happened to him before. I'm not, but maybe I'm lying.
Additionally, it has something to do with full runs. There was a certain period of time where I was grinding out Canyon 1 specifically to see if I can make the sequence break happen. And I think I was grinding for 2 days straight, just completing Canyon 1 runs with different strats that were used when these things happened, and I never got it ever in these kind of individual level Canyon 1 runs. This only happened ever when doing full game runs.
Yeah, and if it was able to happen on like non-full game runs, then it would have happened to me more often as well. Because like pretty much all since like start of 2019 or so, like a long time ago, I always did like Canyon 01 and 02 before like doing runs as like warm up. And that never happened to me once during that entire time, and I must have beat Canyon over 100 times. At least.
Yeah.
So yeah.
All right. I think you can end this level.
I think so too. Oh no, rocket! I thought I was gonna hit I'm a winner just before it would hit me, but I mistyped, I think.
God damn it.
Jump.
Alright. We are entering the first of 3 spans levels. Spans 01 is what we call it. And yeah, Kenson's already swimming to it. This isn't where you would swim in a run, but there's a shark here. Only appearance of a shark in this game.
I think there's actually 2 sharks, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, just a small fun fact. What you would normally do is just swim straight ahead to the wall. There is a certain canal that we need to swim through, yeah.
Also, by the way, when you're on this boat and you're going this way, you accelerate more quickly on the ground. So you actually want to make sure that you don't run straight ahead and that you're turned to the hole straight away and jump as late as possible.
Right.
Tiny optimization.
According to the map, there's a sewage drain.
Wait, do we fast swim here or do we just dive?
No, speed swimming is not possible in this liquid. We just swim directly to the canal here. So, speed swimming is what the original segmented run called it in 2007, which is looking up 45 degrees when you're swimming on the surface, and that sometimes makes you go faster. Not on all situations. This is one occurrence where it's not faster. So for a long period of time, we didn't know what to
Wait,
do in
I
discussing.
have
We
a
always waited
question.
for
Are
it.
you positive that it's not faster, or are you just
It
saying
is.
that because no one ever did it?
It's. I'm pretty certain it's not faster because it's not the same effect as speed swimming has. Normally, when you do speed swimming without a wall or anything, you would drop a little bit down whenever you basically swim up to the surface. So the reason you accelerate and you are faster is because you, for a short period of time, are in the air and fall down, and that's when you accelerate a tiny bit before landing in water again. With that, see right there in this level, you don't really fall at all, and therefore looking up that 45-degree doesn't save that same time, doesn't give you the same speed boost.
I think I get a similar thing though if I look up like 15 degrees.
Oh, really?
Let's check it out after I do the reset here to show off the other strat for this. Okay, so right here there was a cutscene that we watched while he was talking between these two guys, and now we want to like wait for them to despawn, I guess. And as soon as they despawn, we want to go up. And if we go up before that, if we leave the water before they despawn, then they will notice us and shoot us, and it's gonna be a bad time.
Specifically, these guards, let me mention that, they are special. They have full body armor, full head armor, and their accuracy is set to a very high value. They have a lot more accuracy than any other guard in the game, and they also have, for some reason, a lot of assault rifle ammo. Most guards only have like one clip in reserve. These guys have like a full ammo pack in reserve. So they are meant to kill you if you go up that cutscene too fast.
Dude, I've run so much 30%. It's been like half a year since I ran any percent. I think they have 60 ammo each.
That sounds about right.
We'll see later. So yeah, the main cue that you have for when you want to go up is actually an audio cue. So as you know, I don't use audio cues, so I have a visual cue as well. But the the audio cue is there's the sound of the door closing, and as soon as you hear that, you can go up. But I use a visual cue because I didn't know that, and I learned this like right when I started playing, so I figured out my own way of doing it. So you wait roughly where I am right now, and then as soon as the second guard disappears from your vision, you go up. So yeah. And then you want to do this sort of motion to get up to the railing. I can't really explain what I do. I guess I go forward and then... Wait, I did it wrong.
No, that looked like the old school way of doing that.
Yeah, normally I go in like a weird circle, but... So yeah, you go forward, and then like diagonally towards there, and then forward onto the railing.
Yeah.
And
You
then
want to land on top of that railing because that optimizes movement for this part right here. You want to walk to that lever up there, and you hit it fast by jumping up on that device, I guess. Crouch down, get that lever, and then instantly drop down to the water. If you take yourself too long time, there's a guard that will see you and will sound the alarm, I think. You just don't want to get seen by him, so you want to drop down immediately.
The guard spawns when you hit the lever. Or like a certain amount of time after you hit the lever.
Right, so...
Right here, you want to like swim to the end as quickly as possible. If you go to that way to the right there that I just passed, there's actually extra air you can get, which you would on a casual playthrough, but you can also make it through without going there.
Yeah, fun fact, even if your timer on the bottom left there hits 0, you actually still have enough air for 1 more second. So having 0 time left doesn't make you die. It's -1 that makes you die.
Yeah, basically. I think
so.
Basically, think of it as if the game just rounds the time down to the nearest second.
I guess, sure. So that's basically the old way, the old any percent strat and the current 30% strat that we just showed off.
Yeah.
There is, however, one way of skipping that whole cutscene, and it's one of the deadliest cutscene skips that is in this run.
No, this is not it. Yeah, whatever. Can get it to work
If you
the
can
way I
swim
want.
faster there, we haven't found it yet because that's not speed swimming what you do there. 45 degrees doesn't speed you up there. If there's
Yeah, that was
if there is
different
a
from what I was thinking of.
if there's another way of speed swimming there, then that would be cool. But yeah, so basically, we want to get up there as directly as possible, by also being as safe as possible. I mentioned before they have full accuracy and they will shoot a lot. They will kill you very fast, even in any percent. So our goal here is to get up on top fast and hide behind one of the guards so the other one doesn't have direct line of sight and doesn't shoot us while we take care of the other one. And since they have helmets and our only weapons are really effective against enemies without helmets, the best way of taking them out is Goombaing them from the railing.
Yeah. The only weapons we have are pistol and crossbow. So crossover requires 2 shots against each of them, which is terrible, and you'll die. And pistol, I guess, is pretty bad too. So yeah, you just go up as quickly as you can. Use a similar pattern. Forward. Here. Here. Jump on his head. No! So normally you wanna land on the railing again right away. But I kind of messed it up, but I still had enough time because he was reloading.
Yeah. But yeah, as you saw, this is any percent. This is the arcade difficulty, and yet these 2 guards deleted most of our life.
Yeah. Oh, what was it standing on there? Oh, I guess on that.
Sure. The rest of
Weird.
the strat stays the same. You want to hit that lever from up top and drop down.
No,
Instantly.
you don't. No, you don't. You hit the lever and then you pick up their ammo.
Okay, that's.
And oh, and you have to kill this guy. I can't believe I forgot that. You have to kill this guy because he's gonna spot those bodies.
It's been so long. I never got that ammo though. I really didn't.
Yeah, well, not this guy's ammo, but the ammo from those 2 guys. Okay, so how much
Right,
ammo
but
do
I
we
never
have?
got that. I never got that. Okay, I'm sorry.
That ammo is actually pretty important because it's just so much ammo, and it makes it so that let me think. It makes it so that you don't need to pick up ammo from as many guys after the camp.
Yeah, no,
with the
I know
cutscene.
now why. By the time that certain thing was found in the next level, I didn't run anymore, so ammo wasn't as relevant as it is now. So apologies, my mistake.
Wait, now
Let's keep going.
I don't know what you're saying. Anyway.
Let's just move on. Let's just move on.
Okay, so yeah, both of these guys had 60 ammo each, and then I got 30 extra from them. So yeah, you get 120 bullets from these guys. So that's pretty important. That's a lot. So third strategy, and I'm still I guess I was like I might even think of Sabotage when I said there was a different way of speed streaming. But by the way, if you dive down right away, at like the very beginning, once you jump to the water, then you won't have enough air to make it. So now I'm gonna show VIL strat, which is you go up and you don't kill them, and then you go back down again. So let's see if I can survive this.
Ooh, smooth.
So yeah, like that. Except you
yeah.
don't die. So that's like 3 or 4 seconds faster than what we just showed you with the Goombaing. Which is good for your else, because you just need to do it once, basically, to get a better time. But in any percent, it's not worth it, because... Or at least no one's really tried it yet. Because it's just pretty inconsistent, it seems, and I don't think there's gonna be a much better way of doing it. And also, you don't get the ammo, and it's gonna cause issues. I think, at least. So yeah, don't do that in any percent.
According to the map, there's a sewage drain near the watchtower, and look out for searchlights.
So yeah, if you dive right away, I've already lost a lot of air. I actually died in a run, I think, by doing that once. Which is pretty funny. Okay, so let's actually go to the next section.
This is one of the shortest levels in the game, by the way. So it used to be one where you can take a breather and just relax, and I guess in 30% it still is. But now in any percent, there's a real chance of dying here if you miss a Goomba or land in a bad way.
You actually want to shoot him from up on the railing, and unlike what I just did, but yeah.
Yeah. While the cutscene skip itself was found in 2018, the whole staying up on the railing and the way we kill these guards and our movement, I think that kind of changed in 2019 a bit.
I think it evolved over time, yeah.
Yeah.
So right here you ignore the guys up there and you just swing. I hold forward and left, but I'm not actually sure what's the fastest. That part to me is just... I just like guess what's fast.
Yeah. You want to just hook straight to the other hook, don't want to stand in the middle platform there. And don't drop off at the end of the second hook, that ends a lot of runs.
Yeah, sometimes you fly too far and then you die.
Yep.
Don't do that.
It's a fun time. And that's pretty much the end of the level. All we have to do here is run up top,
Disgusting.
turn to our right.
I have a double weapon document. That's disgusting. Oh, but not a better heal document. Nice.
Whatever. So yeah, we want to go to the right. There's a vent down there that leads to the level end trigger.
Jump up here.
Yeah, that's a small optimization. Now you want to hit this vent optimally without ever stopping, while also grabbing the ladder to negate fall damage. It can, as you can see, kill runs. Back in the day where we didn't do the cutscene skip, of course we had 100 health, so we just took the 50 fall damage and moved on.
Wait, did you do that on purpose?
I used to do that on purpose for a certain amount of time, yes.
Seems pretty bad, but I guess.
I mean, it's any percent. There was no real chance of dying at all, and you had a lot of extra medkits in the upcoming levels.
I mean, I guess if you're going to do ladder jump, you can do that one as well. My main concern with that strat is the fall damage bug.
There are certain... Oh man, that was close. But yeah, as you can see, there's a variation in damage, you can say. There are certain points in this run where the fall damage bug seems to be more likely than other jumps.
Yeah, it's
and
weird.
For me, that drop down there never made the fall damage bug occur, so I just did it. So yeah, again, as I said, you want to destroy that vent before you actually land on it. If you land on that vent, it's gonna be really awkward because then you can't actually press use to destroy it. It's out of your range for some reason. So one variation would be to jump on top and shoot it with a pistol, just to make it consistent. But then if you shoot too early with the pistol, you will alert the guys to your left there, and the mission will fail as well. So
wait, is it if you shoot too early? I thought it's just if you miss.
No, if you shoot too early, if you shoot too far away from the vent, these guys will get alerted. So you need to shoot right before you hit the vent, or if you're already on top of the vent, I guess.
Okay, because I always use the pistol, so.
Then you're just timing it right. You could shoot it early and see what happens, but I think we've seen this level enough. Nice, that's how it's supposed to look.
Also, just a reminder, if you finish the level with 125 health, you're gonna get healed again, which is often relevant on this one. So right now I have 4 HP, and now I'm going to have 25.
Yeah. So, right off the bat, this sequence right here went through a lot of changes. First of all, speed swimming works here. If you look up at a 45-degree angle, you will see that you will swim a lot faster. So yeah, because you kind of drop down in between and you get a little bit of air, you actually accelerate a bit in the air and don't really swim all the way. Makes you go quite a bit faster. However, across time, we found a way faster way of doing this. By hugging this wall, you basically initiate what we call dolphin jumping. Using a wall.
This isn't even normal dolphin jumping. This is dolphin jumping
Yeah,
on this part.
this is like dolphin jumping on crack because there is a current with this
I'm
water
getting
right
cold.
here. Yeah. But basically by holding a very specific angle and hugging that wall, you're allowed to go really fast by jumping up and down without ever really touching or swimming, to be honest. So that's how you go really fast at that point.
You don't really have much control over it, which is why I often hit this pipe, which is annoying. But yeah, the way I lined it up is, by the way, even though I'm paused, the water is still flowing, which is weird. So the way I set it up is I hold W right away, and then I line up my mouse between these two lines that are close to each other, and then I start pressing D as well.
Yeah.
But I only tap D.
Yeah, yeah. For these dolphin jumps, you can't really hold A and D because you need to have a certain specific distance away from the wall. Otherwise, it doesn't work. You need to be a bit away from it. Just a small space between you and the wall needs to be left. So tapping D as you hold towards it gives the best results for that.
There's a dolphin jump on later level that you can do by only holding W. But
True.
We'll get to that. Also, another interesting thing is start of this level has a comic view, which on ALs we use to time when the run starts based on the first input. Because on your first input, the comic view starts fading. But on this level, since you start on the current, it just fades by itself. So I don't actually remember how we timed this one because no one really does runs of this level. So yeah. So I'm not pressing anything and it goes away.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was nice.
So yeah, in whatever case, however you pass through this part, you want to climb up there, and there is a flashback right at this point. We used to just walk to the flashback, trigger it, wait for it to end, move on. Recently, however, and with recently I mean like a couple months ago, we figured out that we can do a similar jump here compared to the bomb jump in bank. So
Yeah.
what we do is we really quickly have to line ourselves up with the door and then time it really well. We need to be airborne and really close to the door as the flashback appears. If you hit the door before the flashback starts, you will lose all forward momentum and you won't go through. If you jump too late, as Kenza just did, and don't take air, you will also miss the jump. Also, the ceiling to that door is really low, so you have to jump really close to that door, otherwise you will hit that ceiling and not go through.
Fuck. Dude, it's been a while.
And even if you hit it, it doesn't save too much time. It doesn't take any time going for it, so you should go for it.
It can take time because you can get stuck in the door briefly, which is annoying.
Oh lol.
There we go.
That looks good, yeah.
This flashback doesn't have anything interesting about it. Actually, I don't know what's out of bounds here.
Actually, this is the only flashback where we meet the real Steve Rowland.
I like how the roof is visible.
That's interesting about it. So yeah, if you did the jump right, you'll pass through the door without ever opening it. It's pretty cool.
It removed my no clip. Sick.
Lol.
So yeah, you always need this silencer, otherwise... Actually, you can get by without it, but you're gonna have a bad time.
There is extra ammunition for your crossbow in one of these other locks that's open. We used to get that always. However, it's not too relevant nowadays.
Also, you might be tempted to avoid those spotlights. They don't do anything.
Yeah.
They don't do anything. I found it out so recently, it's actually kind of embarrassing.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
So yeah, you can just walk through, run through.
These door opens automatically. Shoot in.
Yeah, in any
Don't miss.
category, the thing you want to do here is just run through and 2-hit headshot everyone that's in your way. It's the most direct and safest way of doing it. Missing shots makes this very scary in more difficult categories. However, in any percent, you just want to land headshots, run through.
Dude,
no
I
big
took
deal.
so much damage, I'm down to 7 HP.
It's fine because there is a checkpoint coming up that you could reset to get your health back.
Yeah. Also, sometimes right here, I'm not entirely sure what causes it. But I think this guy, or actually there's another guy here, I think. That guy, yeah, he will spot you and he will follow you through here. And in that case, you actually need to reset at the checkpoint here. So this next enemy here, this guy, okay, he's actually already in a weird position because I took longer, but normally, if you don't reset
Just
at the
reload
checkpoint,
checkpoint and show it
no,
off.
no. Normally, if you don't reset the checkpoint, he's going to be here behind there. And now when I reset at the checkpoint, he is
Oh yeah. You'd need to reload.
there. This is a perfect opportunity to explain something that pisses me off.
Ah man.
Fucking okay. So weapons that you can
This is
dual
coming.
wield. Okay. So what happens is, if you have a weapon you can dual wield, so you have two magazines. You have the left and the right. The right is like the main one you shoot with, and it has priority when you reload. So if I have a full pistol magazine and like one extra bullet, my main pistol is going to have a full mag, and the extra pistol is going to have one bullet in it after I reload. However, if you finish a level or you do a checkpoint reset, then your fucking magazines get swapped around for no fucking reason whatsoever. And so, okay, let's say you reload your pistol, and then you do a checkpoint reset, then your main gun is going to have one bullet in it, and your secondary gun, which you can only shoot as often as your main gun, is going to be completely full. And that's the stupidest thing ever. And it pisses me off so much. So yeah.
Moving on.
And that's also why dual weapon document sucks for pistols. The end. So yeah, that's already to reload here.
So everything we did so far, and including this kill right here, is the same in every category. You want to take this
also,
line.
You may actually want to reset the checkpoint on 30% specifically to make that guy be in that position, because it's easier to kill him that way. Go on.
Yeah, just take that line. Take this line to avoid any other aggros from the guys to the left. And right here, these are stealth explosive barrels. While this is a stealth level, you can shoot these explosive barrels, and no one gets alerted. You will just get a free kill in any percent, and you will do damage in 30%. It doesn't actually kill him in 30%.
He dies in 30% because there's multiple barrels.
Oh, but I think only the third one kills him, right?
Yeah, it takes longer for him to die, but he does die.
Okay, sorry, misremembering, but sure. I swear to God, he didn't die for me many times when I was doing 30%.
You might need to
combat
wait a
runs.
little bit, because like
Oh,
he
yeah.
steps out of the building. I think that's the reason.
Yeah, that's probably it. There is very important ammo right to the left of this. Okay. There is an important document in this little house that Kens is aiming in right now. That's the silent walk document, which is
I think this is
not
the one.
too relevant to get, because you will get it automatically in 2 levels from
Okay.
now. But you could get it 2 levels early, and yeah, it's not too useful.
I'm confused. So yeah, this room.
Alert!
I'm confused. I guess I just continue. So there's like 3 ways you can do this. So the old way is you just go left, pick up the... That's a box of pistol ammo, by the way, which is useful. And the full med kit, and then you just go to the door this way. Second way is what you do is you go on here and you wait to pick up like the stuff. So like you pause and then you realign and then you jump on here. And exit that way, and that's faster. And the very fastest is you just do that same thing, but you don't stop. Pick up this stuff, boom. And that's pretty hard. And you sometimes you're gonna miss the stuff, which could be moderately to very bad. But yeah, that's the fastest way of doing it.
Right. We should address the alarm that just went off and the level continuing.
Yeah.
This will always happen at some point during this level if you do the speedrun. Most of the time it will happen during a cutscene that's coming up right now. Because we took our time, it happened early. But nevertheless, this alarm doesn't actually end the level. It doesn't do anything. We can keep going, we can continue the mission as normal as if nothing happened. Accept it. Be happy about it. It's the only time where that actually happens.
I didn't expect to be able to get up here. Is that a medkit? No, it isn't.
Okay,
Hallucinations.
let's keep going. You're getting sidetracked a whole lot today.
Dude, I have
Can
to
I
do
just say?
something while you're talking.
Alright.
I wonder if the guy is going to be in a normal position.
Same tent you used in Desert Storm. That should give you an idea of what it's
Oh, damn.
Let's just go fast.
Yeah.
Do it the normal way.
Reload.
Nope. Why did I have to pick this file? It randomly has a fucking double weapon dog. I'm so mad. I can't even hit him. Can't even use the stealth barrels either because I'm gonna kill myself. So yeah, there's a guy here on the left. He's kind of hard to kill while running and stuff. But yeah, you don't have to move spot or anything.
Okay. So, how much do you cover from this point on? Because there is a cutscene that's gonna happen right now, and it's a very long cutscene that also went through a lot of changes across time. All right, good talk. So, what I would recommend you doing is just let's just show the paths that we took across time. Just take out the bug, don't actually plant it, don't start the cutscene, just show off the first couple of routes that we took and where we were chilling during the cutscene.
Okay, so I believe it's a very old route. We actually used to go in through the back. Or maybe that was just me when I started running. So you
No, that's, yeah.
you'd go in through the back, plant the bug. Turns
And
out...
then hide in this back area, and that would take, you know, the normal time. There is actually an even older way of doing it that was really slow, and we took out more guards before we started this cutscene, which isn't necessary. You only had to kill the guard that we just killed.
This guy can't spot you ever, I think, by the way. Which
Yeah,
is
he's
weird.
just blind. He's actually blind. He has sunglasses on at midnight, and he actually can't see. So yeah, that's variation number 1. Variation number 2 is actually rather recent in comparison.
And you sneak here so he doesn't spot you, and then you place it. And then the third way is you just run past him, and sometimes he spots it, sometimes he doesn't. So in this case, that was okay. Funny story. I think that was a different guy.
Yeah, that was because it took so long.
That's hilarious.
So ignore that example. That doesn't happen ever in a run. That's just because we took so long that the third guard actually
Him standing in
showed
that
each
position
other.
also never happens. That was also weird.
So yeah, let's just show the current any percent route, which is the one you were about to show, right?
Yeah. So yeah, you run in there. Something spots you. Okay, so I plant the bug. Wait here, And then once you hit the button, I shoot him. So now you have two options. In 30%, you always want to do the second one, and any percent doesn't matter. First option, go into the tent and basically watch the cutscene like normal. Don't really need to show that off. Second option is what Criminal calls the safety strat, which is apt for 30%, but it's also useful in 80%, not really because it's safe, but because you just get extra ammo. So what you do is you just go outside here.
That body is safe, by the way. Nobody will see him.
Yeah, so we want to hide behind here so that the boys don't see us.
Alert!
And then once they're in the cutscene,
Gather round, gentlemen.
we can grab this ammo. I think we might be able to grab it earlier, but no reason to do that. And I didn't want to risk getting spotted.
Yeah.
Good evening, number one. President Galbrain still believes
So-
You can also move his body like around here and
and is just
put him on the
authorized
tent if you want.
Spads to supervise the
Yeah.
army during the
You can do a lot of tomfoolery as well inside the tank. Inside the tent.
I'll be receiving
Oh, no.
Where you could also chill.
You can get stuck here sometimes, but usually you'll slide out.
Yeah. You can use your silenced pistol and crossbow. You can also punch around. It makes noise, but they don't actually get aggroed.
Wait,
Also, to the right of this tent, from our position now, there are two guards in the back, and if they see us during this cutscene, the mission will fail instantly. So you wanna avoid direct line of sight to them in both scenarios. If you are inside the tent or outside the tent, you don't want to get close to them.
But once they
From this
start moving,
position onward, yeah,
wanna kill
as
them?
soon as
he moves really fast, by the way. But you do want to pick up this stuff.
He's even more impatient than
Okay.
his men.
Maybe pick up their ammo. Want to continue to this second guy so he doesn't get spotted by him. And now we kill. Okay, so normally the three guys I just killed, they would ambush us once we leave the tent through the front, the normal way. But we just killed them, so that's not going to happen. And killing them the normal way, kind of hard. You can pick up all the ammo and still be fine timing wise, but yeah, doing it this way is like a lot better. And you should probably like always do this, honestly, but yeah. Other ways fine too.
I just got all that on tape. Now find Roland's file. You can
Just
blow
got all
this
that on
thing
tape.
wide open.
So normally the way you would get past this is inside the tent you would pick up a document and a keycard, and you would be able to use the keycard to open this door. But instead, our boy Willard, which is currently obscured by the pause menu, he's gonna open the door for Stan, Will, and McCall, and also for us, because we can use his door opening to like slip through there before it gets closed again. And we can either do that behind the last guy, so behind McCall, or we can do it in front of McCall, and we can do it in front of all of them. And in 30%, I think you want to go in front of McCall, but I'm not sure. Okay, so all of these enemies have revolvers, which do a lot of damage at 30%, and they're going to have a lot of time to shoot you. So you want to play it a bit safe in 30%, but in 80% you just go in front of the first guy. Oh fuck, I just remembered something I want to show off. What do I do?
In any case, you can imagine that was a pretty big deal when we found this out, because we just run in front of story important characters through that door, reload that checkpoint right before they actually fail the mission for us, and then just keep going. If you do that too late and you reload checkpoint after the certain message appears that the mission has failed,
The one at the bottom.
yeah, then the level end trigger will actually not appear for this level, even if you reload that checkpoint. And in fact, the level end triggers will stay missing for every level, unless you restart your game. So that's basically end of run.
Wait, is that how that works?
I think
I don't
so.
think that's how that works. I think it's like not session specific. I think it's save file specific.
Oh, you
'Cause-
could change save files, you think?
Like if I load, like if I go to the menu and I load a different save, then that one is gonna work fine. I think the reason, so basically what happens, I think, is when the mission fail message appears at the bottom, the game like erases which objectives you've done, and then after that you hit the checkpoint, so it thinks you haven't completed any objectives on that file.
Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. So I guess other save files, yeah, that might be actually. But it's still a run end because you can't actually end the level with that save file.
So I'm not sure if I should show this off or just say it. So I'm just gonna say it because I don't want to watch the entire 2-minute cutscene again. You can actually take the last guy, probably all of them technically, but you can take the last guy hostage, McCall. And like I said, they all have revolvers. So if you take McCall hostage and you drop his body, you get a revolver. And that's interesting because there are no revolvers in this entire section of levels. So that's the only way you can get one.
That is funny, yeah.
So
yeah, for the next like 7 missions or so, we have the shared inventory, and we keep that inventory for all of these levels.
Yeah.
And none of them have a revolver in them. So yeah, that's interesting.
I don't think it's useful. I think we thought about whether it's useful at one point, and we couldn't figure out like a place where it would save time. But I'd have to think about it again.
It doesn't have the potential to save time because the revolver is the go-to weapon if we don't have an assault rifle. However, with these upcoming levels, and including this level, we have really almost indefinite assault rifle ammo always. So it's not a real concern.
Yeah. Okay, so anyway, let's get through this door. So yeah, he's gonna open it and then
just show enough, yeah. We explained it enough.
So you want to make sure you don't get spotted too early. So then he's not gonna open it, and then we just go. Oh, I almost died. Cool. So I hit the checkpoint, do a checkpoint reset, and you're all good.
Yeah, as time went on, we figured out little by little that we could skip
Why is my gun not
more
reloaded?
of these people. We either ran in front of chronologically, we ran in front of first McCall, then wait, is Sheridan the first one or McCall? Either way, as time went on, we skipped one more person at all. We skipped line like one more time as time went on. And that last one actually is only possible by staying outside that tent and killing those guys in the back early.
No, you can do it without. It's just tight.
Yeah.
But okay, so do you have any idea why my assault rifle isn't reloaded? I don't think I used it. Oh, I guess
you might have picked up an empty one from the guys that we killed in the first level.
Yeah, I just realized that. That actually happens sometimes. Since they shoot you, sometimes their magazine isn't full. Yeah. This is okay. So the reason I messed this up is because I never used to do that outside strat in any percent. And I would always reload the assault rifle while staying inside in the tent. And this time I didn't do that, so I forgot to do it. Funny. But yeah, you want to make sure you reload your assault rifle before resetting at this checkpoint, because if you do it now, you don't have enough time. Because you want to use it right here. And I think you want to shoot the right to left first instead of left to right, but I don't remember the reason. I think that way they move less. but I'm not sure. So this guy at the top, sometimes he spots you, sometimes he doesn't. I don't know what causes him to spot you or not. It makes no sense. And if he does spot you, he will do a lot of damage, even on any percent, because 4 damage per bullet, you don't have any cover, he's gonna shoot you a lot. And on 30%, you die.
Yeah, that's a long story short.
So on 30%, what you would do is, I think you use pistol for these 3 guys, ideally, but you can use multiple things. And then you run behind this wall and you take this path around the hangar. And that minimizes the time that the guy at the top of the tower can spot you. Also, what you can do is you can kill him by standing here and doing this. And then you would switch to assault rifle and kill these guys. But yeah, let's do the 90% way. Also, let's heal. I'm so used to having that gun reloaded, it's incredible. There we go. Run over this. So yeah, right here you shoot these guys. Let me just switch to this. While you're picking this lock, you can pick up an assault rifle from one of the enemies for extra ammo. Also, this is the only door that you lockpick between Keller 1 and the next level where we get a lockpick document. Without the lockpick document, I think it takes 4 seconds, and with a lockpick document, it takes 2 seconds, I think.
Yeah, so this is the only time you would save if you would get that lockpick document early, which is in fact not worth for the time we take to run towards that document in Keller 1.
The stuff I picked up was an M60 and, yeah, mainly an M60.
Yeah,
Which
some
we-
body armor, some helmets, yeah.
I don't think there's body armor. Yeah, it's just helmet.
Oh lol, sorry.
And we use that M60 for the boss on the next level. In any category, so it's important you pick it up. So this bomb is very weird. So what? Why can I place it there? That's even weirder. Okay, so normally you have to like run all the way up to the wall to place it. And then someone figured out that if you stand like here, you can place it from here, from like further away, if you're in a certain spot. Yeah, like this. But now it turns out that you can also place it. I don't even know where I was standing to be able to place it. That was so strange. Yeah. Maybe there's just like a dot in the middle of the air here that allows you to place it. Yeah, okay, anyway, this is very strange. So yeah, you place it, and then you go back to pick up this guy's ammo. And that's the level. Here's another place where you can do first frame input. Oh, by the way, at the end of the level, after you place the bomb, you like barely have enough time to reload your assault rifle if you want to do that. Which you probably do, because you need to use it at the very start of this level. And at the end of the next level, the previous level, you just like use a lot of your magazine by killing the 2 guys outside and the 1 inside. So yeah.
Yeah. To the first frame input in this level, since there is a cutscene at the start.
While
it
you
doesn't
talk about
save
that, I'm gonna
time.
get some water.
Sure. Since there is a cutscene at the start and the game basically moves you, it doesn't actually save time to get that first frame input and use it for movement. However, it is very useful for if you missed your reload at the end of the last level, you can use that first frame input to reload now during the cutscene. It has been debated how useful it is, but yeah, since again, the people that can use first frame inputs have other drawbacks that are connected to low frame rate, it's no big deal and we allow it. Is the short answer to it. Actually trying to reload that assault rifle at the end of that last level is quite tricky. As soon as you plant that bomb, the game will equip the weapon that you used last, I think. And if that...
Yeah, I think that's true.
Yeah, and you basically have to first be sure to have your assault rifle equipped before you equip the bomb, and then you have to really mash the reload button to get it. It's kind of tight, but the only one who ever complained about it is Kensa, and he's a wuss, so let's just keep going.
Wow. I can't believe you would insult a random runner during our video.
Yeah, random runner, alright, Mr. World Record. So, Spazzo 3 is basically pretty much in any percent it stayed close to the same until the very end where we fight a boss. It's basically just run to the end as fast as possible and kill the guys that are in our way.
Yeah.
30% we take a lot of shots, but by using the medkits that we have at our disposal, it's really not that different.
Do you know whether the health is tied in any percent at all?
It depends on how many medkits you pick up. You have a lot of big medkits you could pick up for any percent that make this very trivial. However, if you route it out so you don't have a lot of medkits at your disposal, it can be quite tight.
Yeah, I think it did get somewhat tight for me sometimes. It's been a while.
Yeah. Oh yeah, let's just start this cutscene. It's a very fun one in German, actually. Very well timed in German. Otherwise, it's just
This
pretty average.
third guy has a huge delay.
Yeah.
And it seems like really random, because like in that case it seemed like it was longer than usual, but I'm not sure if that's just superstition on my end. So those two guys, like they run over here for the explosion and then they die. Sometimes, as you may have already noticed at a few points here, the AI doesn't follow the path it's supposed to take properly. And so one of them might not die from the explosion. And then you're gonna have to deal with him, which is not fun sometimes. But yeah. This guy, you really want to kill him, which is why it's important to have some bullets left.
Yeah, well, you want to reload your yeah. He also has a medkit.
Yeah, that's the main thing, is that he has a medkit. Did he say intruder on the base or shitter on the face? I'm confused.
So yeah, in any case, there will be 6 guards here that will run your way in basically pairs of 2. And you just want to kill those that are too close to you and are an immediate threat to you. That counts for all difficulties, I think.
Yeah. So right here in 80%, what I would do is, you can pick up the medkit, which is what he was talking about earlier, you can be safe. But it costs like 2 seconds, I think, to pick it up. So I skipped
Really?
it.
2 seconds? I don't believe that, but sure.
Do you think that's too much or too little?
It's too much. I think it's 1.5, but whatever, let's keep going.
Oh, maybe it is like 1.5 if you jump over the crates. But anyway, normally you would just go past here. And the enemies in the next area will spawn, but if you go through here in a certain way, then they won't spawn. And I'm not sure if you can do that in any percent, but you don't really care in any percent whether the enemies spawn or not. But in 30%, you pick up the medkit, and then you pick up the medkit, and then you stay close here, and then the enemies don't spawn. Ta-da!
How new is that finding?
Pretty new, I think. I didn't used to do it like the previous time I ran 30%.
Yeah.
So probably like half gear.
Yeah, you can just run forward and just ignore the guys.
You can
that
either
would
run
normally
this way,
spawn.
which is like normal, or for a while I used to take this path. Because I thought it was faster, but I'm not sure anymore. I think the old path is actually faster, but I'm still not sure.
Yeah.
But I think this path is fastest. But I should actually spawn the enemies.
Yeah, please do, to show off. Because these enemy spawns are rather specific. You can actually avoid certain spawns that are coming up, or I guess delay them long enough that you can run through without actually having to deal with them. Okay, yeah, please reset. This is not how it normally looks.
Now get back to the
you could technically use this opportunity to show off the old 30% strat, which is running to the turret and using that.
That's like so old that by the time I did my first run, no one did that anymore, I think.
Hey, you know, it's good for no medkit runs. But I can just say to the right of us is a standing turret that you can get you can go to, and you can use that turret to gun down all the enemies that are coming up. There are also some assault rifle mates, 2 of them, right next to him. So
Oh, please message Grimla and tell them about those assault rifle nades, because they're not on the strat sheet right now.
really, they aren't. I can add them.
Yeah, but it's easier to just message Grimla right now.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. I guess
So,
we're
where are they?
preoccupied.
Wait, where are they?
Right
Oh, wait.
right next to the turret. Yeah, right there.
Huh, I already picked up one before. Interesting. I wonder how long it takes to pick this up, but anyway. So, let's go the normal way and spawn guys.
I will write them later. Actually, I will just add it myself later.
Okay. So yeah, this guy is running over here to talk to that guy. At some point, they're gonna notice us. I think you were gonna say something.
Yeah, I was about to describe it. So basically, these guys will start a conversation. As soon as they are able to see you, they will stop that conversation, and the guy that was running there will continue to run through that door. As soon as that guy runs to his destination in that upcoming room, 3 guards will spawn in that room, and they will start rushing out and start rushing us. They all have assault rifles. Also, if we kill that running guy, he will also make those 3 guys spawn instantly. So what we want to do is delay those spawns in that room, so we can just run through there without having to deal with those spawning guards.
Should I show the old way of doing that, or like the modern way that's better? Or
I
both?
guess show the newer way. Show the newer way.
Okay, so what we used to do is we would just kill one guy and then the other guy would run in, and we would follow him closely. And then the guys would have already been spawned, but their like AI isn't active, so you just get free kills. But the new way is kill him, and then we shoot him so he doesn't move forward, and we go in front of him, and the guys don't spawn at all.
Bad news. The Spats found the
Yay!
Yeah, for some reason that guy just stops running if he gets hit, so we can actually control his movement quite well.
Are there a lot of enemies that do that? Actually,
Not really. Actually, he's the only one I can think of that does that.
Weird.
In any case, to the right of us, right there, are 2 assault rifle nades that are on our way, and you always want to pick up. There is no reason to not pick them up.
So here to the right, there is a dual weapon document, and this is like the safest one to get. Costs like 8 seconds, which is about as much as the one Emerald 3. But yeah, this one is much safer. So I used to actually pick it up on 30% for a while before I realized that the one that's later in the run is actually way better. So yeah. This guy talks to McCall for a while. Guess I can show it up because the checkpoint is right there. And you have to kill him because otherwise he blocks your path. And interestingly, he actually has an assault rifle nade. So now I'm gonna have 5. And weirdly enough, so that thing, since you have to wait for his entire death animation, it costs like maybe even 2 seconds to pick it up, 1 or 2. And because of that, we have actually never ever used that in a run ever, even though it's like right on our way. Because it's just the route just never worked out that way. Kind of weird.
I think for the longest time we didn't even know that guy had an AR nade, and by the time we knew, it wasn't useful in the route anymore. It was just unfortunate timing for that guy, sadly.
Yeah. The current AR nade route for any percent is just so perfect. It's incredible.
Yeah. So moving on. It's probably the same for both difficulties again. Just
Is
kill
there
the one
anything on
guy
the
that's
right
in
here?
our way.
I think a medkit. And that's like it.
Probably, yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, normally we would have 2 AR mates here. Another full medkit here, which we don't usually pick up. I only pick it up if I'm like very low on health, and I think I'm gonna die. So you saw I just got like pulled in. That cutscene actually starts like as soon as you open the door, a timer starts for the cutscene, which is kind of odd.
Can you hear me? Number one underestimated your
I guess so you can't snipe him as he waits for the cutscene to start.
Yeah, because like he is just there before the cutscene starts, and like he's just impervious to damage. All bullets go through him and stuff. It's weird.
wants to reintegrate you.
And now he's gonna duck behind the wall, and then once he returns, then he's the actual like enemy. Oh no, he. Oh, okay, whatever. I thought it worked.
Still, he
differently.
ducks behind the wall, and then after like a couple of seconds, he will run out of the wall and run behind those buildings at the back. That's what he will always do. Now, depending on the difficulty we're running, this fight is drastically different because he has an M60 and that does an insane amount of damage in 30%.
18%.
Yeah, it shreds our health, so it needs to be taken care of really carefully. With any percent, however, we kind of just run into his face and kill him. There have been many ways of killing this guy as time passed. Now we are using first an assault rifle to chase him down, and then as we're close enough and used up the ammo in the assault rifle, we switch to the M60, do the finishing blow of that. What we used to do in the any percent run is we would use assault rifle nades to kill McCall, and that is still viable. If you pick up extra AR nades, it's just not that useful compared to switching weapons and killing him like that. You are, by the way, capable of killing bosses instantly with assault rifle nades by headshotting with assault rifle grenades. It's a one-hit kill for most bosses, and that's what we attempted to do a long time ago when we were at this part of the world.
Bam.
Damn, like that. There you go. You are perfect at showcasing really hard stuff, by the way. Like every time.
I used to do that in 80% all the time until I realized that the M60 strat is about as fast, and it saves AR nades, so I switched.
Technically, you are able to land that headshot from way far away as soon as that fight starts, but we couldn't find any setup to actually line that up, sadly. Otherwise, that would be the perfect way of doing that fight.
Should I show off how I do the final 30 or the old 30 strat, or both?
Show the current 30 strat, because this fight is really hard in 30%.
Okay, so my 30 strat is kind of YOLO, but it's consistent and it's semi-consistent and it's fast, so it's the best way to do it in my opinion. Okay, so first of all, I like semi-waste AR nades at the start by shooting him. So the reason I shoot AR nades at him is I'm guaranteed to do a bit of damage, which makes it more probable that I survive the fight. And secondly, there's a small chance that the nades just do a huge amount of damage, which makes the fight completely free. So probably I'm gonna do a little damage. Yeah, like that. But that's actually decent.
That's
so now I switch to M60, and as soon as I round this corner, he's gonna be chilling there on the ground. And what I do is, this is obviously gonna be different because I'm not playing on 30, I'm playing on arcade. So I'm gonna take way less damage, but I just hold mouse 1 at his head. And while I do that, I have to look at my health. Since he does so much damage and he can do it very quickly, I need to be able to react to damage taken very quickly. But I don't want to spam quick heal because that way I'm just gonna waste medkit, and that's not good. So yeah, you kind of have to pay attention to 2 things at once. You have to pay attention to your health and to actually hitting him. And it's kind of hard to do.
In arcade, it really is not a threat, yeah.
A submarine is ready to go.
Pick
Find
up the
the
stuff.
entrance to the base. It's your only way out.
And run to the end of that level. Funnily
Oh,
enough,
yes.
you have to unlock a door to make the level end trigger appear inside you, and you can unlock that door early by jumping into it. So
this door
as
is
you can
funny.
see right now, as you can see right now, Kens is right in front of that door. He cannot unlock it unless looking at a certain angle. Okay.
Except
didn't
if
know
I'm
about
left of
that.
it, interestingly.
But yeah, if you just jump, and you can unlock it from way far away, and
Otherwise, you have to be like right inside it.
Yeah.
You jump. Ooh.
So, Submarine Base is one of the most iconic levels for the segmented run. For the
By the way, one thing.
2007 segmented run.
So, right here, this is a better healing document. Because this is here and you always pick it up, you don't want to heal after McCall. You want to save as many medkits as possible for after this part so you get healed more.
True, yeah. There is, in general, a lot of medkits and armor in there, so you really kind of always get it. You can technically skip it in any percent.
Yeah.
But it's just, you know, for
I
the
used to
amount of stuff
skip
you
it.
get in there, it's too much to
I
skip.
used to skip it way back in the day in any percent. Because I thought there was another healing document later, which it turns out it wasn't actually a healing document and I'm retarded.
So yeah, while we explained that, Kensu subconsciously just did the 2007 segmented strat, which is get out a nade and use the right click, which just drops your nade right where you're standing. So you hold your nades and run to those guards, drop it down, and you can either time it so that it explodes right as you pass these guards and kill them, or you can just drop it and make these guards run away and you can run away. You don't really want to deal with them in any percent.
You can also, if you time it properly, like throw it at them and kill them. And like it would it would explode right away and kill them all, but I don't know how to time that anymore.
It's not too important what you do in any percent, just keep your line and use your hook afterwards to optimize your movement speed. For 30%, you would want to use the rest of your M60 ammunition to kill these guards, because they are 4 fully equipped assault rifle guards that will shred you in 30%.
Oh, you only kill those 2 that are like in front, or like, I guess, to your right. Because the other 2 guys like run away from you briefly, so they aren't as much of a threat.
Okay, that's
Right
You
here,
can
jump on the
optimize-
tire of the thing.
yeah,
To cut a corner, saves like a second.
tire jump. And this part is important for also in 30%, right?
Yeah.
There is a door coming up that would normally have
Wait, before
loads
you
of...
explain that, on the right here, there's a checkpoint and there's like 4 assault rifle nades. And I believe you guys used to pick those up.
That's a good question. I don't know if we did.
But you don't
there
anymore,
is,
because of
there
what
is a
he's about to
shitload
explain.
of there is a shitload of assault rifle ammo and assault rifle nades there. In fact, there are even more there than we thought, because if you would jump up there on the container, there are 4 more nades just chilling there, which is just insane. But we don't go there at all because of the upcoming trick. There is a certain door that has 4 fully equipped assault rifle guys behind it, and they are really scary. However, by taking a very specific path here, specifically by hugging the left wall or basically being
This
at the
door.
left side.
Oh, what? They spawned.
Oh, you can't kill those pistol guys.
Apparently. I didn't know
Yeah,
that.
reloading
No!
that checkpoint makes it unable to. Yeah,
Yeah, if you reload this
doesn't-
checkpoint, they always spawn. Well. Oh, it would have been so funny if I was able to open the door.
So yeah, basically what you would do, take the line that you would normally take, Kenzo. So we would hug this left wall, and then also on these crates be as far
You
to the
want to
left.
like walk on this, you want to be really tight, but I don't think it actually matters that much now that I think about it.
You gotta be pretty tight, honestly. Just being too far to the right there makes these guards spawn that we just saw, and we don't want to deal with them really in
Like this
both
guy.
categories. Yeah.
That guy. No,
So
okay.
none of those would actually spawn if you would just stay to the left and not kill the pistol guys.
This guy right here, he has a grenade, and like not an AR on it, he has a regular grenade. And on any percent, you really want to make sure that he picks up. Oh, I guess in any percent you want to pick it up, but I don't think it's worth waiting for it. I don't remember exactly what I used to do, but yeah, we need an AR, we need a nade later, and he's like the only place where you can get one.
Yeah, that's part of the modern route. We didn't really care about it back then.
Dude, it took me so long to realize why I sometimes have a nade and sometimes I don't. Because sometimes it takes too long for him to die. But yeah.
Yeah, that happened a lot. So there are a couple of ways we could go as we pass through this door. Basically, the point we want to reach is top right. There is a vent that we want to reach. We can either go the path of, you know, being up top around the ceiling by hooking us up there and then just running around through the railing, and that is useful still in 30% because right where Kent's is zooming, there is a spot where you can drop down from the hooks and you can actually get a lot of ammunition and assault rifle nades that are just chilling at that point. There's also a big health pack that's chilling there, so I guess show it off.
If
really.
so if you go the top way, you can either go like this normally, which you want to do in 30%, or you can run on this railing, and that way you're a bit closer to the hook, so it's a bit faster to go up. But that way a lot of the enemies at the bottom can spot.
Yeah. Then you would jump around here. And
I
then...
did that way wrong, I think, but whatever.
No, it's fine. That was alright. And yeah, that's the ammunition that you would get from that. There is also an alternative way of doing the upper strat, and actually it was Kenster who found it, and also only Kenster who used it. There is a leap of faith that you can do there that doesn't really save any time, doesn't give you that same ammunition. Oh well, yeah, that happens. It doesn't save any time, it doesn't give you the ammunition, and it's really specific and hard to get. But it has a lot of style points, and yeah.
Dude,
it's
so
really...
weird.
Yeah, this is hard.
You're not supposed to go up here this way, you're supposed
you need
to go
to
down.
hook. You need to hook yourself to the upper one.
Oh wow.
There you go.
I think there's actually like 3 ways. So the first one I just shut off, it's like the best one. Then the second one would be you like jump through this hole, and then after the bar prices you hook. This is I like used to do this for a while.
This isn't the leap of faith, however.
Yeah. So like the leap of faith is instead of jumping through that last hole, you jump through this one. So you want to set it up with like this bolt or this bolt. We'll just see whether... Okay, by the way, Davdus and I, we bet like, I think it was 10 euros whether I will do this first try.
I didn't agree to this.
Okay, whatever. He's just scared because...
You're not gonna get it, but I'm not gonna bet fucking money on it. See?
I used the
You
wrong
have
balls
God
to
mode,
set
you-
it up.
Yeah, of course. In any case,
I really thought I would get it first try.
in any case, there is no use for this whatsoever. It doesn't. It just kill him.
No.
Please just kill him for the love of
I
God.
have got I have got one. I don't need to kill him. Where's the... Okay, whatever. Oh, now you reload. Wait, I should just fly. I should just fly. Whatever.
So that's the upper way that you can take. Apparently, Ken's going for it again. All right.
I
sure.
just want to try it one more time because now I think I remember how to do it. Yeah, you use that one. Okay.
Jesus Christ. And yeah, that allows you to leap
Close.
to that spot and just. There, my God, no.
It's so sick when it works.
It is sick, not gonna lie, yeah. So that's the upper way is basically the safe way and the one that gives you a lot of assault rifle ammo and nades and resources for 30%. However, current any percent doesn't take that route.
It's the safe way if you know how to do the hooks and you don't fall to your death.
Yeah, I mean, sure. Yeah. So the any percent way is you jump up on the railing again. But instead of running around or running along the railing, you drop down here, land on these boxes, and then continue from the bottom. That is another common spot where the fall damage bug will end runs.
Yeah.
There is no way of surviving the leap down if you actually get that bug. So
Yes,
you
there
just
is.
gotta.
Okay, so
Is it?
right there, if you paid attention, I took 30 damage, and the fall damage bug makes it so you take 3 times as much, which means you would take 90 damage, which is survivable.
Okay, yeah.
But a lot of the time, you don't want to heal for that. Because if you have like 8
yeah.
health, then it's not really worth healing.
Exactly, and you're very rarely above 90.
Well, actually, if I'm at like 60 or 70, I will heal.
Okay, I guess that's fair. In any case, we want to go through this vent, and right up here is a hook that we need to take. This one is rough. You can't hook yourself as late as you would want because of the vents, and because you can't actually aim 90 degrees upwards. You don't really have the angle to look straight up, so you need to hook early.
Yeah, like if you're like this far down, you're gonna, or like maybe this far, you're gonna have a hard time hooking it at this point. Although it can be done, I think.
Yeah, it's just really risky. The more you delay this hook down, the more you risk not being able to hook at all, and the more you risk just dying.
By the way, we took long and the guy isn't there.
Yeah, that happens if you take long. Normally in a run, there is a guy chilling at the bottom of this vent, and you can just Goomba him. And,
yeah, we Goomba him and... Oh, there he is. Okay,
Yeah.
better go now. Hook. Oh, that
Nice.
was pretty far down.
Yeah,
And
that
then
was
you
cool.
go down either once or twice. A lot of the time I go down twice, so I take less fall damage, but if I'm if I'm feeling risky, I only go down once and then I take fall damage, and sometimes I die from the fall damage bug. Or I just die from regular fall damage, I guess, sometimes as well, because it's hard to judge how far you're falling. But yeah, then you go. They're in weird positions, but normally there's a guy like here, and he has an M60, he's the first one you want to kill. And this one only has an assault rifle. So yeah, kill that guy first, he's like...
Yeah, he's really only relevant to kill, however, in 30%. In any
Yes.
percent, you can somewhat ignore him. And now there are multiple ways of doing this upcoming part. What we used to do is we would swim along on the right side and do the dolphin jumps that we mentioned earlier. However, these are the regular ones. So again, by basically being close to the submarine, holding forward and tapping right, you can jump a whole lot and move a lot faster than just swimming. But also, it's really hard to get up this ladder if you dolphin jump.
Yeah, it's hard.
You miss it a lot. And that was, of course, perfectly smooth because it's Kenston. However, that is the old.
I didn't dolphin jump against the ladder. I actually land on the ground.
Oh lol. Okay. So yeah, that's variation number 1 that we used to do for quite a long period of time. I think mostly in 2015. This upcoming thing, however, is something that... No, wait. Jumping on the right side is 2014, and this is what Lei found in 2015. I think. It wasn't as good as we do now. It was very inconsistent, but he used to go for it. And that is jumping on top of the submarine at this front right here.
Oh,
you
didn't
can
you do it at
maximize-
like an angle? Didn't you do it like this way?
Exactly, and yeah, we tried to do that, and the thing was, if we got it like first try, cool. If we didn't, then we would go for the alternative way and go for dolphin jumps. Nowadays, however, we have a very consistent way of making that jump, so it's really, really easy. This guy.
I'm just killing these guys so they don't annoy me as much when I show it up.
Yeah. So instead of just trying to go for it by looking at it at an angle, we can maximize our chances by just dropping down here and
You want to
looking
jump like
straight up.
right at the edge.
Yeah,
It actually
and,
matters.
and what you want to do is look straight up and also hold forward and jump all the time. So what you do by doing that is you basically swim up. You also hold space to swim up, and that maximizes the chances of being high in the water as you touch the wall, as you touch the submarine. And depending on your height, when you touch the wall, that's the height you have to jump from the water to the submarine up.
Is that a skybox or... Oh, is this an invisible wall? Oh.
Yeah, it's an invisible wall.
I didn't know, but I also never go back here.
Yeah. So basically, just hold jump, hold up, and look towards the nose of the submarine, and then you'll most probably get up there if you time your jump right. Then it's consistent. Otherwise, it's quite rough to get.
You know how much that saves? I think it saves like 3 or 4 seconds.
I think, yeah, that sounds about right. Around 4 seconds is the right amount.
So yeah, and then you get up here and you want to jump in the soul, and it's hard. Sometimes you like get stuck, it's weird, but yeah. I've done it so many times, it doesn't happen too often now.
It's really hard to get into it all, yeah.
Yeah. You want to do another level?
It's Submarine 1. I don't know, man. There is a lot to cover in this level.
Okay. So you want to call it here?
Guess so.
Okay.
Sabo 1 is the easiest level. It's the only one I can run. This is the one where we can actually go fast. Those were the words of Zoton 2 as he was doing a D-Rust run, and that didn't go well. And little did he know, this is one of the most specific levels in the game. So specific, in fact, that even the best of runners will still mess this level up and be mad about it. What you see right now is Kenster showing off the current route for this level. It is a stealth level that you can actually go through really fast by killing guards and running through in very specific timings. So specific that if you go too early, an alarm will just pop up and okay. And if you go too slow, this door where Kenster was right at would lock in front of you and you couldn't go through and would be able to do the strat. So it's very tight timing from start to finish. And it, for the most part, has been the same since the 2007 segmented run. However, we found some minor improvements and some backup strats.
Okay, so at the start of the level, this door, interesting thing, there were like there was at least one case where someone like warped through this door. Or, like they didn't teleport through it, like they opened it and they went like through the door, I guess. It was pretty weird.
Yeah.
Then on this ladder, you don't want to get stuck on like the thing on the side here. You want to make sure that you fall straight to the bottom, which is pretty hard to line up, but yeah. Also, while you fall down, you don't want to open this door, because if you open this door, then the guard on the other side will hear you land, and then you have to restart. So sometimes when you go through this door, the guard at the top will spot you, and it's basically luck-based as far as I know now. I used to think you could like prevent that from happening by using a certain timing, but it seems to mostly be luck-based, which is unfortunate.
There are two variations. Either you do the strat that Kenzo does, which is just straight open the door as soon as you land and you go through and hope for the best, or you do the segmented
By the
way,
way,
which is wait for a second and then you can do it consistently. That's what I used to do.
right there, that wasn't bad luck. That was just me being too slow because I waited before I went through.
Oh yeah.
So he was like he already turned around. That was bad.
So yeah, as you can see, there was a question mark on top of that guy's head, and as soon as you see that, it's really you gotta reset the level at that point.
Prepare to dive.
So right here, it doesn't really matter where you stand, or yeah, it doesn't matter where you stand. You don't want to kill this guy too early, but apart from that, it doesn't matter. You just want to wait long enough that Adelbrad doesn't see him. That was a bit late. Usually I go a bit earlier. You can pay attention to that guy with the box around him at the top. And if he's holding his assault rifle, you know that you failed. And if he doesn't hold his assault rifle, then you're good. And in this case, I'm pretty sure he didn't, but I couldn't quite tell.
Reporting
Yeah.
is ordered, Captain.
And if you failed, then right around when you're there, the mission will fail. Or, yeah, the mission will... The alarm will be pressed, I guess. You want to jump against this ladder so you don't need to climb it for as long. On this case, the guy on the other side spotted me. That also seems pretty random, in my opinion. I don't think there's really a way that you can tell it's about to happen or anything. If it does happen, then you need to kill him because he's gonna press the button.
It happens pretty rarely.
What?
So
Press the button so fast, that was crazy. Wait, that can't even have been him pressing the button because he hadn't even started his animation yet. Crazy. I'm not sure what happened. They didn't get spotted. Cool. Okay, so there's like different ways to time this based on... Oh, by the way, the timing for this is different based on your language. I'm going to talk more about that in a second, but... Usually the way I time it on Italian is as soon as he starts turning his head, I shoot and start running.
yeah.
But other people's opinion may differ on how to time it.
No, that was the same timing that I would use actually for all languages I was running. So yeah.
I think Cal does it a bit earlier, but he's an IL runner, so...
Yeah. Cal is the one that grinded out this level the most, so he probably has a different opinion of this.
I bet as soon as this video comes out, he's gonna just skip to this level.
Sounds about right.
This door that's in front of me right now, sometimes it's randomly open. And you can just go through it, and I'm not sure why it seems random as well. Yeah, it's random.
Submerging. Submerging.
Okay, so now we're in front of Adelbrad's door. And he's gonna close it behind him. And like probably like 1.5 seconds or so after the door is fully closed, it will lock and we won't be able to go through there anymore. But we need to go through there because if you go through that door rather than the intended door on the left, the cutscene that's probably like 2 minutes long won't play. So we need to make sure that we get there in time. But also, there's a guard here on the left between the two doors. And sometimes he will turn around and spot you, which will cause the alarm to get triggered. Which is not as bad as it sounds, but it's pretty bad. So you want to make sure that you don't go too fast either. So you might need to sneak here. I'm not sure what my timing is like right now. I think I might be a tiny bit fast. So I'm gonna sneak. Oh, no, I didn't need to sneak. Oh, dude, that should have been locked IMO, but I guess you have way more time than I thought.
You have no idea how it was because of your past, and had no idea how fast you actually went. But yeah, that's the exact position where Kenzo was talking about language mattering. So depending on your language, Edelbrand will close this door earlier or later. With I think Russian and German, you said, were the slowest languages, and
Yes.
Spanish and Italian were the fastest. So
yeah, so on Spanish and Italian, the door will close sooner. But ironically, Russian and German are actually the fastest in IELTS because since the door closes so late, you can get through there before it starts closing. And that way you don't need to like wait for it to open once you get there.
that's
So on
pretty
IELTS,
insane, yeah.
you want to use those languages. So yeah. Now, once you're here, you want to hit this button to trigger the checkpoint, and then the objective is completed and you can go to the end of the level.
Destination Maryland aboard Resolute.
But sometimes you run into issues and you have to do a backup strat.
Yeah, those are the newer ones we found along those years.
So here I got spotted, he had a question mark, and yeah, nothing you
There
can
is
do.
no backup for this, you just reload your checkpoint.
That loses like 6 seconds. And then getting spot on this part loses like 20.
Yeah, you should show off what would happen if you do this strat wrong, because if you run off too early, or sometimes too late even, then the alarm will get sound and you have to reset. The mission will fail. This is why the timing on this has to be so specific. We have to go fast enough so we can go through that door that Edelbright closes, and we gotta go slow enough so this alarm doesn't get triggered and the guy above doesn't see us.
Also, if you were paying attention, he was holding an assault rifle, as I was explaining earlier. So we knew it was gonna fail.
Prepare to dive. Open main ballast tank valves. Aye, aye.
Watch me fail it 3 times.
That was pretty early. Yeah.
No, that was normal. MO. I'm not sure.
It was pretty early.
I wasn't paying that much attention, to be honest.
Prepare to dive.
Maybe I should shoot him now.
Open main ballast tank valves. Aye, aye.
That was pretty late. That's good.
That's my timing. About.
Watch me get spotted. Also, that guard on the other side sometimes attacks you while you're in this room.
Submerging.
I don't need to slow down. Okay, so let's say you don't make it in time. You can't go through this door anymore. Or maybe you can. But what you do is you shoot him. And then the alarm button will be hit. Which means you need to very quickly hit the button in the room. If you're too slow, then we're gonna explain that in a second. But okay, I'm gonna shoot him and see if I can get through this door.
You missed.
I can. And then I press this button. What do you mean I missed? Shut up.
It looked like you missed, man.
No, there was blood. But he just didn't react at all, which was strange.
Prepare to dive.
I'm watching a slideshow, so I couldn't tell.
Wow. Making fun of my internet.
Haha, bad internet guy, haha.
So as you can tell, this level is annoying. Oh, that was weird. Happens sometimes. Yeah. This is like the any percent run experience.
Yeah, getting a flawless Submarine 01 is a really big deal in a full run. So, as a viewer, this probably doesn't look like much if it goes well, but as a runner, you know that this is one of the most tense runs in the whole run, really. Like, this determines so much.
Like honestly, for me, if I get button hit on this room, then that's almost a reset.
Yeah.
Unless I'm like super far ahead. But yeah, 20 seconds, it's a lot. Also, that backup strat I was showing earlier loses about 20 seconds as well. Are you kidding me? Let's... I don't know why he didn't die. I don't remember where I hit him, but...
This is the any percent experience. But yeah, there is nothing much more to know about this level. The end that we didn't show yet is just after you hit that button, you run to the end. There is a guard in the way that you kill, and you open the curtains, you close the curtains behind you, and the level ends. If you do the backup and reload the checkpoint, you will lose a bit more time in there as well, because Steve Rowland will have an extra line of dialogue before
Random
the
door
level
open.
entry actually appears.
So I had to
yeah.
slow down.
There you go. Yeah.
If you reset at this checkpoint, then a cutscene will play here.
Yeah.
And if you do the backup, you need to do a checkpoint reset here, since
And
the mission
press
failed.
this button.
Yeah. And press this button, that's important, because that completes an objective.
Yes.
Find the room in contact zones.
So the backup, does it lose about...
Yeah, 20 seconds.
Yeah, okay. I thought in my head that was maybe too much, but no, that is right.
Here's a nice spot to stow away.
And if you don't do a checkpoint reset, this cutscene doesn't play, you just get the voice line.
Exactly, yeah. And the level entry appears much sooner. And that was about 1.
Wait, does it appear sooner, really?
I do think it appears sooner. I'm not sure. I think it does.
I'm also not sure, but I think it doesn't.
Alright, moving on. Sabotage is the exact same map, just it's loud, everyone knows you're here, and you're gonna fight off a lot of people. So you just take the most direct line through the submarine to Edelbright. I think this path didn't really change at all across the years. So let's just do it.
Also, it's not exactly the same map, but mostly the same. Mainly there's an extra section.
Yeah, and there are a lot more medkits lying around now, so you will see as we run through this level and have these specific spawns that we are prepared to fight. There are a lot of medkits on our path, which is incredibly important in 30%, and really nice to have in any percent. Really, they don't lose any time. So
you can just copy all the places I reload, by the way, and you'll be fine.
Yeah, the pathing on when to reload, when to shoot, your ammo management here is one of the things that we have improved across time. Okay, please show the fight off normally before you do this.
No, cause if you do a checkpoint reset, then the voice line timing will be different. I don't know if I can do it, but I'm gonna try it, I guess.
Okay. But I would like to show this off chronologically and what the fight normally looks like before we show off the crazy strat. Please, yeah.
Okay, so right here, there's armor, which is useful no medkits. That medkit is good in 30%.
And then right in front of this door, we have the Edelbright fight. This fight will only start, and you will only start this cutscene once the dialogue will be at a certain point.
We'll both blow up with the missiles.
Yeah.
I'd rather die here
And
than tell
what
number
would
one.
normally happen, and what we do, or what we did for the longest of times in 80%, is just Edelbright will run to the back of the room. We stand at a very specific point in this room to make him run to us, and
Right
then
here?
we blast, and then we blast a full mag into his face as he swaps his weapons, and that kills him pretty consistently.
Oh, right here, by the way, sometimes you get that like weapon equip stutter, and you can actually dupe his key, and that can happen on Prologue 1 as well, in a specific point. But it doesn't really do anything since you can't use the key for anything else.
Yeah, fun fact. Yeah,
And then it stays in your inventory for the rest of the level, and then it gets deleted.
right. The rest of this level is really just get up top, get the key to open the hatch and some other stuff, and then you run back, open the hatch, and you're good to go. That hasn't changed across the years, but this fight has. Because we found a way of actually kind of messing with this cutscene. Okay, yeah. So
I don't know if I can make it, but I also picked up the extra medkit, so I should have more time now.
yeah. So what we can actually do, and yeah, I messed up because this dialogue is a lot more different if you reload that checkpoint. But if you close this door into you as you walk in, you actually block yourself from walking in. This cutscene doesn't play normally, and now things are gonna look a bit different. So I don't know which of the two scenarios will happen, but either you get zoomed through the door as this cutscene ends, and then you're right in front of Edelbright's starting position at the corner of this room, or you stay in this room and Edelbright will come to you, and that doesn't normally happen if you fight him normally.
Yeah, normally what I do is I hold forward at the start of the cutscene, and then I hold forward and right once the camera pans to the left. Even though it shouldn't really make a difference, to me it seems like it makes it more consistent that you get through, which is what you want. But this time I've failed to do that, so we'll see what happens. Also, the voice lines being different doesn't really change anything regarding the timing of this strat. It's just that you want to make sure. I'll explain it again in a second, whatever. Okay, I got stuck, so I need to go back and open the door. Usually the door actually doesn't open right away. For some reason it like gets stuck. I'm not sure why it worked this time. And then you kill him. And then since you basically killed him sooner, so that's why it saves time. And also since you killed him farther away from the hatch, you lose less time from your weapon switch as well.
Yeah. This was also an essential trick for making the no medkit run possible, because this fight specifically is one of the hardest by far in the no medkit run.
Yeah, in no medkits what you do is you chill behind this table, I think, and then you do like this.
Yeah, you gotta do it really fast so Edelbright doesn't actually have enough time to shoot you. And you gotta hope that he's in the right position when you do this trick. It's really dumb.
So since I realized that you don't need to do this fast, I can explain this very easily. So you open the door, and then while you enter the room you close it on yourself so you get stuck on it. That's basically it. And in an 80% run you need to do, or in a run in general, you want to do this quickly, so that the voice line, "You neutralize the intruder," hasn't finished playing yet, because once that's finished playing you can enter the fight. And then it no longer saves time to do the strategy, because it takes a lot of time to set up. Ooh. Yay,
That's
I
so
got
good.
stuck. I'm
Yeah.
the best.
You'll never make it out alive, Roland. We'll both blow up.
So now I'm holding
with the
W.
missiles.
And
I'd
now I'm
rather
holding
die
B.
here
Now
than
I'm
tell
holding B
number
as well.
one we failed.
And I'm not getting through. Feels bad. But yeah, if you get through, you just walk up to him while he's over there and kill him.
Yeah, you really just get zoomed through the door at the end of that cutscene. There is no real way of explaining it. But yeah, take this right path, get here. This is where you get the key, a harpoon gun, which is not important at all, but I do love it. So. Yeah, and then you go to the hatch, use this key, and that's where the new
Lockpick document is. You can pick this up for free, and you pick it up now because you're on a timer anyway, because the hatch opens slowly. Free medkit here, and then you have enough time.
Yeah.
But yeah.
We used
anything
to
else here?
Yeah, no, we used to just chill in front of that hatch until it opened, but again, if you take that path up there, as Kenson showed you, you can get a lockpick document for free without taking the long route that you would need to take in Keller 1. So this is why we take it here.
Also, the other document that we picked up with the key is a breathing document, which is useless.
Yeah. So, Sabotage is a very interesting level because this is one of the levels that went through a lot of changes, and yet it's
swimming like this here feels faster.
Yeah, it's a bit faster here. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's where you can do speed swimming. But yeah, this is a very weird level with both water and a lot of interestingly placed guards. It's a weird level. So the guard right here that Kens is looking at has an assault rifle nade. And this one is very special because if you actually pick it up, it doesn't actually get shown in the ammo on the bottom right. Like, it only shows that you get 9mm ammo, but you also get a hidden assault rifle nade for some reason.
Dude, I think there's a guy like this somewhere in Emerald as well, and I forgot where the fuck he is. Oh no, that's gonna be so hard to figure out for the spreadsheet. Well.
Yeah, well. But in any case, that assault rifle nade is really important for...
He has one as well! Add that to this fucking spreadsheet, boys, let's go.
Okay, I'm writing to criminal. Okay. We didn't know that before, everyone.
So, if you don't get the grenade in SubBase, you would pick up a grenade somewhere here. Wait, let me go through from the beginning and figure out which one you pick up. Because the thing is, you don't want to pick it up too late, because... No. Actually, I think you... Oh, my goodness. I'm so confused. I think I just run in there if I don't have a nade, but I'm not sure. What you could maybe also do is use one of these. And you use the nade for these guys so they run around and hopefully you kill them if you throw it better than I did. But yeah.
Okay, I wrote my piece.
So once you're around here, no, that was bad.
Okay, so do you want to do this chronologically, or
is there an older strat for that part?
We used to just chuck a whole lot of nades there and then run along until these guys are dead. Like, we were throwing free hand nades there, waited until they died, and then we went through. The second variation was just running through and healing it out with medkits. However, that is kind of risky for the leap of faith. So what we ended up doing for the majority of time after that is just throw one hand nade. No, we throw two hand nades and just kept on running. These hand nades are not to kill these enemies, but rather just to... okay, that
this
killed
is the strat that I'm used to.
Nice, okay, yeah. We used to throw two nades just to make these guards run around. Not really to kill them, but just to make them not shoot. And really, the best scenario is that we kill them as we throw them, but didn't happen most of the time. The nade that Kenster threw, obviously, has went through a lot of time, a lot of trial and error, a lot of experience. So it's the perfect nade to kill these 3 guards in any percent.
Yeah, you want it to hit like on the ground there, so it like hits the guy on the right and also the guys on this axis. On 30% at the start, I would kill all of these guys with my crossbow very slowly, because it's a very dangerous area and I hate it, and I couldn't figure out a better way to do it.
And nades.
Then I changed to a method. Does this always look? I think it probably does. But yeah, what I would do is I had like an AR nade set up here, where first I would shoot. I think first I would shoot like over here and then like over here.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, AR nades were also used in the any percent run at some point, I think, but not too long.
I think I figured out a way to do it without AR nades in 30%, but I don't remember. Maybe I should look it up. Not sure. Because if I think about my AR nade route, I'm pretty sure it doesn't use one here. Oh wait, okay, hold on.
It's not too important because the 30% route is drastically different now from the any percent route in this level. So let's just show off the
Yeah,
rest
I'm
of the
retarded. I
80%.
don't do it this way anymore.
Yeah, let's just show off the rest of any percent.
What did you say?
Let's show off the rest of 80%.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't hear you. Don't need to yell at me. Jesus.
So after you kill these guards in whatever way you choose, you would go up on top, kill these guys that are in your way, and leading up to that point is a hook that you would normally get closer to you by pulling a lever right here on the right. However, we don't need to do that. That spawns a lot of guards and it is unnecessary. What we instead are doing is the leap of faith that actually everyone does and not only Kenster.
Yeah.
So as
turn
you
my
jump,
camera to the right and then I hold forward and right.
yeah, to get to this position specifically. With the hook, you just get in range as you jump towards it. It's nothing too crazy behind it. You get a lot of harpoon ammunition here that you lose in the next level, so it's actually only for this level, and it's really sad and dumb.
22 shots, woo!
But yeah, all you do here is just press that button, drop down, place the bomb, and then you're good to go. It's important to note that sometimes we wouldn't be landing down here at the start, but rather on the roof above this room. And that is important because chilling up here, oh, that would have been sick, are 6 assault rifle nades. And we need assault rifle nades for the very next level in both categories. So there was a lot of routing for AR nades, and this is a point where you can just get them if you didn't follow the routing, are low on assault rifle nades, all that.
Yeah, we used to like get these in both categories at some points, and now we don't get them in either, which is weird. But it just works out that way. And then once you're here, you gotta get dropped down there, which is kind of scary. But
yeah, this is scary. So yeah, you would press that button, drop down, place the bomb, and yeah, show off the swimming, I guess. So
as soon as you start with this animation, you can turn away, which is different from like all other places where you need to place a bomb and stuff.
Right, and this is where we can actually do dolphin jumping to its full extent. So by being close to this wall, holding W and tapping left in this scenario, we can swim really, really fast along this wall and have really good movement. It was so good, in fact, that this guy was spawned right next to us and do a lot of damage to us. But it's any percent, so not a big issue. It is a big issue in 30%, so what you would do there is not go as fast and stop around here.
Yeah, I think around here.
Also, what's important to note is you have to be in the air during this cutscene for the bomb to not kill you and the mission to not fail.
Yeah, so like it lifts you up a bit, the cutscene. Like not just your camera, but actually Steve Rowland himself. And he needs to be outside of the water completely, I think. I think completely. For it to not fail.
And then the end is just you swim through this tube to the level end, and that's it. Now, 30% is very
I
different.
want to show off something first. So if you go
Okay.
up here, you can actually jump around this crate. Oh, I did it first try, insane. And then walk up here. But I'm pretty sure this is slower, so don't do it.
Didn't know that. And of course you do it first try.
Dude, I think it's not even. It's like not even that easy.
So yeah, let's show off 30%.
Do I have? Okay. Wait, let me think about how I managed the saves here. Oh, I have a save slot here. Okay, cool. Okay, let me find a sabotage save on any language.
Yeah, language doesn't really matter in this level because there is no dialogue we're waiting for.
True. There's probably like 8 levels like that, but I don't know how many exactly. Any sabotage saves, guys?
Yeah, didn't we say at the start of this that you should be doing save states at the start of every level?
Dude, but I can't overwrite everything. And also, you never remind me ever.
That's true. That's fair. But the first argument isn't very valid. I mean, come on, quick saves.
Dude, sometimes I use quick saves for very important stuff.
That's dumb.
No, it isn't. Because I never use them. Spanish, maybe? Sabotage. Quick save.
Fucking hell, alright. Okay, so 30%. I can't believe it. 30% is. Oh, yeah. You need to change controls, true. So in 30%, what you used to do for the longest time is, of course, go the same route, go up the ladder, and then do that whole adventure there. But we got smarter, and this is the current route for 30%. We don't even go to the right side. We actually dolphin jump across on the left side, and then jump across over the submarine up top to the grounded area, and then go to the hook, like that. That avoids
Very
the
large
free...
invisible wall here, by the way.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, let me explain later. You do, or you explain this jump.
You like walk on the edge of this,
Yeah.
and then around here there's like a large invisible box you can stand on. And then you need to jump on this, which is a lot less wide, as you can tell. So yeah, big box, and then on the ledge, if I'm not disabled.
Yeah, and that allows us to skip fighting the free, fully loaded guards.
Yeah, all of these
They
guys
would
don't
spawn right
spawn,
here.
which is amazing.
Yeah.
This save is an IL save, so I have use on mouse roll down. Oh, that's loud. Oh, the backup method.
Yeah. The rest
Also,
stays the same.
Also in IELTS, you go on this railing and then jump against the ladder from here.
Oh yeah, nice. And yeah, the rest stays the same. You do the same leap of faith, land in front of the window, press the button, drop down, place the bomb, you're good.
Sabotage 1.
Changing plans. You got a deep six that sub.
I need to stop looking at that for so long, I don't need to.
Bad place.
It's actually crazy that you don't have to. I didn't know that, to be honest.
Yeah, it's a very recent find. Also, you can pick up that guy's armor while you're dolphin jumping, but in order to do it without slowing down, you need to crossbow him while dolphin jumping from very far away, which is not easy.
So yeah, if you were in 30% and you wouldn't want to get shot, you would even be further away from the guy than Kensa was, so you would be even slower than that.
Yeah.
There would have to be a very considerate distance between you and
Also,
them.
those guys are good for backup ammo if you're low.
Oh yeah, I guess so.
Speaking of low ammo, I have no AR nades in the safe.
That is very bad.
No, it's not.
Because...
Check this out.
There you go, okay. Yeah, as we said before,
No,
for
I
Quay,
misspelled it.
for Quay 33, for the modern strat, you would want to have at least 3 AR nades, or I guess at least 2.
Yeah.
But the real strat needs 3 nades. Let's show this off chronologically. So the first way of doing it was the segmented O2, the segmented way of doing it from 2007, which is you would run along here, and as you run along, you crossbow guys that you could see. So right at these gates, you crossbow one of them. You run along. I think you actually crossbow the first 2 guards, and then you run along, crossbow the rest.
Oh, insane shot.
Sick. There's another one here with an M60 that you would need to crossbow, exactly. And you need to kill all these guards, because the door only opens once you kill every guard in this hangar. So this is the first
That door.
thing that we need to achieve in this level. So, yeah, what the segmented run will do is use this lever to actually crash this box down, and that allows us to get more hooks up at the ceiling. And then after killing everyone, we would chain hooks to go to the very end, back to this gate, and it was an incredibly stylish. We didn't even get that. That we skipped.
Didn't even get that. Nice.
Yeah, we would just drop down here, land on the roof of that hood that you see on the left there, and then we would move along. That is a very outdated way of doing it, but I think still one of the coolest ways of clearing this room.
Wait, box
What
of
even-
44, what weapon is that?
That's the 44 special. That's revolver ammo.
What? Why is it revolver ammo here? Oh wait, actually this level has revolvers. I'm retarded.
Yeah, there's one or 2 guards with revolvers in
Yeah,
this
I
level
think-
specifically.
Yeah, I think we
Yeah.
actually pick up one but never
Yeah.
use it.
So this is the very old way of clearing this room. That is, as we said.
They are
Oh hey,
by
there's
the
the
way.
assault rifle nades. That is very old and very bad. So I don't know what we did for the period in between this strat and the assault rifle strat.
Okay, let me give you an idea.
Still no news from Colonel McCall.
Oh yeah, okay. I guess that was it. Yeah, we
I
would
think you
run
can
there.
kill all 3 of these in one mag.
Yeah, that sounds about right. So the guard that we killed third spawns later, and he only spawns once we kill or
44
alert, I guess, the guards that are in front of the door. So I guess let's just show off that spawn specifically.
Okay.
So there is one sunglass bald guy that only spawns once we alert everyone in the room and make the first shot. So the majority of time is we would kill one of these 2 guards up there, and then there would be one spawning behind us.
So now he doesn't spawn, now look away, and oops.
No, he already spawned. You looked away quite long. Oh no, you mean that guy in front of the...
Wait, are you talking about a different guy?
The guy you just killed also spawns late, I think.
Oh wait, you were talking about that one, oh. Yeah, I think he does spawn late. He does.
That's the first one I wanted to point out, yeah. The guy
yeah.
you wanted to mention was relevant only way later, but yeah.
There's 2 guys that spawn late. One is over there, and he spawns as the last enemy. And then there's also one that spawns here, and that's the one you were talking about.
Yeah, exactly. So what we used to do during those 2 strats that I have in mind is just kill him with assault rifles and crossbows, as Kenson showed off.
There he is.
Yeah. Then some time passed, and
Wait, can't you? Isn't there something in here?
well, there's a whole lot of nothing in there. So some time passed, and when Kenson crossed up to this game, he used to have an assault rifle nade that he kind of just YOLO shot across this whole hangar, and sometimes he would kill the guys at the far back and kill the rest with assault rifle. That was an incredibly risky strat since he had no setup for it.
I
So
think I actually had multiple, and I may have already used one on those 2 guys.
maybe, but
I don't remember how it worked exactly.
you didn't really have a setup. So
Yeah.
some time has passed. I found a setup for it, and that is basically the strat to this day. So what you would do is line yourself up right where Kent's standing, and then you, you look at this point where part of this railing lines up with the background of the ceiling, and that's where you shoot an AR nade. And that kills the bad guys.
Yay. And yeah, you can actually do that without stopping at all. But in full game runs, usually you want to stop. And yeah, after you do that, you run off, shoot one there, shoot one there if you have a third one, and then turn around, and then the last guy spawned. Nope. I didn't kill the far away guys. They might have moved.
Oh yeah, since you took so long. Or I took so long with explaining, sorry.
We both took long. And that's flashback.
And that's when the door opens. Yeah. For 30%, the strat remains basically the same, but you need to shoot 2 AR nades for the far back guys.
Yeah. On the current 30% route, I actually only have 4, so you shoot 2 at the far away guys, then 2 at the guys near the door, and then the other 2 guys you have to kill with assault rifle.
That makes sense, yeah.
Which is kind of bad, but that's how I do it at the moment.
Yeah. Moving on. We need to get up this watchtower, press a lever, and then continue with the level. So this is fairly straightforward, and I think for the majority of time was always the same.
Yeah, a long time ago I actually used to shoot an AR net up there.
Oh yeah.
And he didn't even die. What?
In any case, you want to kill the guy that's close to this barrel by shooting the barrel. He dies instantly. You run through the door, get up top.
For some reason he dies even when he's like far away on 30%, which he shouldn't because enemies take less damage from explosions, but apparently...
Like, really? That's interesting.
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, sometimes if you go up here, this guard isn't actually alerted, which makes it really nice to just walk up and kill him. Most of the time, however, he will shoot you instantly as he sees you, and yeah, you just gotta be ready and kill him.
Back up, medkit. Drop the ladder, you can take the fall damage back here, then it'll take like 40 or 50 damage. This guy you need to kill very fast, which is easier if you don't fuck up your jump and stand there for like half a second.
Yeah. I mean, this is also what we just used to do, so I guess you could shoot that off?
Yeah, you just run in here normally. And then maybe shoot him, maybe not. And then you would go all the way around here.
Yeah.
Terrible.
Get up there. Yeah. Run up there. I mean, you would have to use this ladder to get up here to get this key card to progress.
And then you would go
here. Yeah. This is back in the day where we would get the double...
oh yeah, there isn't a checkpoint there. I always think there's a checkpoint, but there isn't one.
Yeah. So that's a strat we used to do when we also would have gotten the double wield document way earlier. However, there is a double wield document that we can get in this level. That's actually way closer and quite nice to get, since that gives us a bit of ammo for the next boss fight. So you will show the updated version now, right?
Yeah, if I can.
Yeah, this is...
Jump as fast as you can, kill him! And now the door doesn't close, so that saves time.
Yeah.
Also,
optimization number 1. Yeah.
Also, if he like sometimes you can squeeze in between him and like the door closing. That can happen as well. So yeah. By the way, up there's a RPG, and I think it's possible to. I'm stuck on stuff. I think it's possible to get this RPG while you'd be on that ledge and not die from fall damage. And you jump off there and pick up the RPG instead of squeezing through the door. But that's not really fast, but it's possible.
Yeah, I think there was some strat searching a long while back. looking into ways of using that, but not too useful, sadly. This is the one level where we want to control our ammunition for the rocket launcher, because that's what's needed for this boss fight.
Final boss of this level only takes damage from rocket launchers. Accidentally grab the ladder to cancel fall damage, nice.
That was beautiful.
Yeah, I do that by accident sometimes, it's weird.
Okay.
So, step optimization number 2 is to climb
Yeah.
up this helicopter. Use this as a slope, and then boom. And that saves a lot of time.
Yeah.
Also, you don't kill these guys, because if you kill them, then 2 guys will spawn up here and you'll have a bad time, because they have M60s and stuff.
Yeah.
Also, there's armor here. Which is useful sometimes. I actually pick it up sometimes if I have to.
Really?
Yeah,
Okay.
because sometimes I'm low on medkits here.
Yeah. So this is the room we would only enter if you wouldn't have a double wielding document at this point, which in the current strat we don't. We get it here. So in one of these lockers right here is a double wielding document, but at the same time we would also get a lot of bazooka ammo
Don't
and an
usually get
extra
medkit.
medkit if you need it. Yeah. But yeah, this is the document.
But also, like, the main reason we go here is actually not for that document, it's actually for the rocket launcher. Because that rocket launcher by itself saves like it saves more time than it costs to go here. Which is crazy to think about, because it costs like 8 seconds.
Yeah.
Should maintain radio signal.
If you hit your shots. But yeah, let's show off the old boss fight first.
Okay.
So at this
So,
point,
Yeah, I
we
don't have rocket
wouldn't
launcher.
have. Yeah, at this point back in the day, we didn't get a rocket launcher. We would go around the backside, actually get an extra medkit, get the rocket launcher here, and then shoot the chopper. Yeah, we would go around here. Timing is a bit different if you reload checkpoints, so yeah. But if you go around that path, he will start shooting at you, and yeah. What you would need to do is, and what we actually used to know back in the day somehow, is if you line yourself up with this roof right here as he starts shooting rockets, he will stop shooting at you, but he will still be standing as if he's lining up his rockets. And that allows us to easily line up our shots, because he's a still standing target at this point, basically.
I like to call this the chopper's docile state. But there isn't really a name
Sure.
for it.
Yeah. It's his rocket face that we just manipulate to not shoot ever. So with that, we can actually shoot at him, and he's not able to shoot back at us.
Well, it's not... He actually already shot at us, but now he doesn't see us anymore, so he doesn't go back to his aggressive movement.
I mean, yeah. He doesn't move aggressively as long as he's in his rocket shooting phase. So yeah, because he doesn't shoot, he never exits that state. So yeah, you would kill him, of course, Kenster being Kenster.
Oh no, I missed. So let's say hypothetically I have no more rockets, and these aren't here anymore either. There's backup rockets over there, and interestingly, there's actually a building here that you can go into.
Yeah.
And there's tons of rockets in here, and mostly nothing else, I think.
Yeah. This is really just for the fight, and it's really slow to go to. So if you don't have any rockets to spare and you missed your shots,
We gotta remember to check what the build looks like in the remake, and if it exists.
yeah, we gotta check for a lot of things in a remake, man. But yeah, this is how we used to do it. I'm still amazed that we knew about this AI manipulation back in the day.
It's cool. It's cool.
But yeah, nowadays, with getting rockets way earlier, we can actually shoot them as soon as we get out of the door and we can see that chopper. And be reminded, Kent's timing will be different because you reloaded that checkpoint.
Don't worry. So yeah, we
So-
can shoot him right away. At first he's on a set path, so these should be consistent. And then he starts moving around wildly at some point.
Yeah, as soon as he shoots his second rocket.
Yeah, and you just want to make sure that you keep shooting and just hope that you hit.
Yeah. This is very hard.
And also, if you haven't missed yet, you actually want to make sure that you pick up the single rocket and not all the rockets, because that way, when you kill him, you're not gonna have any rockets left, and then he's gonna put away the rocket launcher automatically, which means you can move without being slowed down earlier, which just makes it easier to get past that fence. And also, in the middle of that, you can start manipulating him like we used to with the old strat, which is gonna make the last shots easy.
Yeah.
Anything else? Do you need to show that off again, or can we go on?
I think that was pretty good.
So the fence here at first is like standing, but then once the chopper crashes, it teleports to this position. So if you're in front of the fence, it will teleport behind you.
Yeah.
And then it will say nothing personal, kid. Did you put away your weapon automatically? Do you know what happens if we throw a grenade at them? I think they just don't care, but I'm not sure.
I have no idea. I have no idea. Never tried that.
Should we try it or should we go to the next level?
Let's just go to the next level.
I agree. So,
and
funnily
also,
enough, this cutscene plays even, like right now, like I'm not locked. Dude, what the fuck is that guy doing? Whenever I'm moving, he stands up, but when I'm not moving, he's crouched.
Can't follow your movement if he's crouching.
Oh. That was so weird. Anyway.
Yeah. Also on the top right, if you weren't enough distracted, top right, these seagulls on that crate were first of all two-dimensional and second of all floating in midair. I don't know why they were positioned as they did, but they're always fun to look at once you've completed this level.
And also there's a spot there where you can see out of bounds very close to them. Also this area is out of bounds, and I'm not sure whether the ground here is solid, but can't go here.
It's very detailed for out of bounds, it's incredible. Yeah. But also just a copy of here, so never mind, I guess. Can't believe you're doing this just to show off these seagulls.
Dude, I gotta. Here they are. Just 2D sprites chilling, floating in the air.
What?
I didn't know about that.
What? Okay. Yeah, since since you put away your weapon, we would never be able to shoot them or check if they are breakable objects.
So yeah, right here is where you can see out of bounds.
Yeah, okay.
Let's see if he gives a fuck. He does.
Yep,
okay.
Definitely gives a fuck. Alright, moving on to Hotel. Last level for this session.
Yeah.
Although, actually, never mind. We wanted to end this soon because I still had to go buy groceries, but it seems like someone else did the job for me, so
yo.
Easy. Let's still stop it there because of other stuff I need to do.
Okay.
But okay, Hotel. Went through a lot of changes across time, specifically for this first opening part. The old legacy way was really weird, but no one ever changed it because they didn't try it. So, what you would do is, there is a girl right here that is walking super slowly. We would knock her out and carry her with us to this door, kill the guard here, and then move along. We had to carry that body because there is another enemy spawning in that back room that would notice her body, sound the alarm, and the mission would fail. So that's why we either dragged her body there or took her hostage and moved her there like that. I think moving her as a hostage is a bit faster than carrying her, so that's what we used to do for the longest time.
I actually don't remember what I used to do.
Yeah. Then in 2018, we found a different way of doing this first sequence. What we would do is, I mean,
Notice how he hasn't spawned yet.
okay, yeah, this guard. Let's just do it in the flow of how we would do this strat.
Wait, isn't this the right order? Was this something else before?
I mean, let's just show it without carrying her as a hostage for half this hallway. So, what we used to do after that is we would kill this lady, go in this room, kill this guy, and then
we need to go this far so the guy spawns, and then
yes, and then we would run back, kill this guy, and then move along. There is no one else spawning in that back room, so no one can sound the alarm, and that's how we did this part. Way faster than before. And this is variation number 3. So this is the one that Timo found also in 2018, but it's really inconsistent for this way of doing it. We were just hoping that the lady that we were always killing would follow us to this part right here, and so we could kill her in this room without doing any extra movement, and we basically had a direct path to where we wanted to go. And later on, we would just make this more consistent. So one way of doing that is giving her a body shot, so she would definitely follow us. That was also not guaranteed, but it increased our chances. And then the last way of actually making this really consistent is running into her, and that makes her follow us consistently, I think.
I'm not sure, I don't remember that, but the way that makes it 100% consistent is actually how I did it. You just take a certain path and then she'll always follow you.
Okay, yeah.
I don't know why we didn't use to do it this way right away. I actually don't remember.
Because we tried finding a path that is consistent, but we couldn't find one.
It's weird.
We also asked Timur if it was consistent for him, and he said, and I quote, "It's consistent if I do it right, which is rarely." So, yeah.
So anyway,
yeah.
Let's say it doesn't work, and she gets alerted. Then you turn around to kill her, and then you just do the old strat as a backup.
Yeah. Only 2 shots left. That's scary.
Yeah, that's like not enough, I think.
I mean, technically, it's the perfect amount.
I guess. Fuck. Also, if you're too slow, she can still get alerted while following you.
Yeah. As in, run to the button instead of following us. So, right here...
I'm stupid. You're not supposed to kill him now. But I messed up the weapon switch.
You could... this is what we used to do. We killed the guy and dragged him into the next room. And...
oh yeah.
And that's what we used to do. It's really slow, don't do that.
Medkit in here, by the way.
Yeah. So what you would want to do instead is have the key on the ready and then just go directly to this door.
Pretend this is the key.
Yeah.
Oh, pretend this is closed.
So you would need to have your key out, open this door immediately, and then go through, and then that guy wouldn't see you at all. And then you're good to go. You would start the cutscene by using the microphone.
Yeah, you go here, right click, and then it starts. And you don't need to stay in the microphone. And
for the starting part, yeah.
Yeah, at first you can just chill out, go in here, grab this medkit.
If you killed the guy, yeah.
Guy spawns, kill him, pick up his revolver ammo.
This is a very recent find, by the way.
And and this is how you do it in 30%.
Yeah.
Any percent
incredibly...
or else, I guess, as well. You do it a bit differently.
It's incredible that it works like that, because in the second part of that cutscene, you cannot, and I quote, you cannot go out of that microphone view. You will fail the mission immediately.
Yeah, the thing is, like, it actually makes sense the way it works.
Yeah.
Because you only need to record the part where they're actually talking.
It's incredibly advanced. This is one of these parts in the game that is weirdly accurate to how things
Oh
would
fuck.
be.
Normally the lady would be here and you could pick up her ammo as well.
Oh yeah.
Dude, now my ammo is completely fucked. And you get this for free. No! I was too slow.
As soon as that door opens, that's when you need to have the mic out already.
Out of sight. If our two suspects sense anything, they'll call off the meeting.
Winslow's just a...
I'm gonna do the any percent way and chill. You don't need to close that.
Already there.
Yeah.
You wanna activate this as soon as possible because then he starts
Them in your
moving.
sight. Careful. You're losing the target. Good.
Oh no, I'm losing the target.
Stay on him.
Yeah. This is a scary part of the run because it's a cutscene that you need to pay attention to. You can't go AFK, you can't go get something to drink, you can't take a break, and you cannot press any buttons accidentally, otherwise you will go out of your microphone view and the mission will fail and you will feel really dumb by losing your run to that. But it happens to the best of us, at least once.
Yeah, you can lose up to like, what, 2 minutes probably even.
Here to ensure
Yeah, easily. Just by relaxing a bit too much and putting a little bit too much weight onto one of your fingers and accidentally clicking. It's super dumb.
Fun fact, this scope actually acts the same way as a crossbow and sniper rifle scope. So if you don't have a sniper document here, it will wobble at first.
This country's most influential people are
And
ready
it will
to
continue
support
wobbling
the
if you
official
move.
regime.
Yeah.
I have
It's
often
really
listened
interesting.
before.
But it doesn't show the bar on the right being like, okay, this is how much wobbliness there is.
Oh, I didn't know
Just-
that.
It just hides that, but it's still wobbly, I think.
It is definitely wobbly, but I'm not sure whether the bar is there. I think it is.
It's been too long.
Yeah,
I
it
think
has been
is.
too long.
We'll control all of the country's strategic
So now if we go beyond a certain radius, then the timer on the bottom left will start going down. And if we re-enter the radius, it will go back up again. And we want to time it such that, like, we want to back up, we want to hold backwards, and we want the cutscene to end while we're as far away as possible and our timer as low as possible. But if we go too early, then the mission will fail and we will cry. So you gotta time it right. And I don't really have a setup, except
Yeah.
that, well, you can pseudo set it up by going backwards when a certain voice line plays. Or what some people do is during the cutscene they like locate the line where it starts counting down, and then they place themselves on the edge, and then at a certain point they walk backwards from there.
Yeah. With the laughter starting, probably.
Yeah, I think so. But that's actually technically bad. Because while you're scoped in, I'm pretty sure you accelerate pretty slowly. So you actually want to go outside the radius while you're already on full speed. So that's why I think you don't want to line yourself up with the edge.
Yeah. This is all just to maximize movement optimizations, which is in fact not a lot of time safe. It's just, you want to maximize as much as you can. If you want to stay safe, just walk back as you hear the laughter, and then you're good to go, really. If you want to take it just safe.
Yeah.
So there's laughter right here. If you hear that, you can start walking back.
They've spotted us.
If you're close to that window.
Connor and Winslow are heading for the elevator.
Otherwise, any of the other setups will work. So
Here, kill him. Get this. Make sure you pick up his stuff because he has important ammo.
yeah. And yeah, this is where
Don't need
you
his stuff,
want-
but it's on the way, so you might as well pick it up.
yeah, this is where you want to get this is the first level where the double wielding document is really, really, really important.
I don't have 2 miniguns.
Yep, obviously you don't. And yeah, this is the level where you want 2 miniguns, and what you basically do throughout this whole level, including that part right there, is just get enough ammunition so you have enough for the 2 upcoming fights. You fight Winslow and
List of supporters.
Willard.
Willard. Thank you.
Normally I would have 1 last magazine. And you could
Yeah.
even make it through here with 1 less than that. If you're good, but
Yeah.
backup might good. So you go by her if you're good. And then you just spam him and then you should be fine. Unless you're on 30% and he shoots you in the face, in which case
You die.
yeah.
But if you are right in his face, like really close to him, he will actually miss you with a shotgun because it's too long.
Fun
So
fact,
that's
I think you can pick up you can pick up
Yeah.
a cue ball and throw it.
this is the only place where you can pick up cue balls.
Yeah. And you can pick up these as well.
Okay, I didn't know about that. All right.
So let's go.
So yeah, you kill him, pick up his key that Winslow drops, open the door, and walk into this next cutscene. This cutscene is weird.
I believe
Um,
this cutscene is like the McCall fight cutscene in that it has a timer as soon as you open the door, no matter where you are.
Yes, but a very long time ago when I used to run this in 2015, there was a bug for my game where I opened this door and this cutscene didn't lock my position. And I could directly run to Willard and kill him, and the battle music wouldn't start, but I still killed him, the mission would end. And that only happened to me on my old PC when I was still using actual CDs to play this game. I think one of them might have been scratched. But there has been no way of skipping this cutscene stop, as I just told you. We haven't found any way of doing that
Wait,
yet.
so was that something that happened once or like every time?
It happened to me consistently.
Well, in that case, it must have been the damaged CD.
Yeah. But
Huh.
it's too bad because that would be awesome.
True.
Although I don't think it was consistent, but it happened pretty often. So yeah.
Dude,
it-
how would
it
we
was-
react if someone submitted an IL run? We just wouldn't allow it, right? Because we can't replicate it.
It's so weird. But yeah, moving on. With that piece of trivia, you would just chill, watch this cutscene, and right as this cutscene ends, you would want to switch to your revolver, to do some
I
damage
think
to
you can
Willard from
switch.
far away.
You can switch to revolver before the cutscene starts after you open the door.
Oh, that's pretty good. In any case, he's pretty far away, and he will run away. So the revolver is the best way of dealing damage early. And after that, you just run after him, take out your mini guns, and then kill him like that.
Yeah. Another funny thing about this cutscene. So
Okay.
you can finish the fight without killing the lady. And then
Oh yeah.
one time, I go in here into this cutscene, and the lady is still behind me and trying to shoot me. And unfortunately, her aim isn't great since she has a minigun, and she killed one of the guys in the cutscene.
Yeah.
And then I got soft-locked in the cutscene because the dialogue wouldn't play. And I think it was a good run too. It feels bad.
I think when this cutscene didn't stop my movement, I think one of these guards died weirdly every time. I think once I got close to Willard, the guy in front of me died instantly.
Huh, okay.
I'm not sure. It's been too long.
I mean, Willard does kill him, so.
Yeah. But moving on, let's just show off the last sequence.
Oh no, he died.
Oh no!
So now you spam him. You can do like 40% damage there if you hit him well.
Yeah.
And then you shoot him. And you'd run into his face, but also, important, full medkit and minigun ammo out here. Pretty useful. Also, on 30%, very old strat, you could make him open this door and then you get a free kill.
Yes.
And then once you pick up his stuff, timer starts and then the level ends after a while.
Yeah, there have been a lot of variations in 30% strats in this level, simply because you do a lot of fighting in here and you can easily die to these two bosses.
Yeah.
But there have been so many variations, just strats that every individual has found, and really the only thing that is consistently still there is trying to Goomba that first lady. That's by the way something I found. Killing Winslow by staying up close so he will miss, like really close in his face, and then either doing the doorway to be safe with Willard or just, do it YOLO.
If you YOLO Willard on 30%, sometimes he will fucking crouch and you will miss, and it's the worst thing ever. And then you don't have ammo to reload. Oh, that's funny. So end it now?
Sanctuary actually hasn't changed that much.
I wouldn't mind doing all of Sanctuary in one session and then all of SH1 in one session. Because we're gonna have to do 2 more anyway.
Yeah. Sanctuary 01 is weird. Alright, let's keep it for next time.
Yo.
Sanctuary 01, aka Sank 01, is a level with a lot of changes across time, especially in the individual level route. The start, however, never really changed.
Yeah,
We
through there, but I want to show off one thing first, which
Oh,
is
yeah.
that so the end of this level, like right now we're obviously at the very start, and then if we were to like no click through this wall, we're like right at the end. But that's just like a fun fact because there's no way you can get through here, obviously, since there's like void and stuff. So yeah. So let's run through the level.
Yeah, so the start is just, get rid of those leaves and then kill the first guy with a knife as you run past him. That part never really changed. This is also a level where you really optimize your movement with the corners you cut here and the way you just move around corners in general. These guys you just kill in some fashion. We used to do knives and then a pistol. That's still viable. I think most people still do that. You can also use a crossbow. Doesn't matter too much. You just have to be aware of how much ammo you have left in your crossbow for the upcoming levels.
Yeah, I like to kill these first 3 guys with a knife because it's the least useful weapon.
Sure. We used to use knives a whole lot for the first 2 Sanctuary levels, since they were completely silent and we didn't really know how risky we could be with our weapons and loudness.
Yeah. Also in that last section, there's like a bunch of branching paths to the side, but they're all dead ends and they all just have like ammo.
Yeah,
So
and extra guards. Extra guards. If you're particularly slow, guards will actually cross your path and you will have to kill them. So by actually being fast and not stopping, you actually skip guards.
Do
But
all
yeah,
guards
moving
in
on.
there have AK ammo? I think so.
Sure, but moving on. The guy here at this
on the left.
Yeah. Just unpause. The guy to the left there are a couple of ways to kill him. Use a pistol. If you're cool like me, you do a 360 around the water and use a crossbow.
Yeah, sadly I'm holding a pistol, so I can't use the crossbow strat, but
yeah.
So, yeah.
Oh yeah, and
good.
later on, we kind of jumped on top of the thing to just skip a little bit of a path. This guy right here, you can either kill him, and yeah, that's a little bit of extra time, but completely safe. Or you can, what we found later, skip him completely by doing a very precise jump. And he wouldn't hear you if you land directly in the water jumping from a certain ledge.
Yeah.
Nice, beautiful. Once you're in the water, you want to optimize water movement, as dumb as that sounds. It's actually quite tricky to do these vertical swim sections optimally, especially in an IL setting. Now, coming up here are 2 guards, to our left and to our right. The oldest way of doing it, and the most consistent way to this day, is just go up, kill them with a minigun.
I'm scared that they moved.
Oh yeah, they do move, huh? There are some other ways that Kent will talk about.
So yeah, classic ways with the minigun, and then I guess the other thing you might use is the crossbow. So you just go straight up and no scope the guy on the left, and then just keep running. But I'm gonna use the minigun. Oh, that's weird. Yeah, normally they would be way closer.
Yeah, exactly.
We used to
Noteworthy
pick
for
up this.
the
No, not the minigun. We used to pick up this AK, but
Yeah.
it's not used anymore. These days
Also
we just
there
run
is-
past them and don't kill either of them at any percent.
Right. Also, to our left here is extra pistol ammo that was very essential for an old IL route where we would actually get 2 pistols and then double wield for our strat. It's actually crazy to think that double wielding pistols was a viable and really good strat at some point in this level.
Yeah, imagine double wielding pistols. Who does that?
Yeah, there are a couple of fun facts to these guys, but those are only relevant to the IL route, and I guess we'll cover that later.
Also, it's very easy to miss this pistol. If you wanted, you should. You actually
Yeah.
need it in any percent, don't you? I think you do.
I don't think you do.
Fuck, now I have to think about it.
I mean, you do get pistol ammo across the way somewhere else from other guards running away.
I'd have to think about it, but okay. You want to pick it up because it doesn't really lose any time. So here, this next section, we're gonna like walk all the way around here and then into that garden area over there. And in there, there's gonna be 3 enemies, which are somewhat annoying to kill because they're kind of out of your way, so you need to like turn and shoot them at the same time, which is kind of hard. So one thing we can do is we can actually prevent them from spawning by dodging a trigger here. So you go like, nah, I fucked it up. Fuck.
I mean, checkpoint and spawn trigger are separate, so maybe you got it?
Nah, I fucked it up.
Okay.
Wait, let me see.
I mean, you can
Wait,
use that time to just show off the normal route, or the normal way of doing
I
it.
think you can get back up here. Interesting. Yeah. So you'd like jump off here to get extra like momentum with the hook.
Yeah.
Yeah, then different
And
spots. Hold on.
Sure. Oh yeah, true. So this is what you would do in full game runs and in old IL runs, which is just jump through here, have smooth movement, and try and kill the guards without stopping. Really. We used to
and pick up his stuff if you're not doing an IL.
Yeah, we used to also just mine optimizations. For the longest of times, we went around to the right side once we got into that bush, or through that bush, just to line up our shots more easily. And then later on, we actually figured out, hey, you can just walk through that water and it's fine.
Yeah.
Frankly, it's harder movement and you gotta land your shots, but, you know, it's fast.
And if you do the jump around the checkpoint tree correctly, then these guys just wouldn't be here and you can finish the level normally. But in any percent, you want them to spawn because you need this guy's stuff. Or in full game runs in general.
Yeah, and he wouldn't spawn as well if you would do that trick.
Yeah. Does it matter which weapon I'm holding here? I think it doesn't really matter.
It doesn't really, no.
So right here, there's another like flashback where we can like jump to gain a bit of extra distance. That was bad. Jumped a bit early.
My lineup is to jump a bit after you pass the leaves at the ground. It's not really a precise lineup, but really there's much to go with here, but also it's not too important. What is important, however, is the last final part after this flashback, because it's...
Isn't there a bug here where the voice line and this flashback don't play?
I wouldn't know. I don't know. Maybe there is.
I think there is. I don't know what causes it though. I forgot.
Sure. But once you enter the chapel, there is a thing that you have to break down. You can just let the flashback play. There is a thing that we need to break down by either shooting at it or mashing use on it. I specifically
both.
say use, or both exactly, because that's the main way of dealing damage to it. If you just shoot it with just a minigun of sorts, it takes a long time to break, like a really long time to break. So
it goes down like 1 mag. It looks like.
I mean, can you shoot it a bit more? We can just check it again, because it takes a while to kill with bullets. So the main way of dealing damage to a thing is actually mashing use on it. And specifically in ILs, this is the main level where we have use bound to our mouse wheel. There you go. So we can mash that as fast as possible and really break this down super quickly.
This is the one where it's the most important, I guess, yeah.
Yeah.
Let's just for texture. Okay, let's go to the next level.
So Senko 2 at the start. Okay, no, hold up. Depending on language, the starting strat is very different. So
I guess it is.
in any case, these two guys are having a conversation. We need to wait at the start. As soon as you are noticed by these two guys, the alarm is triggered immediately. So what we do is we run up behind them, and without them ever noticing us, we knock them out. We can just run through that door and run after them as soon as this first guard in that first room turns around and wouldn't see us. That is the safe way of doing it. That is the recommended
That guy
strat.
can't see us.
Yeah. That is the recommended way for that room. However, there are riskier ways of doing this room as well. Found by Kenster, I think. So, if you run even soon out of this room, you will get noticed by this guy right here. And as soon as he sees you, you need to be fast. You need to be super fast. You need to knock out Calvin without him noticing you, and then you need to run to that checkpoint as fast as possible.
Yeah, you
On
can
the
knock
way-
out Wax without sneaking, but it's kind of tight.
Yeah, it's really difficult. And then you also have to knock out McCall. Oh, sorry, Standwell. It's a hard strat for sure. There you go. Okay, that's what happens when you knock him out, but he notices you because you bump into him. It's not too bad because there is a checkpoint right where Kensu was looking at, right behind that door where the guard is.
Yeah.
And you can then just reload that checkpoint and be fine. What Kensu's doing right now doesn't work, sadly. As soon, again, as you see that red text at the bottom, the level end trigger disappears, and even if you would reach that checkpoint after this message appears, you would be able to complete, or you would be able to play through the level, but you wouldn't be able to complete it. The level end trigger is gone by then.
Yeah, because you need to like
get all the objectives. We talked about this before, so it's fine. So, getting to the next checkpoint, there are a couple ways, again, of doing that part, and depending on if you reloaded that checkpoint or not, guard locations are going to be different.
yeah.
I think the best thing is for you to not reload that checkpoint, but, you know. Okay. Alright, you know, nicely done. Alright, let's just keep it going, keep it going.
Let's just take it slow.
Yeah.
Also,
for the
on the other side of
upcoming-
this door is the next area, but we can't get through the door.
Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that. So for the upcoming part, it's noteworthy that every enemy that we run across has 2 ammo pickups, crossbow ammunition and extra knives. As we kill these guards, because we have to, because they're in our way and would notice us.
I did that already. Weird.
Yeah. We also look at our ammo count, and if we would need any extra ammunition, we can pick him up from any of these guards. The route that Ken's taking, however, for ammunition is the most optimal one. Also, you saw Ken's slowing down there at the start.
But I just want to mention that that checkpoint, despite the fact that it gets triggered here, puts us back here. So it actually loses like 4 seconds to reload that checkpoint.
Yeah. Okay, that's true, yeah. I forgot about that, to be honest. So yeah, you see Ken's slowing down here, and that's because these cloaked guys can actually see you if you run across these stairs too early.
You need to stop doing this in such a weird
so you need
way.
to slow down there, and if you know,
Yes, of course the voodoo's checked.
all right, if you need to slow down, take your time and get some extra ammunition, because it doesn't lose any time, and having extra crossbow ammunition is really, really nice, because the triple crossbow is
Normally
probably
do this
one of
part. What the fuck?
triple crossbow is one of the most powerful items in the game. Not gonna lie.
It's still wrong. Whatever.
Some bad.
So normally that door would still be closed, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah, whatever, dude. Normally he would be dead right in front of this door, but
Yeah.
I think you saw that earlier already.
How you handle these enemies when you reload that checkpoint is probably quite weird for experienced runners. But in any case, if you want to shave off every bit of time you can shave off, it's worth routing out where and when you shoot, but for a full any % run, it doesn't make too much of a difference when and in what order you kill these enemies. Just be as fast as possible.
Don't get like body blocked by the lady in the narrow corridor.
Yeah. So this room has a couple of ways of doing it. We used to just snipe them from the top, then run around the stairs, like you would probably normally do in a casual playthrough. And one of these things still exists to this day. We do need to snipe one of these 2 guards, because one of them actually goes for the button that will alert everyone. I forgot if it was the left or the right guy.
Senator Willard.
Try to land on the railing at the top.
Yeah, that's the new way of doing it.
I think that was correct, yeah.
Whatever. You can kill this guy and then show off the room a bit more before you make extra guys spawn. Or you reload checkpoint. Fine by me.
Yes.
But what you would want to do in that room is, for the newest strat at least, is you would want to jump on the railing up top from the stairs right as the door opens. And that allows you to get a more direct path.
That's right.
Oh, there you go. He has it in muscle memory. It's hard to think about things if you do them by heart. Or by muscle, I guess. But yeah, you would want to jump on top of these railings, snipe one of the 2 guys, and then from the railings you would jump on top of that rock monument to negate some more fall damage, and then run directly to the doors that Kensa ran to at the end. So let's just show that in full motion now, since we explained it. There you go, beautiful. You have to kill Blondie, that's the alarm guy, and then you run to these secret...
In 30% you kill the ladies
Yeah.
with the AK, but in 80% you don't need to.
Yeah, these ladies only have a crossbow, and that does absolutely no damage to us, because they only aim to the body. And that would be the entire level. Kensa, however, does need to reload the level, because he feels like he wants to show this off one more time.
What, there's a different strat you don't know?
There are a lot of strats in that room, to be honest.
That's how that's supposed to look. But actually the other way I did it before was faster, because you don't get stuck on the door.
I gotta be honest, I never watched an IL of this level. I feel like I need to do that. This might be a level I would love running IL.
You had the record on this level for a long time. Okay, so the other strat here, it take a lot of fall damage, but...
So, I would assume you would...
I'm mad.
So what does the strat tell us what the strat is?
So the strat is you jump on top of the black-haired guy's head and Goomba him and... Oh, fuck off.
Just run, just do a casual playthrough and get to the end. You can explain the strat just fine.
So you jump on top of the black guy's head, and then the other one would go to the alarm, so you shoot him with the minigun. And then you proceed as normal. And the advantage is that you don't need to stop to shoot anyone with a crossbow. But you take like 60 fall damage, and you can die from the fall damage bug.
That's a big risk, yeah. Also, since this is one of the final sections in the game, I don't feel like it would be worth it unless you have, you know, really bad run and you still want to PB. But yeah, in any case, get this secret part of a statue that no one ever found by themselves in their first playthrough. Put it in here, and then off to Sanctuary 03.
This is like the part where like the pistols can get super annoying, because you want to like so you need to equip the pistols, or you're supposed to at least at the end of that level, and then you like want to reload the pistol because you're about to use it, but then the magazines get switched around, so you're actually not supposed to reload it. It's weird. You're supposed to reload it after this level starts. So yeah.
Yeah. So just running through here at the start, right off the bat, before we even, or I guess after we kill the first lady, there are two paths you could take. Ken's showing off the first path, and that is also the normal and recommended way of doing it. You can also crouch through here, and it's technically
a bit more difficult, but
yeah,
that's the way I always take.
Yeah, it is faster by a tiny bit. It is also very much harder because, you know, movement and killing these guys at the same time is quite tricky. Kensa just wants to do a speedrun. He just wants to do a speedrun. So this guy right there, you just kill with a knife. No biggie. The lady at the far back, the optimal way of doing it is hitting her with a crossbow headshot as you jump. That is the most consistent and fastest way of, you know, killing her in one shot without stopping. You can also use throwing knives after you've closed a bit of a distance. You can also try to no-scope her with a crossbow. Both are fine. As time went on, we chose to do very different things. This is part of the level that we never see in a full run.
Yeah, this is a better healing document, but you already have the one from SubBase, so it's useless.
Fun facts with Kens.
So yeah, optimally you would jump shot her, and then immediately you would switch to the hook, and then you can like swing like this without stopping at any point, and it's really fast.
Important to note, you cannot kill her with your final shot and the crossbow left. Otherwise, 13 still wants to reload the gun. If you switch the hook at the wrong timing there, things get really weird. Across time, many people have gotten soft lock right here because they were swapping to the hook right as the game wanted to start up the reload animation, and that made it so you kind of had two things equipped at once, and if you hook in that time frame, you can't ever not hook. It's hard to explain. Really
Yeah,
weird
basically
bug.
what happens is it visually still looks like you're hooked with like the thing on the left being there, but you're acting as if you're on the ground normally.
Right, and you are just not able to hook or unhook or anything in between that. So yeah, do manage your ammunition with the crossbow carefully so you don't kill that lady with that last shot.
It's still technically possible to beat the level, I think, if you're lucky, but yeah. So right here there's two paths. You can either pick this up or not. On 30% you should pick it up. On any percent you can skip it if you want. Yeah, you can either go that way where the guys are, or you can take this secret path in order to avoid them, which I like to do in 30%. It's probably like slightly slower, but it's about the same.
Yeah. Just running through here, you can ignore the guys at the right on any difficulty. And these are the many lockpick doors that we basically get the lockpick document for. Not having the lockpick document for these 3 doors right here is devastating. They take just a tremendous amount of time if you wouldn't have that document.
Yeah.
Also right here, you saw us just kill the lady, not the guy. You can completely ignore the guy in a full run or in an 80% run. Yeah.
Also, you kill the lady with a crossbow if you can. Because you still have 2 crossbow bolts from shooting the lady earlier, not reloading. So you no-scope her in the head, and then you can open the door without reloading the crossbow if you hit her. And that's faster than killing her with a knife, which we used to do. Because if you throw the knife, then it takes too long to switch weapons, I think.
Yeah,
and then you lose
it
like
takes...
a second or so.
Right.
And there's armor here in this room, which is useful sometimes.
This guy right here, you can literally kill in any way you want. It doesn't matter. Because right here, we just run to the end, to this cutscene right here, and then laugh about how the guys that we didn't kill before, if they saw us, they would just non-stop scream, alert, alarm, and no one would ever notice it. And it's where we get a good laughter.
You can't shoot here in any way, or you will instantly fail the mission and reset the level from the very beginning.
You can still right-click your knife onto walls.
Yeah, but if you throw a knife, the instant the projectile appears, the mission will fail, even before it hits the wall.
Yeah. Also, I'm pretty sure you can't punch the walls.
I'm not gonna try it.
Yeah. If you just want to waste time here, just right-click with your knife. It's the only thing you can do, really.
What I do is I make sure that all my weapons are in burst mode, which doesn't matter because once you enter the next level, they get set back to auto, and I reload all my weapons.
Fair. In any case, we just want this cutscene to end. As soon as we...
Normally,
Okay,
if you drop down early, the mission will fail. But occasionally, if you are lucky or do it in a certain way, I'm not sure which, then it won't fail. And you can actually get down there while the cutscene is still playing. And it's a bit too late now to show it off. I'm not sure if I should restart the level because it's somewhat unlikely I'll get it. But basically, you're gonna be chilling down there next to the guy while he's talking. And you can't finish the level early because 2 enemies have already spawned. And if those 2 enemies shoot at all, or if you shoot at all, then the mission will instantly fail. So it's impossible to get to the end of the level without that happening. So yeah, get fucked. But you can still save a bit of time by like hanging down earlier if you get that bug. If you want to see what it looks like, watch Niall, I guess.
Yeah. I guess in any case, if it's unlikely, it's not worth doing in a full run, especially. And I guess if you grind ILs, you kind of have to do it. That seems kind of nuts, though. How unlikely is it?
I would say probably like 20%. You get it?
That's all right, I guess.
Yeah. But I haven't done like super much testing.
Yeah,
Just
sure.
enough to make sure that it's like 100% not possible to skip the 40-second cutscene.
Sure. But yeah, we'll just show off the normal way of doing it, which is just wait for the cutscene to end. You can unpause. And as soon as we see the objective finished, that's when we can jump down, do a hook drop down, took a lot of fall damage. And yeah, this is where we have different strats, I guess. For the most part, you just want to hang back and kill the guys with the crossbow. You have to kill 2 guys on the top right, on that top right balcony, and only then can you actually hook directly from this chair right here up to the top. That skips quite a bit of running section.
Yeah, so a couple more things.
Yeah. This is a very eventful room.
So one of these ceiling beams, when it falls down, like you can see it fall down, right? So what happens if you stand under the ceiling beam when it drops down? Well, the natural thing would be that either it goes through you, or you get crushed and die instantly, like with some other moving props in this game. But what actually happens is the ceiling beam will freaking go back up towards the ceiling where it was originally. Similar to the bouncing tree I mentioned on Pillar 2. And one time, I had that ceiling beam pull me back up with it. And I have never been able to replicate it, but I have a clip of that on my channel, so if someone reminds me, I can link it in the description. But you could maybe be able to get onto that balcony earlier with it if you find a way to do it consistently. And then the other thing I want to mention is I want to show the any percent way of doing that part.
Right, because hanging back with the crossbow.
Another
is
fun
not...
thing.
Oh yeah! Oh yeah! If you reload the checkpoint, you have to do the jump again.
No, not even that. The funny thing is the checkpoint triggers after you're already on the ground. So since I took a lot of fall damage here, I still have like a very low amount of health after I reload the checkpoint.
Yeah.
But I can
Yeah.
it.
So yeah, in any percent, it is much faster to just kill these guys with the AK, hopefully in burst mode, and then, yeah, try and jump up while the guy is shooting at you.
I just
you
realized
can still,
I'm doing it wrong.
You can, yeah, I guess you have to kill... Yeah, exactly. This is the setup I found. You can...
That was the wrong bench. Wait, was it? I'm confused.
It was the wrong bench. So...
Wait,
there are multiple ways of doing this strat. The reason Kensid kept on looking up this time and not killing the guys in front of him is because aim punch is very, very weird in this game. If you move your mouse vertically in a time where you get shot multiple times, your mouse will forcefully try to get back to the point where it was aiming after you are stopped getting shot at. So it's really hard to look up because your mouse is forcibly pulled downwards all the time because of this weird aim punch.
Oh yeah, it gets pulled back to where it was before, basically.
Exactly. So that's why Kenson was looking at the roof throughout the whole time, so aim punch doesn't affect him as much, but at the same time, he also needs to know where the benches are. He laughed at me for doing this strat and telling it to other guys, and then he actually tried it and realized that I'm the superior being and my strats are always better.
Hey, did I remind you of Quay?
Moving on, this Sanctuary 04, the final level, is really weird because at the end of the level, or at the start of the level, right here, it unequips all of your weapons for some reason. So you start up with your fists. And if you want to kill the first guy, you need to switch to your miniguns and not to your knife. That happens a lot.
So yeah, not rolling any rocks anymore.
This is a level that hasn't really changed across time. You just run to the end. I guess the end has changed, since it's quite a big fight with multiple helicopters. But really, what you would want to do in both 30% and 80% is just run through here. Most enemies
In
here
30%
only
you kill
have...
the guy up there, because he does too
Yeah.
much damage. Also, every enemy has a medkit.
Exactly, that's... yeah. If you ever need a medkit because you're low on health, every single enemy right here has health.
She has a minigun, he has an AK.
I just realized why, because the upcoming part, you take a lot of damage and you can't really dodge it. Which makes it really difficult for no medkit runs.
Kill these guys as soon as they're standing still.
Yeah.
And while you have a break, always make sure that your weapons are reloaded and everything is optimally set up for this next fight.
This is one of the few parts that really has stood the same ever
What
since.
the fuck? How did I turn?
Wait, okay.
That was hilarious. So that lady that I just killed, sometimes she like walks off in a random direction instead of standing there, and that's super annoying. But you just gotta figure out how to deal with it. Most of the time you can kill her with the AK as a backup, otherwise you're gonna have a bad time. And aiming, sorry. So these guys you can either kill with the AK or with the pistol. Technically, like, pistol is the fastest, if you can kill 4 enemies with 13 bullets. But that's really hard, so you want to use AK probably.
Yeah.
And then here you want to use miniguns, because you don't need to aim a lot, and you can easily kill a chopper with 2 mags, unless you're bad. And then you have enough time to reload, and you can just kill the next chopper. And then for the last one, you can actually hit him with a crossbow pretty easily, because you can see he's just slowly moving to the left, so you just aim to his left. And then you can hit him pretty easily.
Right. You skipped over a lot of that. There.
I don't know.
So, do it again, and I'll explain some other stuff as you do that. So, this part on the zipline never really changed across time. This is how we did it even when we first were running this game all the way back, which is funny to me. This is the exact way of how we did it, with the way we kill the enemies and whatnot. After we land on the ground and kill the guys ahead, their spawns are dictated on when we kill the next enemy. So this guy right here that is on the ground, you can actually ignore. He can just stay there and it's fine. But killing each of these enemies up top, apart from that one guy, spawns the next one. So you want to kill these guys as fast as possible to make the next spawns happen. And as soon as you kill the last armored guy, that's when these choppers spawn. And that's when you have to kill these choppers as fast as possible.
And you also want to make sure that you kill the first chopper as fast as possible, because that makes the other choppers spawn.
Right, you do need to kill them fast, because otherwise they will be at a greater distance, and that makes killing them even more difficult. Especially with miniguns, also with any other weapon, really. Miniguns are used here because they're our best way of finishing these enemies off quickly, because they're just that powerful.
Yeah, you can just spam and they'll die.
Yeah, that is also true for 30%, but it does probably need a couple more mags, because you don't do as much damage to the body, and you mostly hit body shots.
Yeah, it's slightly harder to kill on 30%, but it's not that much harder.
Yeah, it's it takes more ammunition. Fun fact: you can kill helicopters, including these ones, immediately. They explode immediately when they are hit with a grenade explosion. Now, we've tried in the past many times to time that out. It's never really possible for it to save time unless you hit a grenade that kills 2 choppers at once. No one has ever gotten that before, so I guess it maybe isn't possible. But
this one is just too far away, so you'd have to do it for like the second and third.
Exactly. The the other two choppers that kind of spawn close to each other or appear next to each other. It may be possible to hit them with one nade, but it's not viable. It's not viable unless you have a crazy lineup.
So in IELTS, or also what I would do in the past, but mainly in IELTS, you want to like spam this guy with miniguns as soon as you possibly can, and just hope he dies very soon. Yeah.
This is a Hail Mary of a strat.
One time I killed him while he was like up there, and it was like insane, and that's still the IL world record to this day. So this chopper, like, he flies over here from left, and you want to like jump as soon as possible because like the level end box on the ladder is always active. But also, if you like miss the ladder or something, then you die. So don't do that. And also, it's possible to hit the ladder at the same time as you hit the death trigger at the bottom, and that causes some interesting effects. But basically, if that happens, you don't complete the level. But yeah, jump to the ladder and
Yeah.
that was a big hitbox.
Oh damn! I guess they make it bigger for when it stood still. All right.
I guess.
Sure.
Weird.
So yeah, SSH1 can be easily done in this session. Holy shit! At the start right here, we just walk. There is nothing else you can do here. No real way of skipping this part either, because we have to basically follow Walter. There you go. To our next cutscene. You can't even Goomba him. You just pass through him. So you can just look at these guards, have funny camera angles, and just follow these guys. This is the part of the level, or of the game, in a full game run where you are really glad to have a final cutscene, a moment to chill, because the next upcoming levels are the last ones. SSH1 is the last sequence, so this is one of these times where you have time to refocus, recollect your thoughts, and just reflect on how the run was going.
You
So
want to
this
chill around
cutscene,
here.
yeah.
Oh, actually, one space further forward, but whatever. Doesn't really matter. You just want to make sure you're not super far away so the cutscene actually starts.
Yeah.
Fun fact, before this cutscene started, Wax has actually stood behind that door, betting he doesn't like spawn or something.
Colonel Marshall cannot accompany us. I have
He's
strict
just
orders
chilling.
from President Galbraith. But
You can no-clip behind him and like slap him to death, and then when the cutscene starts, you just have like a body laying there. It's pretty funny looking.
It's really funny, yeah.
Just the door slowly opening, only to reveal someone who's knocked out.
Yeah. Do you have that in one of your clips? I feel like you don't.
Yes, I do. I have a clip of that.
Okay.
You
Upload
can't
it,
make it
though?
through this door, sadly. I'm not sure if it would actually work out if you could, because... Yeah, I'm not sure. Because there's like a
guess-
camera there, and I'm not sure if it would see you.
There are no objectives. I guess maybe there wouldn't be specific enemies because you wouldn't hit a specific trigger or something. I don't know. I'm just guessing.
I think it's... Actually, I don't know.
In any case, you want to have your lockpick out as you pass this guy to open this door as fast as possible. And this is where you want to press that button and get that key card as fast as possible. You can kill the guy in the camera room. That's what we used to do. However, not doing that saves time.
Strategy
So-
found by me, I think.
Yeah. It's been a long time, yeah. So the upcoming part has a lot of history and a lot of ways of doing it. And it's one of the coolest. This level in general is one of the coolest to route and run because there are enemies throughout the whole level stationed in specific parts, and they run or walk a certain patrol routine. Depending on if you reload the checkpoint or not, the spots will be different. Now, there have been multiple routes for this, and in all of them, you never ever hide the bodies at the end. In a casual playthrough, you would do that. We don't.
When does the guy
That's
spawn?
I think you have to run.
I think
yeah.
now he spawned.
Yeah, now he spawns. So basically, there are 3.
Here. So this guy's the reason why you
Yeah.
can't have his body here. So you gotta like figure out a way not to have him here. So either I guess you could like hide him behind this corner, which is super slow, or you sneak past him. What were you gonna say?
I forgot.
Okay, so
I think what we used to do was we would run back and kill that guy.
Oh, you used to do that, really?
I think so. There have been a lot of ways of doing this part.
Okay.
And I feel bad for not talking about all of them, but at the same time, who cares? Let's keep going.
So yeah, now
It's
there's 2 ways. So one way is you like chill, like you need to do a checkpoint reset, and then you chill against this corner and you sneak past him.
Yeah.
And then the other way is you just go here. And that's a slightly longer path, but it actually ends up saving a tiny amount of time.
Is that the new way of doing it?
Yeah, that's the new way of doing it.
Damn, that looks so foreign to me.
It's so weird, I know.
So in any case, when you reload the checkpoint, this guard right here will be in this position right here with the back towards you. You want to backslap him, keep on going. If you don't reload the checkpoint, he will be much further ahead, and if you backslap him then, the camera guy will likely see you unless you are crouched and don't slap him, but actually use some sort of item, a broom or a chair on him.
So you can actually get past the second guy without killing him.
Holy
and then
fuck,
you can
that's
hit
sick.
that guy with a chair, which allows you to take a slightly more optimal line. But it's sort of unclear whether that's faster since you need to sneak past the second guy normally, or if you're lucky, you can actually get past the second guy without sneaking and him spotting you. So yeah, that's what you would do in an IL, I guess. But in a full game run, you would probably just want to sneak past him, unless you can react in time, I guess. So yeah. Look at this, go to this side so you're close to the door. Make sure you pick up this ammo, because you need it later.
And,
Yeah. Okay, right. So, I just messed up, because normally that guy doesn't hit the alarm, because he will despawn. Wait, did he not hit the alarm? Oh, there we go. Interesting, you don't have a pop-up on which fails. But, yeah, normally you wouldn't need to worry about him hitting the alarm, because you just hit the button next to the elevator and the guy just despawns before he has a chance to hit the alarm.
yeah. For the longest time, the route was kill everyone in this section except the camera guy, because he just disappears once you hit the elevator button.
And inside that vent, there's a large medkit. You can get in there by jumping over this stuff. But it's like super slow to get, so... But it's also like one of the only places where you can get an extra medkit before the Stanwell fight, so if you have trouble with that on 30%, maybe if you're starting out it's worth it, but... Yeah. I used to get it.
I think you were the only person to ever get this thing.
It's probably true.
Even in a casual playthrough.
I want this chair.
So yeah, you want to hit that elevator button to make the guided spawn, and now there is a just frame button that you can just barely hit if you have a super direct path and time your use button right. Otherwise, you need to wait a second and then press the button.
So here you jump so the guy inside the room hears you. And that way he's gonna be near the button and it's faster to kill him.
Yeah, this is the most modern way of doing it.
This part is actually sort of complicated. So you do that so the guy's closer, and while he's going towards the button, you stand in this doorway so that the guy down the corridor sees you. And you want to wait until he has an exclamation point above his head. And then by the time you get to him, he will be trying to press the button and you just hit him on the back without losing any time, and it's great. Then right here, you shoot the wall at a certain time so that the guy notices you, and then similarly, you can hit him on the back without him shooting you or anything. So yeah, as soon as you're like at the same height as the start of this, what's it called? Box.
This tile?
Wait, no, that was wrong. There's a certain timing where you hit the wall, and then he will run towards this box. And if you do it with the right timing, you will run here, and then as soon as you're next to him, he will turn around, so you can just slap him and then go like with the perfect line towards the end, without like losing any time from following him. Did you have anything else to add?
This is the modern way of doing it, period. There again have been many ways of making this path, but yeah, let's just continue.
Yeah, you used to have trouble with him shooting you, didn't you?
No, there have been many ways of making this path, and I'm sad that we can't show them, because first of all, you probably don't know them, but second of all, it would take too long. But it's one of the coolest parts.
Do you not have enough time to show them, or what?
No, explaining them and you making them is whatever. Let's keep going. I would love to show them off myself, but due to lockdown, we can't be in the same room and I can't show it off. So let's just continue on. Just know that there have been many different ways of doing this. And also that means you, if you are planning to run, have many ways of doing this part.
I mean, there's one more way that I will show anyway, but yeah. So just yeah. Slap him, he would normally be a bit closer. So here there is sort of the old way of doing it, where you would just chill in a corner, either that corner or the left corner, and you would wait for the guys to go past you during the cutscene, and you would sort of like slip behind them through this door, so they wouldn't notice you. But then we found, I think that was called Galbrain skip.
Yeah, Galbrain skip was one of the first skips that I was ever found, and I want to talk more in depth about that, because this level is normally really long, because the level expects you. Yes, absolutely. The game expects you to hide everybody in this last part, because these two guys, Galbrain and Wax, are gonna walk through the whole level in search of bodies, and if they find anything, mission failed. However, we all skipped that from the start with this right here. They literally just walk past you when you are in that corner, you run past them, get to the level end trigger before they see anybody. Mission 1.
And the level end...
Yeah, level end trigger is right in front of us. This is an exceptional part of the old route, because the whole run relied on this trick to work. It was just really tense every single time, because even if you are on a godlike run, you would lose an immense amount of time if you fail that skip, and you would most definitely lose a good run on that.
So this guy actually runs in a really weird way that makes it easy to miss him. So right there... Wait. Oh my god, that guy saw me all the way over there? That's insane.
That is rare.
Fuck. I think they can see bodies from further away than people or something. But yeah, so he will like walk like this instead of directly towards you, and that will make it a lot harder to hit him, so you need to be aware of that. Yeah, right there I didn't jump to alert him early because I didn't already have a chair. In any percent you can kill him before he moves in that weird way, but on 30% you can't. Since the enemies react more quickly. So yeah, now I'm gonna show the newer Galbrain skip. So you just run straight in here. And now what you do is you throw this bottle at the head of Wax. Because you can't just run into this door, because Wax will see you and he will like catch you in a cutscene and you won't be able to move and then the mission will fail while you're in the cutscene. So to prevent that from happening, we have to throw this at him, and that doesn't happen. And Galbrain doesn't notice it right away, so we have enough time to get to the end of the level.
Yeah, that throw is very precise. You need to aim a bit above his head for the bottle to actually one-hit kill him. Otherwise, you just alert Wax and he's still alive and things turn bad.
So yeah, that's like the modern 90% way. That saves like 20 seconds or so over the other way we just showed, which is huge. It's huge.
Yeah, it's a recent find. Looking at the lifespan of 13, but in reality, it was found in 2018.
Wait,
It
wow,
was a crazy find.
I was gonna say it was like 1 year ago, but man, crazy.
You know, it was one of the things again that Criminal found as well.
Oh, actually,
One of
2
the
years ago
many
makes sense.
things. Yeah. Criminal found just a shitload of things in this level as well, in particular, but just in general as well. He's crazy.
But believe it or not, there's a way to do it even faster.
This one is really hard.
Oh my god, I got it first try. So...
What? No way!
So
What
that's the AL way of doing it. Wait, didn't you know this one?
Yes, I did, but it's really hard and inconsistent, and you got it first try. Are you fucking kidding me, Kenston?
Okay, so I need to explain why this works. Or at least like how you do it. So here's the reason it's inconsistent is because... Okay, so first of all you need to crouch here, because otherwise Wax spots you. And then secondly, if you just try to run past here, then Galbrain spots you. So, and that happens probably like 99% of the time. Normally.
Yeah.
But it turns out, for whatever reason, if you jump past him like this, then it's a lot less likely for him to spot you. But he still probably does like 80% of the time.
Yeah.
And that's why that strat isn't used... Wow, I got it again, crazy.
Nice.
And that's why that strat isn't used in full game runs. But this is like the most likely sort of major time save that you could add. And okay, so it's like 2 reasons why Galbrain might have spotted me there. The first is I was slightly too close to him, so he heard my footstep. Which can happen. And the second is, I think maybe the guy... Like, one guy was shooting me, and maybe the guy hit Galbrain with a stray bullet, and that's why Galbrain noticed me.
I think you were just too close.
Probably.
It's a really funny way of failing that, though, because after hitting that insane, very specific, weird-ass lucky jump where he doesn't spot you, that screws you over hard, man.
So yeah, like this IL strat that saves another additional like 20 seconds. This is like the key if you want to like drop any percent by another minute barrier. And yeah, if you want to do that, then have fun. But I decided against it the last time I played the category.
Yeah, it's not fun going for that at the third to last level, pretty much.
Yeah, this is it's a bit unfortunate it's so far into the run.
Yeah.
But hey, better than Killer 2, right?
Let's just finish this level already.
Yeah, maybe
fun
maybe
fact, actually. Fun fact: you can destroy the paper here at the walls.
Yeah.
These wanted posters, just remove them.
So yeah, maybe
I didn't. Yeah.
since I got this 2 times out of 3, maybe it's actually worth it.
No, no, it's not. Kens is just really lucky and insanely good at showing off the insanely hard, non-good strats that we do all the time. Or want to do, but don't get to do.
No!
Aw,
Okay, that was definitely not me being too close.
yeah. Also, this waiting right here for the guard to be alerted as we pick up that chair was one of the first optimizations that I have found, I think.
Huh.
This level is dear to my heart for many reasons, and this part right here, and then just especially the whole pace of this level, it's just so perfect for a speedrun. It's so good.
What?
Oh, what?
I didn't get that one. I didn't understand.
It's just bad.
Yeah, maybe.
I think you... Maybe you have to wait longer after you throw that bottle.
I don't think you need to wait at all. Oh, what? He's shooting me. Incredible.
No, just like delay it a tad bit. Not wait for it, but just, you know.
If anything, that one should have failed. That was weird. Okay. Anything we need to say at the very beginning before I do anything, or?
Old strats were different, but really bad. This is the right way of doing it.
What did you use to pick up this broom?
Yes. And it messed up a lot of things because throwing away that broom makes you delay picking up the next item, and throwing away that item delays the next thing, and it was really slow and clunky.
I wanna test that. That's gonna be so bad. Oh. Yeah, I don't like that.
We pick up the chair in that corner as well. It's really not good. So the right way of doing it is backstabbing this guy. Sneaking around him makes it a lot more consistent, still kind of tricky. And before killing this guy, we actually run in here, get the ammunition first, and then, this is tricky. Either you get an extra chair, or you try to backstab him, but he really likes turning around or looking around, and he can just... That happens a lot. So you want to pick up a chair most of the time once you run to him.
I usually slap him. I think I was like a tiny bit slow or something.
That's hard, bro.
Yeah, I think it probably is hard, yeah.
It's hard though, bro.
Yeah, hard. Anyway, so one tiny difference in IELTS here is, so you saw me like go all the way around here, pick up the medkit and all that stuff. In IELTS, you only need the IR nades from this room, so you just go in here like this, and then turn around, and ignore all the stuff on the side. Yeah.
So as soon as you pass through this, these double doors, there are specific spawns happening, and you want to kill these spawns as fast as possible. There is a delayed one right there.
Oh.
I don't think you... Yeah, that's too early. That was way too early. You want to shoot an AR nade there, as Kenzo did, but just way later. You want to kill that guy, delay your AR nade, and then shoot it so it kills the guy as he spawns in at that corner, while also killing the other guy that's running to that direction for some reason.
I want to point out right here, you saw me do the back slap animation, but it didn't like count as a back slap. And the reason that's annoying is because if you get that animation, it takes longer for you to be able to punch again.
Yeah. And basically that happens when you initiate the back slap, but the enemy turns around just in time for it to not be a hit on the back. So this was good timing, I think? No, a bit early.
Wait, I think I just missed.
Lol. Never mind.
I'm not sure.
No, you missed. You didn't miss. That's the extra spawn. He just ran out.
No, because... okay, so what I mean by miss is I hit this wall instead of this one. That way the guy, since he's sitting like here, won't get hit if you hit that outer wall. Also,
Yeah, okay.
Fun fact, there's a medkit in here.
I didn't know that.
I used to pick that up sometimes before I found out how to beat Standwell in a good way in 30%.
I probably found out about that medkit because of you, and then forgot about it because, you know.
That's very well possible. I missed the medkit here on it. Don't do that.
Okay. Yeah, now you need to... Never mind. Okay, so... in any case, you want to always run back here to kill these bad guys as fast as possible. Then kill this guy, switch to AR, and then time it so you kill the guy spawning in as soon as he spawns in with that AR nade. And then pause. Don't stand at a very specific spot where Standwell wants to run to. Otherwise, this cutscene won't start and he will not run out of that door. Similarly, if you jump to that spot and the cutscene starts as you are in the air and you end up in that position, you block Standwell from getting to that point and therefore you soft lock the game. I lost a very good run to that in the past. That didn't feel great.
Please tell me there's a clip of that.
Yes.
Oh.
One of the few videos I uploaded where I was sincerely mad. So, okay, let's just continue the fight. In any percent, just shoot him a bit and then use an AR nade to kill him instantly. We used to just use a full AR nade clip, and before that we used 2 miniguns. However, we only have one. We need to get one, so it's out of our way, and AR nade is the fastest.
That guy that's behind me, the further away one has an extra minigun. That's where you would get it.
Yeah. Well, yeah, let's just kill him.
Yeah, okay, so 30%.
Oh,
Since you can't use the AR nade, you still need to shoot him either with a double miniguns, which Criminal does, or you shoot him with the assault rifle. So what you would do is you would shoot the assault rifle nades far away, like I did, and then you would reload the assault rifle while like the cutscene is starting. And then you try to shoot the full AR nade, full AR mag in his face, but a lot of the time he will like step to the side or something, and then you need to hide, and it's hard. It's scary.
To clarify, you need to land a full AR mag to the face for it to kill Standwell in 30%.
If you miss like a few shots, then it won't kill him completely, and you need to reload or switch weapons. While he has an M60 that does 18 health per shot and shoots very quickly.
Right. However, in any percent, free as balls.
2 bullets. I actually shot 3 back, but yeah. So if you don't manage to kill him in time, you need to hide behind here and reload. And hope he doesn't run into this corner and start shooting you. Also, fun fact, he can like pull a grenade. And then, so imagine this, he's standing like here, and you're hiding behind that corner, and you run out and shoot him, and you see that he was holding the grenade, and you don't know whether he pulled the pin or not. So you don't know if it's gonna explode, and that's really awkward, but yeah.
Alright, in any case, pick up his stuff after you killed him, get the key, unlock the door, and as soon as you run through these double doors, there's a checkpoint right here, reload the checkpoint, and the president will teleport towards you. That skips a bit of dragging him to this part. That was actually one of the optimizations we found in 2014 that I just didn't like doing because I was dumb.
Well, pick up before the cutscene, or the checkpoint reset.
The checkpoint reset. So, what Kensta does here is very advanced, or a very advanced technique of dragging this body faster than just, you know, having the body on his back. This is the only scenario in the whole game where we need to carry a body, and that's how we optimize it. By dropping him down, and running for a bit, picking him up again. We can speed it up slightly. That's what I found originally. And then by jumping as we pick him up, we can traverse with that movement speed even longer as we're in the air. And that is the by far fastest way of traversing longer paths like that with a body on our back.
It's seriously so fast.
It's insane. And this used to be a really dumb thing to do because we killed the spaz guys we just skipped, and then there would be bodies that lie around, and we would actually accidentally pick those up, and it was messy as hell. However, with this technique, you can just run past them, and they are not even a threat. They don't even body block you. It's just run past them.
Wait.
Really nice.
I was confused. I thought like Galbraith was taking damage or something, but it's just the guy in the other room. So, fun thing here as well is Galbraith is just unconscious. But like, if he gets shot, then the mission actually fails. Because he will die.
Yeah, he's just unconscious.
Another thing is, so there's like 3 guys up there and 2 of them jump down. If you mess up the carrying in certain ways, then they can actually Goomba you. And I had a run where that happened to me twice. Which is amazing.
Nice.
What else?
I guess, yeah, for those who are wondering, yes, enemies can Goomba you, and yes, it has happened to both of us. But in very different ways, actually.
The only 2 places where it can really happen is here and on Emerald 01. If the guy moves in a very strange way.
Yeah, that's the one I got. It's still one of my favorite clips, to be honest. So, what do you want to talk about?
I was gonna talk about the cutscene here.
Okay.
Can I? Okay.
Yes.
So, you wanna like. So what I did earlier is I picked him up and then I entered the cutscene while I was like carrying him. What you can also do is you pick him up, and then before you start entering the cutscene, you put him down. Or you start putting him down, so he gets put down during the cutscene. And then right after the cutscene starts, you can like jump right away. Fuck. It's actually kind of hard, so you need to like jump, and then immediately after you jump, you press the use key to pick him up.
Yeah, as you can tell, jumping right before you pick him up is a lot harder than just, you know, picking him up over and over again. This is the part of the trick that was found several years later. So the original dragging bodies faster was found 2014. Yeah. The jumping to drag bodies faster was found in 2019.
I think it was
an idea.
Like suggested by someone who doesn't run this game, but I'm not sure.
That makes sense. That seems like one of those things that you would just not really think about until someone unrelated thinks like, hey, is that even possible? Or does that make sense?
I hope it was actually like Calendar Reality and he just writes a comment like, I can't believe you insulted me like this at 6 hours and 69 minutes.
Oh, man, you're optimistic. 6 hours and we're in SSH1. SSH1B, that is. Yeah. Oh, man.
Another thing is... Okay, so those guys sometimes follow you like that, but it rarely happens. It's really only if you mess up the way I did earlier, where they were already able to shoot me a lot. So...
Wait, before you place them down here, walk back to these guys. Right where these guys are standing, there is a trigger line that actually enables this upcoming part.
Yeah, I was gonna mention that as well.
So, you need to have Galbraith on your back as you pass this corner right here. Otherwise, you kind of skip the trigger and the soldier that wants to inspect Galbraith never spawns and the upcoming part never happens. So, that wastes a lot of time if you have Galbraith not on your back as you pass that corner.
Yeah.
And
so that line, it's like right here.
Yeah, exactly.
And you can tell whether or not you did it correctly by, like, as soon as you hit the trigger here, you can hear like the shooting and the screams from this room.
Yeah. And the soldier will come around the corner and say, "Hey, come here, little boy. I got candy." Also, the soldier is one evil devil because he can also make you soft lock. Right at the end here. So okay, you talk about it.
Okay, so right here you can actually soft lock. Now I can't anymore, but I could have. So this guy will be like at the door here. And then, by the way, it doesn't really matter whether you like do the jumps and stuff while you're going in this corridor, since you're on a timer anyway based on this guy. So he will slowly walk towards the position he's in now. He will like go over here and then turn around and go to where he's standing now. And if you put Galbrain down before he's in this exact position, the level will progress normally, except the objective didn't complete. And what that does is the level end trigger doesn't show up, so you're kind of soft locked and you need to reset from the checkpoint. And if you do that while you're like here and you notice it, then that loses like 20 seconds already. And if you only notice it when you're at the end of the level, that loses like 40 seconds or so, maybe even more.
Yeah.
So yeah, you need to make sure that he's in this spot.
It happens to every runner at least once. This soft lock right here.
Yeah.
Just because you kind of mistimed it, you go too fast, you go to the end, and then you think, what the fuck? Vault door is open and I don't complete the level. What the hell?
And it should be noted that it doesn't matter when you press the button, it matters when Galbrain hits the ground.
Yeah.
So you can actually press it before he is at that spot, since it takes a while for Galbrain to hit the ground. So I think you can actually hit it like right before he turns around, but I'm not exactly sure when the timing was. So
yeah. If you see the line behind him on the ground, on the tile, yeah, he walks to that tile, then turns around. As soon as he passes that tile, you are safe to drop him. So press the button.
So these next two guys you can kill with like every weapon under the sun. But the main weapon I would recommend would probably be the pistol for these two guys.
Yeah.
Because they're very far away, so you want to be sort of accurate.
Accurate, only head is
you
exposed.
can use the M60.
Damn, that's overkill.
But in theory, I think it might actually be faster to kill the first two guys with the M60, since the first two guys you want to kill as quickly as possible, while for the next two guys you're kind of on a timer based on the movements of him. So I'm not actually sure what's best.
Honestly, I would have recommended pistol for both, because only the head is exposed, pistol is accurate, takes the headshots, easy peasy.
But you only have one pistol magazine.
That is true.
So it's tough. You can also, I think, maybe in any percent, I did the first two with the assault rifle and the next two with pistol. Yeah, I think that's what I did.
It is not too important. Just get these guys killed. The way we did it back in 2013, 2014 was just assault rifle the first two and then AR nade the second two.
Dude, I did that way back when. I remember that.
Yeah. That's the classic route.
Why did we stop doing that?
Because we used AR nades for other things.
I mean, we don't anymore.
I mean, I would still do it if I would still run the game.
Fuck, now I'm confused. Well, I guess I'm gonna remember where I used AR nades and any percent in a second.
I stopped doing it because of the next level.
Yeah. So
But
you want to
then
like
again,
stand around here and like move to the left and right is what I usually do, because it feels like that way he's more likely to like actually like notice you and proceed with the cutscene. but I'm not sure if that's superstition or not. And then as soon as he starts moving and says the line, you can walk around here, pick up all the ammo from the guys. Also, it seems like this guy sometimes wastes time while he's standing here. Sometimes he will just like seemingly be stuck for like a second or two, and like his legs will be shaking, and yeah, he's just standing there, and then he puts away his pistol like he's supposed to and proceeds with the cutscene. And sometimes he doesn't do that, and I don't know why that happens. It seems pretty random.
I think it's related to the other guard running to his position at the tables, and he needs to wait for him to be in a certain position.
Well, in this case, the guard is dead, and he's
Yeah.
Also, that other guard, he can totally shoot you, and in 30% you need to be careful about that because each shot does a lot of damage. Any percent you don't need to be as careful.
Good luck, Colonel.
Stand around here so the door doesn't get stuck on you.
I'll notify Colonel Amos.
Level end trigger is right there. And if you actually soft lock, put the body down too early, that's where you would not end the level. And that's when you would notice. Yeah. So
should I
this
go in
level...
the supply room? Probably.
Okay. Let's first talk about, I guess, this level was the same for a really long time until we actually did IELTS this level, and I found a really dumb way of using AR nades to kill guys. And that's when people said, okay, let's fucking do a good strat and not a dumb Davdus strat. So what tends to showing right now is basically the old way of doing it. We were taking a nade at the start to kill the guys in front of the doors at the start. And then the order that we killed these guards in was very specific because certain guards make other enemies spawn. And this order that we just showed off right here, that's what we used to do for a really long time.
Yeah.
2018. And that's fast. That's good. And depending on the language, it saves more or less time because Calvin takes different amounts of time to talk once you get onto these stairs. However, we found new ways of doing it.
Dude, I just remembered how the old AR nade route was. Because we didn't realize you could kill Standwall with an AR nade. So we used that one to kill the faraway enemy in the Standwall fight. Then we used the second one at the end of the previous level to kill the guys behind the table. And then the third one we used here, and that's all our AR nades at that point.
You were lagging for the last one, but something like that, yeah.
Okay.
So then we had a thought. Alright. The level is dictated by when Calvin stops talking and starts his cutscene. So he starts talking as soon as we go to these stairs. So what if we just try and run to these stairs as fast as possible, make him start talking, and then kill everyone else as soon as that dialogue of his starts? That is the theory of the new and optimized way of doing this level.
All assault teams are in position around the strategic network centers.
You pull the nade once you're past the second to last beam. So yeah, kill the guy on the left, kill these two guys on the right, and ideally you don't reload and then you shoot an AR nade over there, pick up these 4 AR nades, because you need them later. And then you get it. Funny story, this guy here, sometimes he does not spawn. And also this guy that I killed here, the green guy, he also sometimes does not spawn. Funny story number 2. If the green guy doesn't spawn, that is okay. If this guy doesn't spawn, you can't complete the level. No matter what you do. And what will happen is basically you kill all the enemies, and then the fight music is still playing, I think. And the next part of the cutscene with Wax doesn't start and you need to restart. And if you notice that he isn't there right away, then it loses like 20 seconds. And this only happens if you do the any percent strat.
Right.
I had like a superstition that it's less likely to happen if you take a bit longer at the bottom. So sometimes I would intentionally do it a bit more slowly. But I'm not sure if that's actually how it works. Maybe someone should look into it, but I'm not sure how you would do it, since it seems...
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, kill these guys up. And then you switch to the minigun and you kill, well, this guy on the ground, and then the two guys at the top that we used to kill with the assault rifle. And as you can see, I didn't really have ammo trouble with the M60, despite the fact that I used M60 ammo on the last level at the end. So yeah, that's not something you need to worry too much about.
Yeah,
Should
contrary to what my original IL strat was. Yeah, go back and what is the current IL strat? It's probably very different from what I did.
Let's see. IL? Dude, it's probably been over a year since I did ILs of this level, but first of all, I need more AR nades.
Yeah, yeah, sounds about right. So, when I first discovered that, okay, this level can be faster, I did a really, really dumb, assault rifle nade setup to kill two guys at once with a very specific lineup, and it's really not at all necessary. What Ken's does right here is exactly what you would want to do in an IL. Try and get to the stairs as fast as possible, and then deal with the enemies that are stair down or up top or everywhere.
Pretty sure
and try and kill them before that cutscene or before Calvin stops talking.
Yeah, I think I lost time there because I messed it up, but
yeah,
so probably the way you would do it in an IL, roughly speaking, is while you're running towards the stairs, you just kill all the guys that are all over the place with AR nades.
Yeah. Get on top and then use M60 to snipe everyone.
Yeah, to kill the rest. So lastly, we still have 30% way, and in 30%, so in the next level we fight against Mongoose, and we need M6, like a lot of M60 ammo if you want to fight Mongoose. And there's two places we can get it. One is in the supply room here, the other one is in the next level. So you need to go to one of them anyway. And I think the one in the other level is faster.
Yes.
Which is why I go there on any percent. But on 30%, you actually also want M60 ammo for this level, which is why you go there to this one here. Get that armor, get this.
Be careful. There's a lot of them.
It's actually more optimal, I think, to like lockpick this door from as far away as possible. Like you would open this door, lockpick this from as far away as possible, and then turn around. But yeah. So then on 30%, you can't do that sort of suicide bomber strat I've been doing, where you explode the AR nade that you're still holding while you're next to these two guys, since you will die. So once you're at this bar, you jump and switch to M60, reload it, and then you kill everyone. Seems about right. And then once you're there, you switch to AR, run up and stuff.
Yeah. This was one of the hardest rooms when we first routed out 30%. Right next to the Edelbright fight, because there are just so many enemies around you that hit you from all sides, and oh man, it's not a good time.
Another fun thing. So this, like as Davdus explained earlier, you need to wait through a certain dialogue, and during the dialogue, that's when you clean up the rest of the enemies. That dialogue is roughly the same length on all languages, which is about 20 seconds. But on French, it's actually 8 seconds longer. And that actually affected the route for this level while we were playing on French.
Yeah. Back in the day when we were only playing French, this was very, very different timing-wise, and therefore the strat was also different. So we had different strats for English and for French, the main languages we ran. That was really weird.
I think the main difference was that French we didn't kill as many enemies while we were at the bottom since we had more time to clean up.
Yeah. We just took our time, really. It wasn't a specific strat we did. We just killed enemies in a specific pattern, and we just had more time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So right here, this guy is called Calvin Wax, which is funny because the key card that we pick up from him is actually in his calf. So yeah. You can either stand inside of him, which is what you would normally do to pick up his keycard, or you can aim at his calf and pick it up that way. And that way you're a bit closer to the door, and so it saves a bit of time.
It's Carrington. We've located Galbrain, but he's out of commission. No one knows the access code for the missile control room. Find
And then we go rescue
the process. It's your only
Walter
chance.
Sheridan from the belly of the beast.
Yeah.
2,000 megatons ready to blow right under us.
So,
Come on. We've got to leave the
for the longest time, we were just running to that end door, and yeah, that's where you're supposed to go. That's where a code has to be entered, so obviously we ran there.
Yeah, you just follow him normally, but it's actually a bit faster to go in here.
Yep.
And then you can hit the trigger from the outside, and that's actually a slightly shorter path. Saves about 0.8 seconds. And also you can pick up the ammo from all the guys in here, including an AR nade, but you don't really need it since you have so many anyway. The second AR nade guy actually despawns, it seems, so you only get one. But yeah, normally you would get two. You actually want to stand in here, so the door doesn't get blocked. Anything else on this level? I don't think so.
Fun fact, you can destroy the fire extinguisher right next to him, and it's fine.
Oh yeah. Do I have the correct amount of air on it? Yes, I do. Okay. So, what? I didn't
Get
move
fucked.
further in.
Get
That was
fucked.
weird.
Get fucked.
Isn't there a bug where you can make it so that the screen is permanently red?
Oh, maybe. I wouldn't know it though.
Okay. So right here, we need to use this. What is this thing called? A gondola? It's called
Cable
a
car.
platform.
Let's just call it a minor cable car.
Okay, so you want to ride this cable car across, because otherwise you need to go all the way to the bottom and then climb that long ladder all the way back up. So you hit this lever, right? Well, we used to always hit this lever this way, but it turns out you can actually hit it from over here, which is really tight, so that sucks. But it turns out if you equip your hook, you can actually hit it through this box. But only if you hold the hook. Which is ridiculous. But yeah, the hook has weird properties like that when it comes to using objects. It's like on Carrington's cell in Emerald 3, as we explained earlier. So yeah, you hit it from here, then go on there, and then you're good. And that's useful because the lever is just closer that way versus the other way. So yeah. And then what I do is, as soon as that box around that hook appears, I start counting in my head from like 5. Wait, or do I count from 3?
I am counting from 4, so
I think I count from 3. So 3, 2, 1.
Oh, you take a step back. Okay, that adds an extra second.
Okay. And yeah, and then that's how you roughly time it. That actually was actually slightly bad, because I hit the ceiling here. You can actually like fly right in here, and it's super cool. Also, what you can do on that lift is you can reload this gun, but it doesn't really matter. And also, you can equip a grenade, which is probably what you should do.
Yeah, but reload checkpoint because you only have 18 seconds left.
Does that matter? No, whatever. Well, I took too long, I guess. I actually didn't know we were on a timer here. I forgot, I guess.
The timer is really irrelevant in a run, and even in a casual playthrough, you are under pressure, but once you know where to go, it adds urgency, but it's not too big of a deal. So upcoming.
I just discovered that I count from 5.
Well, there you go. So look down the hallway and then pause, because there's quite a bit of explaining to do right there. This door right in front of us, or this giant safety gate that is closing, can be stopped if you throw a grenade at it. That has been one of the biggest discoveries that Criminal made. It was Criminal, right?
Yeah.
I think it was, yeah. And before then, we were running around to the left side, running through the vents, lockpicking a door, lockpicking another door, and that's when we would be where that blast gate leads us to. However, if we throw a nade at that, we can just run through it and then skip all of that. Again, a 2018 strat, and one of the biggest ones, really. Even though it's
found at the same time, roughly, as that earlier strat on SSH-1A, and also at the same time as the jump on top of the stuff on Calo 2 to get the rocket launcher.
We forgot to mention in general, since the maps are SSH1, adding a number to that doesn't really make sense, so we added letters to them. So the first level is SSH1A, second one SSH1B. That's how we call them in speedruns. In the notation for how these maps are called, it's very, very confusing because it's SSH101B or something. It's really dumb.
And I think this level is called SSH102.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
Maybe A at the end.
Whatever. We do need to lockpick this door. Right after that is another closed door that we have to shoot open because there is a lock in front of it that we need to destroy. And then there are these 5 generators behind it that we need to kill with a grenade. That's what we used to do back in the day. Best of all, assault rifle nade. However, there is a very cool grenade that you can shoot without ever opening this door.
What? I didn't perceive.
Oh, what? Okay.
So yeah, you chill here, you aim slightly below the lock, and boom. Close.
Well, there you go.
Slightly too far to the right. Yeah. So there's actually a hole in the door here, and that's why you shoot the AR nade through.
Yeah. In between that hole and the lock is where you shoot. It's so ridiculous.
You shoot it through this hole, basically. And there isn't really anything else obstructing it, because this thing isn't solid. So yeah, it's just through that hole. And you need to also... You can only do it from certain positions, so like from here or something. Because you need to like hit in this area so that this generator and this generator can both get destroyed. So yeah. And then you go make your way back. But I also want to point out that there's a button in here, which I'm not sure is still active at this point. I think it's this button.
Yeah, it's yeah.
And if you hit that button, then you instantly... it's like a big red button, so you want to press it, right? And then once you hit it, then the nukes under the base instantly explode and you fail the mission. It's great. Wait, I wonder if it's in the remake. Anyway. You make your way back through here, and then this is where you would fight Mongoose, assuming you already have your ammo, which in this case I do, because I already the 30% strat.
Yeah.
But in any percent, you would go in this room. By the way, there's a full medkit here, and also there's 2 medkits here, which
Yeah.
you could pick those up if you had to in the old route where you actually went this way.
Exactly, yeah.
But yeah, now you just go in here, pick up 1 ammo box, go back.
Nice.
Don't need anything else in that room, even though
Yeah.
there's
Back-
like armor and stuff there.
Back in the day when we didn't skip the blast door, that's where we got our stuff, then ran through the vents and whatsoever. So, yeah.
I think it's actually sort of up for debate whether that one is faster than the one in the previous level in any percent, but it's probably very close.
Honestly, I think this one is faster. I'm pretty certain it is.
Okay, if you think.
But yeah.
It's worth timing. Someone should time it.
Yeah. Coming up, however, is one of my favorite parts of this level because, my god, there have been so many minor and unnecessary ways of optimizing this drop down. It's not even funny. First of all, the classic way of doing it, and it's still the most used way, is just go to that ladder, look away from it, drop down, look at the ladder in the last second.
And while you're falling,
yeah, and that's how you drop down. Yeah, a couple of other ways. Ken's first idea when he started running is running right here and dropping down from there. We called it the Kenster drop. It's, I guess, slightly faster.
It's like really weird because you can't just hold towards it because then it will grab the ladder super far up.
Yeah, you gotta strafe in the air to make the timing right. It's really weird. Then later on, when we discovered these weird wall bugs happening, we realized that okay, we can get ourselves stuck at the wall of this rocket right here if we are lucky, and it's really so precise that it comes down to luck. So if we can get a wall bug on that rocket, we can actually drop down safely without ever getting onto the ladder, and that saves a lot of time. That was just a far jump. Oh damn. Well, this is awkward.
I have a mongoose saved somewhere. Keep talking.
So that was one of the strats that we thought was at some point IL viable, at least back in the day when no one was ever doing IL. So it wasn't really used. The strat was never really used. And then we discovered something completely different. We always had the knowledge that we can kill mongoose very easily by lining ourselves up with the ladder after we initiate that first cutscene.
I want to show one more way to drop down here.
Oh, okay, sure.
So what you can do is...
Oh no.
You use this hook, and you like swing over here against this rocket. And similar to the other rocket, you can get a wall bug there, and then you can stand on one... You like have a pixel walk on the rocket. It's like really hard. I'm gonna try it one more time, otherwise I'm just gonna show what happens. Okay.
First time you couldn't show off in the full compendium.
Dude,
Crazy.
This is like so hard.
Yeah.
It's probably somewhat luck based, but yeah. So imagine I'm like standing here, I think on this side. Because this is like where the texture changes. I think you're like standing on this side. And then you drop down. And now you're in the mongoose fight arena, but the fight hasn't started. Huh. So yeah, let's just go to the end. And normally during the fight this ladder isn't active, so you can't climb. But now we can. So you just go to the end of the level. And obviously Jones isn't here because you haven't killed mongoose, so yeah, you can't finish the level. Feels bad.
Can you press the elevator button?
Only if you have the hook out.
Well, all right. So yeah. That's funny though. I forgot that little bit of history.
And now,
So yeah, in any case.
what we can also do is we can enter the fight from the back, and I'm not sure what happens here, so let's look.
Oh yeah. he's just standing behind the rocket.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, does it actually start the cutscene faster?
Yeah.
There
Okay.
you
So
go.
Okay. So the way this cutscene works, right, is he will go to a position where he's like a certain distance away from you, and then he will go back behind the rocket to where you can't see him. And so that means if you do it this way, then he will immediately be behind the rocket, so you can't see him. And so that skips the time of him having to walk back. And so it's like technically faster if you can start the cutscene from there. And that's like the theory behind the strat where you jump against this rocket.
Yeah. In practice, however, you really don't want to do that because of the way we fight mongoose. So let's show off the old way of doing it. The way that we have always known worked and has been in play ever since the segmented run back in 2007. So we would initiate the cutscene. All right, hello mongoose, how are you doing? He would run back, and then we would line ourselves up with the ladder in a very particular way so he doesn't see us, and we don't have direct eyesight to his head. However, because our gun is shooting from our right side, we can actually shoot around the ladder directly at him.
You can tell whether you're aiming at him by the red lines around the crosshair, or the red and white lines, I guess. So right now I'm not aiming at him, now I am. Now I shoot.
Yeah, that's where you have to really drag down your mouse all the time, compensate for recoil, and that would be the entire fight. Every single of his phases are exactly like that. He doesn't move as long as he can see you, so yeah.
I think we actually used to do this for all 3 phases. And then, by the way, he can either go behind that rocket or behind that one. If he's behind that one, you like go here and do the same thing. But yeah. You can like correct your position slightly to the left by like tapping W.
Right. Sneaking and pressing W. So, as you can tell, there are 3 phases to this fight. The first one, then there's a small cutscene. The second one that we just did, and with the third one, he just runs away. We maintain our movement speed. We run to the last ladder and kill him with either assault rifle nades, or the assault rifle, or just the M60. And then we would climb up, finish the level. Easy peasy, job well done. Now, there have been a development where there's a new way of fighting him. Okay, first show that one off, exactly. So, what happens if you hold down mouse 1 as you enter the cutscene? Oh, look at that, we keep on shooting during the cutscene. So, if we line our crosshair up, as we enter this cutscene, we start shooting him during the cutscene. And he still takes damage during the cutscene. So, this completely skips the first phase because we deal that damage during this first cutscene, and that makes him run back. The second cutscene starts, and we initiate the fight basically with phase 2. That also has the funny side effect that it doesn't really spawn his health bar.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's quite fascinating. And then you just keep on shooting him. The fight completes like normal. And his health is also just the normal amount. We skip his first phase, and we just can't see his health now. It's the only difference after the first phase.
So that strat actually works in a funny way, because he can either show up, like he can either walk like to the left or you can walk to the right. And you need to know which way he goes, because if you shoot in the wrong direction, then you're not gonna skip the first phase. And that saves a lot of time. I think it saves 20 seconds as well. So the way you tell is, if you get off the ladder at the very bottom, as I have been doing, he will come from the left. And if you like jump off the ladder from a bit higher up, that was like even higher up than it needs to be, but now he will come from the right. I lied. I'm not sure why I didn't do it that time.
We're just bad. But yeah, basically,
There we go.
there you go. So you make it consistent by making sure you get to the bottom of the ladder, then enter the fight. So he always starts on the left side.
It didn't work in this case because I was aiming too far right, because I wasn't used to him coming from the right side.
Yeah, most of the time we just want him to be on the left side.
Okay, and there's one more strat you can use at the beginning, which is actually the fastest. But I
Yes.
haven't, like, it's somewhat new. It's actually it's actually really new.
Is it any percent viable?
It is any percent viable.
Damn.
Yeah. So what you do is, you have all these AR nades. As you could tell, I have 15 AR nades. Normally you would have 5? 4? No, I think 4. And what you do is, instead of shooting him during the cutscene with the M60, you shoot him with AR nades. And that kills him a few seconds faster. So I guess you aim like... I'm not sure. Over here. Yeah. So yeah, it does like way more damage if you body shot him. And yeah, it's basically the same principle as with the M60, except he dies faster. And if you do it this way, then you don't have an AR nade to kill him in the third phase quickly, but you can just use one of the other ways to kill him, and that's why this ends up being faster. So yeah, that's another way you can save seconds over the any percent vote record. And now I'm just gonna kill him the normal way, I guess.
Yeah. And yeah, it's the same strat in 30%. Since you don't really take that much damage, it's not as relevant, the difficulty that is. This is one of the hardest fights, if not the absolute hardest fights in 30 difficulty, if you wouldn't do the ladder strat. Because he has 2 miniguns, I don't know if I would be able to kill him with like a lot of medkits and everything. This is an insanely hard fight in 30 difficulty.
Another fun thing about the rockets, there's another spot where you can pixel walk on them, but that spot is too far down, so you're just kind of stuck looking at the walls around you and contemplating suicide.
Yep.
Wait, oh yeah, those already phase 2. Oops.
Yep.
Pick up this guy's armor and stuff, because it's free. So here was too slow, and he killed me. Wait, dude, I think this file might be on 30.
This is on 30.
Yeah, he killed me insanely fast.
Oh, there was an exceptionally beautiful showcase on why I said this fight is extremely hard. The amount of damage he does with these 2 miniguns is insane. And yeah, that's what we did to our enemies until now. Right now, we are the goon and he is the protagonist.
One time, on 30%, I was at that ending part of this fight and I had like full health and some body armor, and I died in under a second.
yeah, it's insane. It's insane. The amount of damage is just ridiculous.
And that's why you want an AR nade in 30% for the ending. Although you could do the other strat as well. with the RNA at the start.
But yeah, this is the final fight. The upcoming level is just really one big cutscene where you have a little bit of movement. And that's it. This is the finale. Okay, let's hope we don't die this time. Nice, beautiful.
Oh, by the way, stand on this railing if you can, please. You can jump up here.
From the
I
other
swear
side,
you
maybe?
can jump up there. There we go.
Oh, there you go.
And then if you're standing up here and shooting him from here, then you can climb up the ladder more quickly. Also, fun fact, while you climb up this ladder, you can throw a grenade straight up, and usually it'll get stuck on one of the bars of the ladder, and it won't do damage to you. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. So
Don't
after
block
you
her
finish,
while she's going over here.
right? Don't body block her. Also, don't hit her with any sort of damage. That's the last way of failing this run, and it happened to Lei, so that's why I'm saying it. And that was SSH1, and we are left off with the final, with the best laughter in all of video games, and the last level, Lady B. So it's just really a sequence of cutscenes. There is one upcoming cutscene that we can just skip, and it has turned into a running gag on Kenz's part.
Sound is kind of low.
Okay. So, alright. The upcoming cutscene we can skip. The one where we talk to Jones.
At the end of this cutscene, hold forward and right, and you will have the perfect line to get past this corner.
Yeah, you can skip the Jones cutscene. Yeah. Kenza has made it a running gag on his 30% runs to always go to this cutscene. For every single of his world record runs, he would go to this cutscene and waste, I don't know, like 50 seconds.
40 seconds.
Just 40 seconds, because just no one else wanted to run this category. So there was, you know, there was a free 40-second time save, and no one liked that incentive enough to actually pick up the 30% category.
Only 4 people have ever done runs of 30% so far, and all of them have held a record in it at one point.
That's a really generous way of saying, yeah, okay, that's really generous, Kenson. Thank you. The only time I had the world record in that category was when no one else did a run before, because I just created that category. And I submitted a 2-hour 50-minute run. There is a good video on the World Records channel that I created for that.
Oh, is that the one with the dancing purple guy?
Yeah, where Finance was dancing and I said world record easy peasy and something like that. Whatever.
Okay, so right here you want to squeeze between these ladies as soon as the blue lady like moves out of the way enough. If you move too soon, then you will get stuck between them and it's sad.
Yeah.
So don't want to lose time like that, so careful.
You don't get soft locked, you just waste time.
Okay, right here I have a theory on how to save time potentially, and I'm not sure if it's true. Maybe I should actually play this part twice to explain it. Okay, so here's how you normally do it, right?
Yes.
You run through here, past this corner, and then you have to wait until you can open this door.
Because it's closing, yeah.
And that is completely based on that cutscene with Sharon being there. So, what if we can start that cutscene a bit more quickly? That would save a bit of time, because we wouldn't have to wait as long for the door.
I mean, yeah, sure, but how would you? It's a hallway.
So it entirely depends on how the trigger for the cutscene looks, right? And like where it is.
Yes.
So if it's in that very narrow part, then it doesn't work. But if it's in the wider part, then you would be able to save time by, instead of aiming towards that corner, you would aim towards the door and like hug the wall. And that way you would reach the trigger sooner.
Ah, I see. Since you don't have to have a direct line because you need to wait anyway,
Exactly.
being close to the wall makes the door close sooner, and therefore you're able to open it sooner.
Yeah.
I guess. That
Oh my
makes
god,
sense.
it totally works.
No, I think that's just because you took a less direct route. It just, you know,
I'm not sure.
you ended up at the door when it was closed.
I'm not sure. Anyway, so in here you can stand wherever you want. I'm gonna stand here. But yeah, once you're in this room, it's done. You just chill.
Dance on the table. There are a lot of
the
things you
only-
can do in this room.
The only interesting spot to stand is the one I'm standing right now.
Oh, I know why. I see. Never done this, but I can tell what's about to happen.
I never noticed that fog before, or at least not consciously. For a while. So yeah, normally we would get pulled to a certain spot, but since we're standing here, like the chair is in the way, so we just stuck here.
Yeah. It just looks slightly different. I feel like this is what happened to me in my first ever playthrough.
Okay. So let's no clip to this area. Because I just want to show one thing, which is the fact that these guys are already in these rooms.
Oh, that's funny. What happens if you knock him down and you start a cutscene? Oh, god damn it.
Unfortunate.
That would be so funny if Walter would waltz in by his own.
Threaten you.
And then nothing would happen. You would softlock, the game would never end.
Oh, what the hell? See the
Right,
skybox
that's a
over there or something.
Right. So in any case, once you finish that, the game is over. Time is once that level end box appears after Walter said his final line. So that's when you enjoy the cutscene, the credits, the good music, and reflect on your run, talk about your run, talk about the game in general, how you feel, and that's the 13 speedrun experience.
Is it an unpopular opinion to say that the speedrun would be better if this level didn't exist?
I feel like as an old school runner, I feel like this final level gives this giant cake that is this speedrun its final little bit of extra on top.
Oh, you can do
I feel like
this, Mike.
Thank you, Kenster. Thank you for whatever. No, it's a controversial opinion. I love this level. Makes you think about the whole run, and if you fuck up, you feel really bad. So it's funny to watch. Yeah. Other than that, you have the fireworks in the background celebrating your run as a whole.
This is the place where you are on Beach 1 flashback.
Yeah. So yeah, we are done. This was the whole game, and many strats covered that we did across time. Not all of them, because first of all, we probably don't know every strat that was used, specifically in the time frame of 2015, 2016, 2017, where there were certain individuals that I didn't follow who continued the run. That's the ones that I don't have much experience with. But we covered a lot. The major things that I have in memory, and yeah, also everything that is current.
Fun fact about these credits: you actually get all of like the skills, the documents while you're in the credits, even if you didn't have them before. Second fun fact: this is actually like not a video file or anything. This is actually a map.
Yeah.
Like you just you don't have control over your character. You're stood in a specific spot. And then, like, each line, I think, of the credits is from, like, a different... I don't know, it's called an actor on the map. And, like, each and every single line, like, scrolls up individually and is triggered in a row and stuff. And it's, like, a lot of thingies, but yeah. So...
A lot of thingamajigs.
Yeah. I think we've said... Oh, and also on this credits map, I looked at it in the editor, right? And there's a helicopter on this map. And I don't understand why. Because, like, you never see it at any point. It doesn't move, I think. It's just kind of weird. So yeah, anything else we should say or show that we forgot or something?
Yeah, I would have loved to show more of SSH1 A, but really there's no way of showing things off that I can only show off and not really explain. So just watch old runs. Just watch an old SSH1 and appreciate... In general, I would recommend actually watching old speedruns, not for this game in specific, but in general, watch old runs, watch a new one, and then appreciate how things have changed across time. It's easy to take for granted that, you know, things are better, people found things, etc., etc., but knowing that there are individuals behind these findings and those things took a lot of research and experience, it's a journey. It's a journey, and the game wouldn't be where it is now without the individuals that would run and research this game to the extent that they did.
So now all is said and done, we are left looking at the fruits of our labor. A mighty collection of tomes that will help future generations pick up where we left off. It will take a great deal of dedication to get through all of them, but for one reason or another, you did. Maybe you spent plenty of time actively running the game and want to learn more about it. That would be great, because that's the exact type of person we created this for. A fellow soul united with us through a common interest, despite the fact that we may be separate by many miles, or perhaps even many years. Despite the fact that we may never have talked to one another, in this we are brothers. May you enjoy the fruits of the forest of all knowledge, and take care to plant many trees for those who will follow your footsteps. Or maybe you're a seasoned veteran, reminiscing about an era long past, gazing at the phoenix ashes. To you I'd like to say this: it doesn't have to be this way. You could be the catalyst that allows it to rise again and shine in all of its glory. You could end the decay, you could end the stagnation. But if you end the game stagnation and return to this part of your past, doesn't that mean that in a way you yourself are stagnating? Should you return, or should you keep moving onward towards newness? That's a question you'll need to answer for yourself. However, if you do choose to return, I recommend rallying other people towards the game as well, perhaps using some sort of spectacle. Finally, you could be someone who has never done any runs of the game. In this case I ask, why not? If you were able to sit through so many hours of this, you must clearly care about the game a great deal. So why not try to do some speedruns? You might just fall in love with it all over again, and now you have more than enough knowledge to get started, and you too could be the catalyst that brings the game back from the dead. Whichever of these categories you fit in, or even if you fit into none at all, I'd like to thank you very much for watching and remind you to add any information that's missing from this video in the comments. Maybe many years from now, when this video is outdated, someone will create a new iteration. But until then, this has been the Royal Library of XIII Speedrunning by Kenster and Davdus. Have a wonderful day.